This is kind of weird because it's earlier than we used to do. We moved it up to a new time, so it's 8 o'clock Eastern now. And I don't know if I'm ready to drink. We lost Todd. Todd's like, "Am I early? I'll come back." No, I am definitely ready to drink. And welcome back. Of course, we got Mal in the house, and I think Todd has some Apple issues taking place. He always has trouble
Uh-oh.
With the old Apple. I don't know what's going on over there, but you all right?
Every time you go to that and it come right back, and then you don't have no sound. I have no idea why.
Apple can't handle it, son.
I'm telling you, not me.
We're blowing out the CPU, dog. But but welcome everybody back in. So yes, it is Thursday night, so it is time for another happy hour. Rajay and company. You know Mal, you know Todd. Mal, make sure to check out Perfectly Meat Crafts. And I'm gonna get your link up here in a second. I always forget that. I got to get that up there because you don't put it in there. So
Yeah, I'm not great at self-promotion. It's not my strong suit.
That's why you have Chew, right? Yeah, Chew handles all that usually. So I'll get that up there in a little bit, but
I'm good at drinking and talking about beer.
That's a good skill to be good at for sure. And July 4th, July 4th week, and a good holiday. I take it for everybody here. So, what was it? It was relaxing for me mostly, but
Went over to my mom's, grilled out, shot a shit ton worth of fireworks, and saw some family we don't see that often. So it was good. It was a good night.
And Mal went camping.
I did. Yeah. Right on Lake Huron, up in the tip of the thumb. And yeah, it was tent sleeping for 5 straight days. A heck of a lot of fireworks because everybody contributed, and it was nuts. And a lot of beach time. It was pretty great.
Nice.
And lots of beer.
I think is it Michigan and West Virginia are only 2 states you can make hands for, right?
I didn't know you could for West Virginia.
I didn't either.
You never knew you could do that. So West Virginia is like turn like that. That's West Virginia, right?
Okay.
So
you can say that Oklahoma is like this.
Yeah. Oh, I guess you could do Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And let's not talk about what Florida is.
Florida, right? What would you be Florida? Florida just be hanging off somewhere. Alconauts in the house. Cheers, my friend. Yes, it is Thursday already, and we are ready to crack open some beers. I'm just trying to pull up Mal's things so I can put her channel in the comments there. But if you guys have cracked something open already,
ooh,
feel free to share what you have there while I do this.
Not yet. I'm getting ready to. Prairie Mocha Noir.
Ooh.
It's bourbon barrel aged stout with coffee and natural flavors. I hate when I say that because whatever the hell that means. Natural flavors.
Natural flavors. We have to have a show to examine what is natural flavors.
And this one
it's not raspberry.
This one's from 2020 and it comes in at 14.2%.
Very nice.
Start off light.
Yeah, you're starting very light today. I'm impressed.
You said it was 14 points?
2, yep.
Yeah, that's kind of light there. Sessionable. What do you got, Mal?
I went a super weird direction today. I stopped by Benny's because I ran out of my scotch, so I was picking out a new one. As I was going up to the registers, they have all those little grabby things that you shouldn't buy, but I always do. The Arizona iced tea has hard spiked iced tea now.
I've actually heard about them having it, but I've not had it yet. So now we can actually have somebody test it here.
Oh,
so green tea spiked beverage, and this is the green tea with ginseng and honey, which is the one I always get, and I love these a lot. Like Chew and I drink this tea quite often.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of excited to see how it tastes.
This will be pretty interesting. Light beer on a school night.
Yeah.
Well, it looks
There's
just
a-
the same.
It looks like just green tea there.
Yeah, it does. It looks exactly the same as it usually does.
Everything's coming in hard nowadays.
It does not smell the same as it usually does. You can smell the alcohol.
Yeah.
You don't smell green tea or honey. You smell alcohol.
Is it like a bum juice type thing, or is it better
No, it
than that?
smells
At
like
least?
a malt beverage. Like if you smelled a Mike's Hard Lemonade or one of
Okay.
those, like it smells like that malty type alcohol.
That's better.
I don't know if you
Like
said,
a
but I didn't
Zima or
hear it if
something?
you did. What's the ABV on that one?
I think it was. I
didn't
think it
even
was
look.
5.
5%.
Oh, okay.
5%, but it's a 22-ounce can, which is great.
Double deuce. Double deuce. Pour vodka in really hard. Yeah, you could do it that way. You could definitely.
It does taste a lot like the original. It's the aftertaste. There's a tang of the malt liquor on the end.
Little
But
Wayne.
the beginning of the flavor tastes exactly the same.
Every time I hear Tang, it's you guys are probably too young for it. Vanessa will get it, but it reminds me of the movie Hollywood Nights, which is a movie back in the 80s. And they basically put this punch out, but they pee in the punch when they put it out there. They're trying to figure out what is this in here. And the one cop is like, it's got a little tang. Like,
I thought that was in whatchamacallit, the Mel Brooks movie. Where they're the Chain Gang, where they're building on the railroad and stuff.
oh, you talking about Blazing Saddles. I don't think it's in Blazing Saddles.
I thought that was in Blazing Saddles.
Unless they had a part to it, I can't remember. I know it was in Hollywood Nights.
Okay, I think there's a part in Blazing Saddles that says that too. Where they're like serving lemonade or something, and one of them says that.
That does sound familiar to me. Like just before they broke into like a barbershop quartet song or something.
Something like, yeah.
Maybe it was in there too. But yeah, but Hollywood Nights was one of the funniest movies back in the day. But I say yes, Tang. Yeah, see.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
I think I like the original better, but it's not bad.
So you're not going to drain pour it. You're definitely enjoying it then.
Huh?
You're not going to drain pour it. You're definitely enjoying it.
Oh yeah, I'll drink it. I don't drain pour anything.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. I drain poured one time, and it was the Watermelon Steel Reserve.
Oh, there was there was a watermelon Steel Reserve.
Well, that's the big one. That's the high ABV.
Yeah,
right?
that's the malt liquor. Yeah, I didn't know they had
like
any.
different flavors. They had a watermelon one. I was camping and I tried it, and I could not drink that liquid. I could not. I dumped it right in the campfire. I was done.
If there's one to drain pour, that's probably a good one.
And I've never drained pour anything in my life on purpose. I mean, I've spilled things, but that was my one and only full drain pour.
I don't even know why you would want to come up with that.
was
Watermelon
awful.
Steel Reserve. Oh, it had to be. It had to
Well,
be.
they had other flavors. They had like a black cherry one.
They got all
had,
kinds of
like,
flavors.
Yeah.
they had a bunch of them. I know TK covered a couple of them, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Oh, it was
Just thinking about it, it's just like,
It
yeah.
was that super artificial watermelon with that metallic aftertaste. It was a high ABV too, so it was so gross. It's
I
like
mean-
someone dropped a watermelon Jolly Rancher in molten metal and waited for it to cool, and then you ate that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that it was awful.
Great description.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Everyone learn out and buy one.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. I wouldn't take it if somebody handed it to me. Nope, no, I'll pass.
I
No,
got it
thank
up in
you.
Wisconsin. I don't know if they sell it down here, but
Not they
It was
care.
rough.
Not they care about their people.
Get it at any gas station.
Yeah, gas station would be perfect for it. Probably
I'm pretty sure I got it at a gas station. Yes.
frozen watermelon chunks in a freezer come in handy or not. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got some frozen fruit because I'll make smoothies after I work out, protein shakes and stuff. But you can also throw those in alcoholic drinks. You know, it's good to have the frozen fruit around. So I'm going to crack one open. I'm going to crack one of these other ones open from Todd's neck of the woods, not to be outdone. So 15.6%.
Oh my goodness.
Good job.
I'm a lightweight today.
It's going to be the Three Floyds, Cucamonga.
Oh, yeah.
So I need to go
That's a
through
good
these.
one.
Yeah. It was a good one at a great price when I got it. So Yeah, heck of a deal. I love how Rod J deals cross state lines. It follows me wherever I go. What is up? Emerson in the house. Hello, Rod, Todd, and Mal. I traveled back to North Carolina with a layover in DC. I went to the West Wing to grab a little baggie. Always I'm frantically drinking Voodoo Ranger, Juice Force Hazy, Imperial. Cheers. That was your little baggie they found there, huh? They said they may never know. They said they may never find out who dropped that bag. You know.
Well, I feel like it'd be hard. I mean, you'd have to have cameras zoomed in on everyone ever.
Yeah. My thing was, did anybody ask Hunter if he lost anything? That was my thought. Like,
Nice.
Did he seem a little shaky at any point? Because it might have been his little baggie.
Pretty good chance.
If you're working there, you deserve a little break now and again, I think.
He's like, I think I left it in Dad's office. Yeah, they never showed a picture of the baggie, so I don't know how much was actually in it, but somebody forgot the yayo. Frozen watermelon, frozen strawberries, frozen blackberries, and freezer smoothie. I got frozen pineapple, frozen mango, and frozen strawberries. Is what I have. Not Mel, Matt. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Caught you texting. Yeah, I mean Mel's Diner from Alice back in the day.
I'm not worried. It's cool. I've been called way worse than Mel. You know, fun story. For the first 2 years I was dating Chew, he couldn't get my name right when he was introducing me to people at all.
What would he say?
He was introducing me to his coworker, Mike, and saying, oh, Mike, this is Emily, my girlfriend. And Mike's like, actually, Emily's my wife. That's Mallory, right? And he's like, yeah. So, Emily, Melanie, Jessica once. I don't know where that one came from. But no, he never got my name right, ever, introducing me for the first 2 years. So you could see all of his friends kind of look at each other and go, well, this ain't going to last long.
Yeah.
We're at 10 years now, so.
They're like, it's a different name, but she looks the same.
I know. Everyone had misgivings for a while there.
He's going through all the sisters.
That's a long time to keep the wrong name going, though. So, yeah.
Yeah, really.
3 years. It was ridiculous.
Was that pre-beverages or post-beverages?
Huh?
Was that before the beverages or after the
It was
beverages?
at his work.
Oh, during work?
At his work, at family functions. It was to his family, to his friends, everyone. It was so stupid. But then I met his parents, and his parents were exactly the same way. They hit 50 years married before his dad passed, and that man still called his wife by the wrong name sometimes, and I'm just astounded. And oh my gosh, his mom she'll say every male name in the family before she gets Chew's name right. I mean, it's ridiculous. So they all had name issues, I guess. I don't know.
Well, one hand, I was thinking maybe it was a lisp like Dusty Rose, but now I'm thinking maybe it's like some internal family joke they do, some inside joke that they have
if it had
between
been
them.
a joke, though, he would have laughed sometimes. He never laughed. He always looked super embarrassed.
Yeah.
I feel like he would have, broken character at least once. He's not good at holding a poker face. Nope, just real bad with names.
Just real bad. You should have worn a name tag.
I should have. I should have had a shirt that had my name on it all the time. Just in case.
Shannon's
That's
grandma
funny.
used to call me the wrong name every time, too, for a long time.
Oh, did she really? What she used to call you?
She used to call me, so they have a cousin named Teddy, so she would call me Ted, or Teddy every single time. I'm like, it's not my name.
But at least you were kind of just in the same thing. It wasn't like they were changing every time.
Now and again, my grants, and sometimes her mom might even say it every now and again, but that was just...
Now the question is, do they like Ted?
In our family, we always called me by my brother's name, which is Tony, so it's like, I was used to it. If you're looking at me,
did they like Ted?
Answer, it didn't matter.
I was going to say the Alconauts are actually coming through on your channel, but if they want to come up, you can get them the link. if they want to join us for a little bit,
Oh.
since we're earlier than usual. So
I'm not sure.
well,
how to
actually,
do
this is
that,
the
but
new
that would be
time.
awesome. How? Okay, hold on. On Instagram, right? I can do it on Instagram.
Yeah.
Let's see. Forward or copy.
Yeah, you always had the name on, Vanessa, and the dog tags
And
too.
I have to search them now.
If
I'm
you,
not
if,
great with all this stuff, just so you know.
well, we'll get you learned up.
Where's the search? There it is.
Speaking of the internet, I keep getting blown up with the whole new threads, so I went ahead and joined that. Everything kind of interesting.
You know what? They don't have an Instagram handle called the Thealconots. It might be their separate names, Ray and Paul. I don't know how to reach out to them.
Well, if you guys want to come up, just let us know. And
yes, please.
My dad would always mess up my name when I was young. He called me little asshole. He doesn't anymore. Died in 2010.
I don't know if that's messing up the name or just choosing a different one.
Well, there was an old Bill Cosby stand-up as himself back like in the 60s or 70s that he did. And he talked about when he was a kid, he thought like him and his brother were named, one was named Jesus and the other one was, what was it? Because he didn't curse in this thing. It's not damn it. It was something though. It might have been damn it. That might have been the one cursing thing, but they would get in trouble because that's all they would get called on. They'd be like, Jesus, damn it. And he'd be like, no, I'm damn it. He's Jesus. Like, yeah. What's up, JT?
What's up, JT?
My cousins at one point had 3 little boys, and the boys got better, but they were each separated by 2 years, and my father could not remember their names to save his life. And so he called the oldest one Stop That, he called the second one Quit It, and he called the third one Dang, I think. So Stop That, Quit It, and Dang. And the boys just seemed to be cool with it, so, it all worked. I don't think their mom was as pleased, but...
Maybe George Foreman was on to something, naming all his sons George. He's kept it simple.
All right.
Yeah. He might not know what number George it was, but he knew it was named. First part was George. Interesting name for a Twitter replacement. I guess the name Impending Failure was taken. Well, people on Threads have been going off on the Twitter people. It's like crazy. I think Twitter's starting to do a lawsuit against Facebook, saying they're stealing their stuff or whatever like that and everything. And the Twitter people that work at Meta are turned over Twitter secrets. They're like, we don't have anybody that works at Twitter. Like nobody from Twitter works here. We wouldn't hire those people. Like, so it's kind of a whole big thing between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, I think I found him.
I don't know how they came up with the name though, Threads though. Oh, but this is really smooth for the 15.6% ABV.
Yeah, that's more of a finishing my night than a starting my night thing.
But you start from the top and work your way down, right? So, because you have less chance of falling back down the steps if you're at the start at the top of the steps. By the time you get to the bottom, if you trip, it's only a couple steps. If you start low and go up the steps, by the time you get up there, you're drinking the big ones. You got a lot of steps. You fall back down. I'm just saying, you work the numbers.
Fair enough. But if I'm going for like a 15%er, I'll start with like a 4%er and then have the 15%er. I like to prime myself for it a little bit, I guess.
Yeah. Get yourself prepared. Get a little liquid courage, literally.
Yep.
It's like, what do you put on the kids when they go swimming in the pool first time? The little arm things before they actually start to swim.
Little floaties.
Little floaties. Get a little floaty action. Then you dive right in.
Yep. I like to dip a toe. I don't jump right into the cold.
Well, nowadays, it's not even like what it was when I learned how to swim as a kid. Because back in the day, you went to the YMCA or whatever, summer camp. And it was like okay, go swim. Like they put you on the end of a diving board with the thing, and it's like no, and they come over and they push you out into it. Nowadays, you could sue somebody for that, but now back then it was just like kick your legs. Then they see you're in trouble, then they might come over and help you.
For me, they at least handed us a kickboard, the little foam kickboard. So we had that. That's the only thing we had, though. We didn't have the life jackets, and it was a 12-foot deep pool. So it's like, oh gosh. But really interesting thing. When I lived in the Caribbean, I saw people drown-proofing their babies. Is that something you've heard of?
I have not heard of that. Drown-proofing the babies is interesting, though, to make sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, the babies will be in little floaties, but they're like between, I'd say, 3 months to about 2 years old.
Yeah.
But they have a little baby, and they have them out in the ocean, and the waves are coming, and the baby's having a fun time, and all of a sudden, mom goes, dunk, and brings the baby back up. And the baby's like, because he just got a bunch of water in his face.
Well, yeah.
And then mom goes, and dunks him again. And they did it like 3 or 4 times till the baby figured out to close his eyes and mouth and not get the water inside. But apparently that is supposed to help them internalize what to do if the water gets in the face.
Yeah.
Very strange to watch. And I was wondering if I should call somebody at the time. I was like, I know it's your baby, but holy crackers, what are you doing?
I did that to my daughter inadvertently, but that's what we'll go with. We'll call it drown proofing.
Yeah, there you go.
I think a lot of people have done it inadvertently. Oh,
there we go.
Hey guys, what's happening?
What's happening? Welcome. Alconauts in the house, first time.
Cheers.
Cheers to you. And I flipped to the wrong screen here, but we'll give you the big old
welcome.
But if you haven't. Okay. You're stuttering like Joe Biden there. Just relax for a second. Well, welcome to the show. And if you don't know the Alconauts, make sure to check out this channel and the follow and Instagram and all that kind of stuff. But follow for a long time, but first time actually having you on. So great to have you, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for the shout out, man. I wish Paul was on right now, but he's busy. So
is he taking a nap so you can drink later?
Probably.
That's what I would do.
Why not?
Almost Friday.
You're actually going to come join us in Chicago this year for the BrewTuber Get Together.
Absolutely, cannot wait.
I know, I'm so excited.
It's coming up, in a couple weeks, isn't it? Or?
Right, it's not that far away now.
End of this month.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
So, what part of Canada are you in up there?
I am in Niagara Falls, Ontario.
Oh, not too far at all. There you go. Very nice.
I didn't realize you were that close to Shane. I mean, I knew you guys did videos together, but I didn't realize you were that close.
You know what's hilarious is Paul and I posted from a golf tournament we played, and Shane was like, dude, you guys were so close to my house. Well, we're like, really? He's like, yeah, 20 minutes. I was like, well, that's only 20 minutes from our house. He thought we were from out of province.
Oh. And shout out to the throwback Atari shirt you got on. I like that. So,
I just picked this up yesterday.
Yeah. Nice. It's like, that's a classic. That means I'm old, right? If it's a classic.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a classic. It's a reproduction.
I think everyone on here probably had an Atari at one point, right?
For sure. The first PC that entered my house was an Atari PC.
Oh, was it really? Like when they came out back in, I want to say that was late 70s, early 80s, where they had the little console PC. Like they were trying to do a little bit like the Commodore 64, but it didn't really work out that way.
100%. Yeah, it had a flip open thing for your cassettes to go in. They weren't actually keys like on the 64. They were it was like touch screen, hard pad, kind of like on the ColecoVision controllers.
Oh, ColecoVision back in the day. Yeah, yeah.
I can honestly say we never had an Atari growing up. We had an Odyssey. Do you remember those?
Wow.
Odyssey? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I guess that was like
heard of.
up or above the Atari at the time. I don't remember. My brother bought it. I remember he saved his money and bought it. I was like, oh, that's cool. It was nice. I think we were the only ones that had an Odyssey. I don't even know. Can you trade games or borrow games or anything?
Yeah. Yeah, Odyssey was decent when I was out there for a bit and stuff. And it was always good to have around the neighborhood different kids had different things. So it's just rotate from house to house, right? Like you didn't have to have you'd have one rich kid neighborhood that pretty much had everything, but they were usually like a kid you didn't want to hang out with. So if everybody else had it, you could just skip that kid. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we don't go to his house. We just go to Johnny's. He's got this.
Right.
Timmy's. He's got this. Okay.
I lived on a street 3 miles out of town, and I was the only child on my street. It was all geriatrics, the whole street. So they were all teaching me how to bake and, fish and how to hunt and stuff, but nobody was teaching me video games. And my dad was into it. That's why we had anything.
But your knitting skills were probably off the chain.
Right?
I crocheted a metal onion for Wild Onion Brewing Company. I used metal wire and crocheted the darn thing. It was great.
Crochet you some booties in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah. I can make a baby blanket in 2 hours
Matching
flat.
blanket, yeah. There you go.
Post his location.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump out for a minute and switch over to my my PC and go inside.
Okay, cool. We'll bring you back up.
Go.
Yeah, Elon Musk has been taking some heat. We got Aubrey in the house. Cheers, Aubrey. Last 9% was last Thursday. Couldn't remember the second half of the show. That's the good thing about YouTube. It lives forever.
That last comment where it said Elon Mush, I thought that was like a new nickname for him. I was like, oh, that's a new thing. Call him Elon Mush. I didn't know that.
It happens, Aubrey. Sometimes it happens here also.
I think he's about to go into spoiled brat kid mode here in a point. He's upset with Mark Zuckerberg. So we'll see. Baby you never learned to swim, although the baby is most certain mom is a major asshole. I like the idea of drown proof though,
Well, it's just supposed to inherently teach them what to do.
Kind of makes sense. I mean, it kind of makes sense.
The lady doing it was part of the Coast Guard. She was a certified EMT. She was also the principal of the school I was working at. She's an amazing human being. She's from Canada. I love her to death. But watching her dip that baby worried me a little bit.
When you teach them when they're babies is really the best time to actually do it. So that's
don't they have like classes where they teach them how to like roll over and float if they fall in the water or something to keep them from drowning?
Yeah. The baby swim classes will do that too. Yeah.
Got you do it in the house. Cheers, Roger. First do it. Atari 800X. So there you go. And then when you said Odyssey, he said, "Holy shit, the Odyssey!" Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, there you go, the Odyssey. My favorite game when it was kind of like a, kind of reminded me of like a Donkey Kong, but it was the Odyssey version of Donkey Kong. It was called Pickaxe Pete.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I love that game. It was fun.
Emerson, I used to love Intellivision. My buddy had the Intellivision, so we go over there and we'd always play football on it. And he'd be like, "I'm about to dial up a touchdown on your ass." Put the little keyboard in there and stuff.
Television didn't have the little
and the little round thing on the dial, but you had the keys on it and stuff too.
Yes,
Yeah.
Actually,
that was the rich kids.
That was like a little bit of the bougie system, a little bit.
Right. I was going to say that too.
I actually still have my Super Nintendo from when I was 7 years old, and it still works, and I still play the games. So,
do you really? Okay.
I do. It's dirty as heck, but it still works. So, as long as it still works, I'll keep playing. But I have Mario Paint, and I don't have the stuff you needed to actually control Mario Paint. So that's the one I can't play anymore.
So what was your favorite game on the Super Nintendo system?
Dr. Mario.
Really? Okay.
Dr. Mario and Tetris. I loved it. It was just a stupid little game, but it made me super happy. I loved Mario Paint because I was a creative little thing, but and the Donkey Kong Country games. I still have all those. I had the Animaniacs game, but it was impossible to win. I did not like that one. And I had a Sailor Moon one, I think, that was like impossible, and the Ninja Turtles one that was impossible.
Well, wasn't Battletoads on Super Nintendo too, or was that?
Oh gosh,
that might have been Sega.
I think
that might have been Sega. Probably Sega because that was hard to.
I feel like that was Sega.
Yeah. Because
that Animaniacs one was literally death. I mean, there's whole things online about how that game was absolutely impossible to finish.
Yeah. But I think it's
Street Fighter. I was all about Street Fighter. I was
Street
trembling every time, and I kicked everybody's butt. It was awesome.
I remember a buddy had down the street had the Sega, Genesis, I think it was. But then you had a plug-in
Yeah.
part that plugged into it that supposedly upped the graphics of it to like from 16-bit to 32-bit or whatever it was.
Oh yeah, the 32 upgrade.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah.
It was like a little side piece you could just plug into it, and it was like, oh, this is so great.
Yeah. Yeah. Even before like we had the internet stuff, like on some of the console stuff, like I had the Sega Genesis with the adapter you could put in, and you could play against other people in the country. So you had an adapter you put in, and you put like Madden in there, and you play people out of state. Like I would play people from across the country in Madden and stuff. It was before a lot of stuff that we take for common now that we can just do with the internet. So as long as somebody picked up that phone while you're in the middle of a game, you didn't lose your
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, that was terrible.
Yeah, because any of us have been around. We all remember that sound.
You're not supposed to do this. It's terrible. You're going to chase away all the viewers. You're hurting my soul. Oh, you're killing me.
And then your parents gonna hello, mom, get off the phone.
You're right. I got to start all over now.
Oh,
Take like 25 minutes to get on here.
You're killing me, mom. You're killing me.
I remember back in the Napster days, basically with dial-up too, is like,
Yeah.
all right, I'm gonna load these 5 songs, go to bed, wake up next morning, be like, almost done, not quite, but almost.
Almost there.
you know, I'm willing to bet there's somewhere on YouTube where someone did a 10-hour loop of that noise just for 10 straight hours.
Yeah.
You know, like just to make people insane.
I think it was funny. Like after, I think it was War Games that had the movie where he was basically able to fake the old payphones that we used to have, and people were like, "Payphone it."
Yes.
Kids today don't even know what a payphone actually was. Back in the day, you had to put a coin in and work a phone, and then you would you start copying it, and you would do it on a tape recorder. You could actually cheat, not make money. You just hold it up there, hit what you wanted, and you could dial from it. So it actually did work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Burger Time. I remember Burger Time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hours by hours on my phone. I remember the one game that when they came out that we probably spent the most time like staying up was probably because I was in high school at the time, like 10th, 11th grade. It was like Joe Montana talking football.
Oh, yes,
and we'd be up all night. Like it'd be Pat Summerall calling the plays, and it'd just be like, you listen to it, it's choppy as hell when you listen to it now, but back then it was like the best thing ever, you know.
Like, this is so great. Didn't even know the words. Like, it's awesome.
Good old Pat, before Pat Summerall was a drunk. So.
No, but it still can't be nothing better than like the old baseball Atari where you moved your outfield and all your outfielders moved in the same direction. Like everything
Oh yeah.
Same direction. Didn't matter.
I think the three-man football game with Atari now, how terrible it was. And back then, it was like great. It was awesome.
You're right. Yeah.
And like the first hack I think we had on the game was probably combat on Atari. There was a spot you could actually go when you were doing the combat with the tanks in the corner and shoot it through the wall on one side and it would come on the other side.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the ricochet one, you could just fire it through and you would tear the person up on the other side.
Yeah. They'd be like, what the hell? Damn it. Don't go there. Don't go there.
And of course, with Atari, once Activision was launched, we spent lots of time doing Pitfall. Stand on the alligator's head, get over the scorpion, all that kind of fun stuff. Grab the vine, swing across. Yeah.
Pitfall.
Pre-Indiana Jones stuff.
The good old days.
Yeah. Or did Indiana Jones come out before Pitfall? Maybe that's why people were so attracted to it. Like, it was close. It was in the 80s there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it wasn't. I feel like Indiana Jones wouldn't have been too far after that.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe a couple. It was like
maybe that's where it was inspired from.
Pitfall.
Maybe, yeah. Because your guy, I think he had like a little fedora type hat when he was running through there. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Pitfall was one of those ones you spent a lot of time on that. One of my favorite was Missile Command too. I played that like crazy.
Command, that was a good one.
Yeah.
But I think did you ever play the game E.T. when it came out?
Which one?
E.T.
Oh,
The worst game ever made for Atari.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I was like, that had to be
yeah.
the worst game ever made. Ever.
Yeah.
it's terrible.
You did play it, and you were just like, yeah.
That was definitely one where they're just like, I'm making my money off the movie and I'm running because this game ain't worth anything.
That might have been a jump in the shark mode for Atari at the moment for
For
Atari at that
sure.
point when that came out. Like, how can you mess this up? It was such a good movie, you know. But yeah, that was terrible.
They're
You
like,
didn't even get
oh,
Reese's
hold my
Pieces
beer.
to eat it.
Yeah, I remember
They
playing
should
that game.
have sent a bag of Reese's Pieces with it.
Yeah, the Reese's. Yeah, I remember playing that game Adventure too, which was like kind of I was in a Dungeons and Dragons back then, so that was kind of like a Dungeons and Dragons type game, which was fun. So
Hmm.
lots of good remembrance from back in the day doing the video games. Funny thing is, we played video games. We still went outside too, not like kids today. Like the light, it burns.
It still does.
Yeah. Let me see here. Mal and Chew, they saw a fully equipped brewery for sale located near Half Acre. It was slated to be Smiley Brothers' new tap room before they went out of business. Oh, wow.
Oh, I did not know Smiley Brothers went out of business. I'm not overly surprised because I wasn't fond of their beer, but I didn't know they went out of business. I think Chew and I are looking for building a brewery probably in a small town somewhere because we want to have kind of a wooded area.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little ways off, but downtown's not really our bag, to be sure.
Downtown's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because even though, like, when I went to Hot Butcher and all that, I mean, you're outside of downtown where they're actually putting the spots there, too.
Yeah.
Like, where we were downtown, there were, like, a couple places around, but it was mainly, like, a restaurant or something that had the beers on tap there instead of just a brewery there. But,
I'd say there's goods and bads of both, though.
yeah. Well, there's an article that I put on my Facebook page earlier today, and it was on Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but it basically came out talking about the beer industry right now. And what they're actually showing is if you're like a regional, kind of in the middle type brewery, they're the ones that are suffering the most. If you're actually one of the big dogs, you're probably doing okay. If you're one of the small ones, you're actually doing better than you thought you would because you're in that community type thing in that small town. But if you're kind of one of those regional in the middle, that's where the struggling is kind of happening right now. So
Yeah.
Makes sense.
yeah. So if you haven't checked out the website, the Facebook page, make sure you check all that stuff because that's where I share those kind of things.
Besides, we're not ready to put down money on something like that. That's why it's a 5-year plan because
Yeah.
the capital is not here yet.
Yeah.
Still working on that part.
Well, you can do it through what you call them too, the crowdfunding. I know, like Esoteric Brew in Cincinnati, they got launched finally the last couple of years, but they did a big thing through crowdfunding the early years when they got it started.
Here in Chicago
Yeah.
did that too. I know there's several that do that. We haven't decided exactly what route we want to take,
Yeah.
so still working on that part of the business plan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
we have,
even investors too that'll jump in as well.
yeah.
we have a brewery here, which Mel, when you guys were down, we didn't take you. We didn't take you there. They're a small brewery, but the guys paid cash for everything, just so
Wow.
he didn't have anything on overhead.
Yeah.
So now, and it had been open for like 6 years. Like they don't have the best beers, but they have pretty good beers. But they don't really go out, like they don't have different beers. It's like a steady flow of 7 or 8 beers that they have on tap.
Well, the dream would be to have no overhead. That is the dream.
And it's a small little place. Like it may have 8 tables in it, and you can sit outside if it's nice out and game. There for a long time, you didn't have TVs until I think this last Super Bowl. He finally broke down and got a TV because his thing was he wanted everybody to sit and talk to each other and not be entertained by TV. So,
Yeah.
and it's kind of a cool place. And they, like I said, they've been around for I don't know, it's probably been 8 years now, I guess, maybe if not longer. So he's apparently
That's
doing
awesome.
something right, I guess. But I'm assuming that he doesn't have no debts in the brewery. Probably helped him also as far as that goes.
I may have to check that out. You do it. Yeah, one of the other channels I'm affiliated with is Lags, Libations, and Lost Saves on YouTube. So every second Wednesday of the month. So next Wednesday, which is going to be a crazy week for me. I'll talk about that in a little bit. We have our show. So we do a lot of video game news and a lot of video game type things. And we libation, so we drink while we're actually doing it and stuff. So
I'm wondering if Elconauts are having issues with microphones.
It's probably having the same problem that I was having. Where
can't hear you now.
No sound.
No sound. No sound.
Log out and log back in and see if that helps, because it does that to me sometimes.
Is it Apple?
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's an Apple, then you can definitely log back in and try it.
I saw his mouth moving and I didn't hear anything, and I
Yeah.
thought, oh, maybe there's a sound issue.
Except for it might be the reverse because I couldn't hear you guys.
Well, I'm getting like some static off the mic, but I just
Yeah.
can't hear coming
How
through.
about now?
Now you're
How
coming
about
in.
I
There
hear
you go.
Alrighty.
Coming in from Mars. There we
Gotta
go.
love technology.
It's just I'm an idiot. This mic takes phantom power, and I forgot to turn it on.
If it was Atari powered, you'd be okay.
100%.
Cheers, Spider. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Great to have you here as well. I think Spider might be first time Spider's actually here too, so that's awesome. And give you a big welcome. I have not tried that yet, despite being close to Dogfish here. I know about it. I just haven't gotten it yet. It comes in at 8% ABV. Have you had it? Well, technically, they're owned by Boston Beer now, Sam Adams. But yeah,
No,
I haven't.
I'm just
I haven't-
shaming you.
Just shaming me. Okay, just shaming me to shame. You're gonna shame me, then okay.
You got me.
Ouch.
Dogfish does some good stuff. Now, Dogfish just came out with their 120 Utopias barrel aged beer. I do want to try that
goodness.
one, so I need to find that one to actually check out to add to the collection. So,
Dogfish Head did?
yeah. So I don't know if you tried that, Spider, but that's out now too that I saw.
We had a pretty good drop of Weldworks stuff yesterday.
Oh, Wellworks is good. That's
And I
good
went to
stuff,
go.
yeah.
I was gonna go get some today, but I didn't make it get any. So hopefully they still have some by tomorrow or Saturday, but I don't know because last time they dropped a few cans, it was gone pretty quick. So
Yeah. Yeah, I actually saw about the ET where they pretty much did do that. They kind of did that with the Saturn cars back in the 90s that were electric
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. If you ever watch a documentary called Who Killed the Electric Car, it basically is a documentary about how they chased down people to get these Saturns that were electric back then to make it basically say they didn't exist. And like one of the actors from back in the day was Ed Begley. He had one. So he tracked them down to one of the yards and basically they were just taking them and putting them under stuff and then smashing them down. Like, no, they weren't doing anything. Perfectly good cars, but they didn't want to act like they never existed.
Yeah, that was the EV1, I think, from GM.
Yeah.
They
Like-
released,
like we
they
need to
were- they
revisit
released
that video.
only.
Yeah.
And
And
you
it's
could never buy them.
30 years now, later in the future, we're all looking to try to get to electric cars. We could have done that 30 years ago. But they were like, that's the power of the oil and the gas industry, right? They were just like, don't get that out there, But it's a good documentary.
Apparently, they were a brilliant little car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I like those Saturns though when they weren't all electric though, were they?
No. They brought out an electric line, but the regular Saturns, they
Yeah,
lasted to
yeah.
like late
They
90s,
lasted-
maybe early
Oh.
2000s or so before they finally kind of
lasted
just
a long
fainted
time.
out. Yeah.
But I like Saturn when I first got my license. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I want to get a Saturn.
I had a couple friends who had them too.
Yeah.
Good
Cheap
little
and
car.
cheerful, guys. Cheap and cheerful.
Yeah.
That
They were
plant down in Ohio was pumping them out, and it was great.
they were better than the Ford Tempos.
Ooh,
A lot of things were better. A skateboard with a rocket attached would be better.
It's like Ford Tempos and old K car. Who makes these? Like, who's in there making these things right now? Nobody wants to drive these,
hey, those tempos. If you could find a V6 5-speed one, they were wicked.
Yeah.
Really?
My buddy had one growing up. They were
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, if you got a Tempo, it's like just pay a little more and get the Taurus because you don't want the Tempo. Just look at the Taurus if you can, right? So yeah,
I had the Contour, I had the Taurus, never had the Tempo.
yeah. The first
Contour,
car,
that's the Jaguar X type or something, wasn't it? Or the J type or something?
Mm.
they just smooth curves on it. It wasn't like boxy like the other ones, right? Yeah. When I first moved to back in the day, when I moved to Kentucky, the Cincinnati area, I had a Yuzu stylus that I had from college that I used to drive. And people don't realize Yuzu used to make cars and trucks, but it was a Yuzu stylus. Quick little thing is quick pickup. And I think if I related to like one of the American cars, it would have been kind of like those old Geo Prisms. Like it was just kind of something along those type of lines.
Same car, basically.
Yeah, basically, but a little more silky or a little bit smoother, whatever. put the Alpine system in there, throw the speaker. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah. Look it up.
Geo made us. What were those little like kind of like convertible type like mini SUVs almost? Was it a Geo? The Geo make those?
That was, you're talking about like the side, I want to say side tracker or something. They were
Yeah, Suzuki had the Samurai. Then there was the
Geo had
Tracker.
Geo Tracker.
Geo Tracker, there you go. Because
Yeah,
I remember it's like when I first, I was like, oh, I want one of those. I love those things. And it's like,
Yep.
oh.
Yeah.
Chu lived for his Aztecs. He had several of them, and he's still mad they're not still being made.
They're so ugly, but they were a wicked car.
And he loved camping out of it because you could camp right out of the back. Like the tent would go down off of the back of the
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
It was great for camping, and he loved to camp. So the Aztec was go-to forever.
In 2001, I was selling cars, or it was 2002 model year, and I had a Buick Rendezvous that I had for my demo. It was such a great car.
Nice.
It was the classy version of the Aztec.
The classy version. Yeah.
Well, the Yuzu stylist that I had ended up getting totaled when I was in Kentucky, and then because I had it for a number of years, you're only getting like a certain amount of value for whatever. So it's like, okay, the insurance company does this, got hit by somebody or whatever. Here's what you get paid off on it, and it's like we gotta get. Freaking ended up having to get a Ford Tempo for like a year or so, and it was just like I just felt like like some people like, no, you can't dress up a Tempo really. I don't care if you get the all black, if you tint the windows, if you do, it looks like a police car or something. It's just like you can't good.
The Tempo GS.
Yeah. And I see people do the two-tone Tempos. I'm like, that's even doubly bad. Like you couldn't get another car. You just had to get a new hood and put it on from a different car. You went down to the scrap yard, got a piece, and put it in. I know what you did there. Yeah.
From the graveyard of all the other cars that were there.
You're not helping. You can't put any of that trim around it to make it like shine or anything like that. You can't put the little deodorant thing in the back window and make it look cool. No, you can't do that with a Tempo. A Tempo is just a Tempo.
So, guys, your first car and your favorite car. Just curious.
Well, my first was the stylist that I mentioned. But
Yeah.
my favorite car, Dodge Charger. When I had with the Hemi,
Gotcha.
2006. When they first brought it back, it was 2006 edition. And
Wait, now the favorite car of all, in general, or just a favorite
car
that
that you
drove?
that you
owned.
that you owned, yeah. That baby purred.
My first car was given to me from my mom and dad, and it was an '85 Ford Ranger.
I learned to drive in one of those.
And actually, might have still had it a little bit when. Yeah, no, I definitely did. When Shannon and I first started dating, I still drove. So I was one like I've only had probably myself 4 cars in my lifetime, probably.
Wow.
Whoa.
And 2 of them was given to me from my mom and dad. So
He was bougie.
I've
It sounds like it.
bought the car myself, and I still have the second car that I've ever bought.
Wow. My first car was a 97 Chevrolet S10.
Okay.
Absolute
okay.
base model, 5-speed, 4-cylinder, AM radio, vinyl seat.
AM radio. Wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it had one speaker in the center of the dashboard. That was it.
And
So,
yeah,
It was
see,
like
my
the
Ranger, I had the I put the cassette tape player in there where you could pull it
Oh,
out.
there you go.
oh yeah.
And then I had
Okay.
Basie to sit behind the seat because it was it was a small. It's not like the Rangers they make nowadays.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
a lot tinier than they are now. Like,
Yeah. I remember in the 90s, I had one of the car. I forgot which car I had that one in. It wasn't. I got rid of the Tempo by that point, but I had the pull-out radio system that you put in, and it was just like that was like a thing in the 90s. Like you just pull it out and stuff like that.
Right.
It was supposed to be like anti-theft, but it's like, what are you gonna do? Walk around with this radio in your thing all
I
the time?
know,
Like,
right? Yeah.
Did anyone
Put it-
ever
put it in the trunk?
self-wire the CD changer from the trunk to the front? Because that one I did.
you did what with the CD changer? Like,
I self-wired a CD changer into my trunk so that I could have CD changes on my stereo in my car because it was a cassette deck. So I had to use the cassette plug-in thing, and I wired it up to the CD changer in the back. It was terrible.
I remember one of my best friends. He was talking about the other day. He was like, "You remember when we drove up? When we drove up to Bloomington to watch a football game or maybe a basketball game? I can't remember, an IU game." He's like, "Remember you had that Ranger and we stopped by the mall and bought the Snoop Dogg Doggy Style cassette tape when it first come out."
Oh,
All the
yeah.
set tapes did. It was like, yeah, I totally remember. He's like, man, that was awesome. I was like, yeah, it was old school there.
All right, Spider. Have a good one, my friend. Great to have you on for a bit. Yeah, it's some good memories from some of the old cars and stuff back. Now, my favorite car my mom actually owned was the old Cutlass Supreme.
Ooh,
Nice.
fancy.
Big block engine. We used to race that thing. She really didn't know about that till later on after college, after telling her. But yeah, we'd take it down and we'd have like, I was in New Jersey. There's a town called Willingboro that was next to the town we're at, where Carl Lewis came from, that ran for the Olympics. And the way they're set up on their streets, they have like quarter-mile type lights and everything. So you can run like strips. And you get to the light, and someone pull up next to you, start revving the engine. This is like 11, 12 at night or like that and everything. All right, we'll give it a run, and stuff like that. And we would race up and down the streets. Yeah.
Man,
that engine would get up. I got up to 120 one night back in the day. It was flying down the road. This was like, of course, you had less people on the roads back then. And I was also at that age of 17, 18, where it's like, I'm invincible. Nothing could ever happen to me.
You're right. Yeah.
And one of my buddies in the car said, you can't get this car up over 100. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Sounds like a challenge. Let's do it or whatever. So me, him, and two other friends are in the car. They're basically grabbing everything they can. It's like Star Trek hitting warp 10. They're trying to hold on. And they're like, okay, you proved your point. No, we're going to keep going.
Ludicrous speed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So my first was a 94 Mustang, which was the first of the sleek body style once they got into that boxy thing.
Out of the Mad Max editions, yeah.
That was right after the Fox body.
Yeah.
I did pay for it all myself. I lived for that car. All of my friends wanted to see how fast it would go, and I told them, are you crazy? I worked really hard for this car. I drove exactly the speed limit the whole time I owned it.
That's why women live longer than men, folks.
I was like, nope. That was way too much money.
I saw a challenge. She was sensible about it.
I cleaned hotel rooms for 4 years to pay for that darn car. And if you've never cleaned a hotel room, you don't know what hell is.
No, but I'm worried about staying in hotel rooms by the way you said that now. The way you said that, I'm worried about when I stay in a hotel room, like with the mal clean that I don't know about when I'm staying here.
No one ever thinks about what they leave behind in the hotel room, but we saw everything. It was horrific. Never recommended, ever.
I would say never recommend using a black light in some hotel rooms.
Nope. Wouldn't do that either.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Nope.
I don't want to know.
Do it.
How did it get there?
Yeesh.
At that point, you got to figure it's the blood splatter.
Yeah, right.
That's got to be one hell of a talent.
Yeesh.
But I digress.
Bad. Just bad.
So my
Confident.
car, which I didn't say, was my 2003 Ford Escape that I had.
Oh, Ford Escape. There you go.
Yeah. So my dad and half my family all retired from Ford. So pretty much my whole entire life I had a Ford, just because to get it, get the A-plan discount, whatever. So I was like,
yeah,
why not?
I had the sister edition that I had the Mazda Tribute, which was basically the same thing, but just under a Mazda. Yeah.
Yeah.
So our daughter's first car, 2006 Escape, which is basically the same model as what mine was, just a couple years older. So every time I drive it, I'm like, oh, this brings back such good memories. Like I love that thing.
I also had a Saab 9.3 for about 2 years with a turbo engine in it.
What year was it?
Huh?
What year?
Oh gosh, 2012 maybe.
Okay, automatic or manual?
Automatic. I
Okay.
never learned stick.
My absolute favorite car, I had a 85, I think, or maybe 86 Saab 900 4-door, four-cylinder
Nice.
turbo manual.
Oh, nice.
I bought it for $1,200. The guy said the top end was shot.
Yeah.
I drove that thing home. I did a bit of work, bought a couple of switches, drove that car for a year. Not a problem.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Nice. There you go.
The thing with the Saabs, I remember, like if they broke down or something, they always said it was like so expensive to get them fixed.
It was
Oh,
so
yeah.
expensive to fix anything on it. I mean, it lasted us a couple years, and that little baby could pick up and go. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Oh, yeah, they bug out.
You're crushed into your seat when you hit the gas. It was like, that was fun.
But the best was the marketing. Oh, it's got a turbo, so it's better on fuel.
Yeah,
Right.
Except it's all premium.
Well, I remember when the mechanics and stuff, because you would see a specialized Saab deal. Like mechanics that can handle the Saab, they would put the specialized thing out there. It made it feel like it was that much more of a bougie type car because you have to get to a specialist to get this car worked on type thing if you have one.
Funniest thing, I traded a Taurus for it.
You traded a Taurus for a car?
Even a Ford Taurus for a Saab. Even switch.
Old.
We have a mechanic shop down the road. They say that on the front. I think it's Saab in like foreign cars, like a specialty type something. I guess you know what I mean. Like it says Saab in foreign cars. Unless they changed it, but that's what it used to say. I don't know if it still does anymore.
But then I'm laughing because I'm thinking, like, how many Saab drivers are there in Indiana?
I know, right? In foreign cars, like I guess Toyota, Honda, whatever.
Because I'm thinking Indiana is definitely more of the Ford, Chevy type crowd.
You're right, exactly. And you're not wrong, Rod. You're not wrong. That's what I was like. How's that place still open?
My dad worked at GM.
Actually,
my dad,
she worked at GM too.
Yeah, so I got discounts on any Saab parts I needed. Plus, there's a guy that's got a farm with Relic Saabs from every era. And you go on his website or you give him a call, say, I'm looking for this part. Oh, yeah, this much money. And he'll send it right out to you.
Oh, wow. I bet it ain't cheap either, is it?
You know what? Not bad. Not bad. Really? I had to get a brake booster for mine. And I was looking at, I think it was $800 for an OEM replacement, but he sent one out for $75.
Dang, there you go.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Since we're going earlier, I'm going to tweak out here for a little bit.
Tweak out.
Tweak.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's little. It's 13.1, so it's not like a big beer.
I'm going to drink the light beers tonight. I feel like I could grab something better out of the fridge.
It's not a competition.
It kind of is, I think.
Hey, Rock, just because we're starting early doesn't mean we're not going to finish at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Just gives
I was going to make an announcement like that earlier. It doesn't mean we're starting early. We're going to finish same as usual. The goal was start early, finish early. But
yeah, right. Yeah.
We have no idea. We get driven by what the fans want and what everybody watches. So
right.
That was the goal. It wasn't like supposed to be an extra hour of time. Like we're not trying to do a 4-hour stream. But if things are rolling, we'll find a spot to stop. I don't want to be that zombie looking for Rick Grimes in the morning. I got tired of that Friday thing, you know? Yeah. I'd rather be like one of the zombies from the Brad Pitt movie that can move a little quicker, you know what I mean? From World War Z. I don't want to be one of the slow zombies. Make me a fast zombie. So, yeah.
I hate those fast zombies, man.
Yeah. I love the fast zombies because there's a better chance for them to catch people. So I love when they actually run them down and not just like, oh, you just hit them with a baseball bat or something.
Give me the
Zombieland's my speed.
Yeah. I gotta still watch Zombieland too. I've never gotten around. I've got to record that.
Oh, you have to.
I haven't seen that one either. I need to
watch it. I want Shaun of the Dead level.
Shaun of the Dead was actually good. That was.
I'm headed to the pub every time.
But there's slow zombies as well. That's the thing. I like the fast zombies.
Which one is the fast zombies? What movie?
World War Z.
That's what I was thinking.
And 28 days later, they're fast.
28 days. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. I knew World War Z.
But fast zombies don't make sense.
No.
Well, they're zombies.
It just don't make sense.
They're just looking for food. They're hunting.
Their brain is mush, and they just want to eat.
They're horrible.
So they got to be slow.
I mean, they want to eat, but you got no insides. I don't know. It's like again, we talk about this once in a while here. Gilligan's Island. We all fell for it. 3 hours. We never questioned all the stuff that was brought on it. So we're not the smartest population when it comes to things. Just saying.
Like, they fell for that. We can give them whatever we want to.
We just want a good storyline. We don't care if it actually works. You can really do that. We just want to have a good story. We want to be entertained. We're like watching Gladiator. We want to be entertained. Emerson, one of the best parts I hung out in the early 2000s, had a TVs that played nothing but music videos. It was so refreshing, just music and booze and food. And there actually are some places that still do that. I remember being in some of those, and the music that would be on the speaker would coincide with the video that were on the TV, which are always pretty cool spots to actually be in and stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, it used to be called MTV at one time, I think.
Not anymore.
Oh, we got Mario in the house. Cheers. Greetings from Beijing.
Ooh,
welcome.
exciting.
That might be our first person from Beijing over there.
Wow.
So got to give you the big old welcome. Well. I might even give you because we never hit Beijing before. You know, it's great. We're all about the global expansion. Happy. Well, I don't even know what time it is in Beijing right now. They're ahead of us because they're in the east. So yeah, so it's
got to be what?
It might be Saturday where they're at actually.
Oh, it's not that far ahead, is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to think where Sam is in Australia. He's usually like 18 or something. Maybe not that far ahead.
It's 9 o'clock in the morning.
Might be Friday night there. What is it?
It's 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday.
10 in the morning. Okay, there we go. Beijing time. So good morning to you.
Oh, 10 in the morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And they're probably like, now you're drinking. I got to wait all day for me to
I know, right?
Well, unless you're on PTO.
Unless you don't have to work. Then,
yeah.
Exactly. You can't drink all day unless you start in the morning.
Exactly right.
Unless you're fully.
It's the only way.
Unless you're full remote, and we won't tell. You're at home.
There it is. I keep trying to get Paul to jump on with us.
Liz, okay, cool. Liz is in the house. Cheers.
Liz.
Disaster vegetarian meal resulted in my grabbing the long forgotten ligaments. Oh, I love some framboes. Great to see you as well. Framboes is always such a nice, delectable treat to have.
Oh yeah.
And those things you could drink like forever. It's so light. It's like 3.5, I think. Depending on which one you get a 3, 3.5, 4, possibly the high level from stuff that I saw there.
Great.
JT, it wasn't that bad, Liz.
Go for a refill. I'll be right back.
Okay. Liz and JT, getting a little bit of different experience than you had there. She says you're being very gracious to JT. I like Liz. Liz tells you like it is. We had a great time when we got to meet when I was up in Chicago. So
that's awesome.
72 Chevelle Malibu rust cream color top. Oh, very nice.
Wait, the car was made of rust and it had a cream colored top, or
I think it was rust colored. I don't think the rust came to later on, probably, but the rust color, maybe.
I don't know. I had a friend who had a Malibu and it was all rust, so I just assumed hers was too.
Chevelles are nice. They got some good pickup in them as well. So
yeah.
Emerson's that first car, Dodge Aspen, favorite car, AWD Turbo, Eagle. Oh, the Eagle Talon. I do remember the Eagle Talons from back in the day too. Yeah.
Todd, I didn't get a look at that. What was that?
Yeah. What was that? Lagunitas Island Beach. Did you get a Lagunitas variety pack or something?
I did
last week because you had Lagunitas last week. So I just
did, yes. So this one is what they call a tropical IPA. Comes in at 5.
Not just your regular IPA. This is a tropical IPA.
Can you tell what that says? 5 point, maybe just 5%.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to see what that writing is. Yeah, 5%.
Oh, you went low. You went low on that one.
Do I?
You went Little John got low on that one.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Get low.
I'm gonna go get my high stuff to keep up with you, Rod. I gotta go downstairs.
I think that's what Octonauts went to go find a higher one. I think now.
I'm gonna drink this one and then I'll go to.
Spider had to go to work after you left here, so yeah. Martha, my mom drove a Pontiac DeSoul, horrible car.
That was a bad one.
What was the one from Pontiac back in the day that people? I used to like them as well. The old Grand Ams, I think they were.
Oh, the Grand Ams. Yes.
Yeah, I felt like that was like the Florida car. If you were in the Florida Strip, the Grand Am was like what you would have there. You had the music blaring, you had the tinted windows, sunroof. That was one of those cars.
I think a good friend of mine, his brother owns kind of some sort of like an auto repair shop or something. But when we were younger, I think he had it was a Grand National. I was thinking you said Grand Am. I was thinking of the Grand National. He had a Grand National that had the nitrous in it. So that's so good. It would fly.
And for you do it. Shout out to New Jersey peeps always. And if you didn't know,
your ass better call somebody.
New Jersey always holds it down.
My dad did a lot of quarter-mile racing in his younger days, always with Mustangs and Barracudas.
Barracuda.
He went through a few too many of those. But, yeah.
Whenever I hear Barracuda, maybe it's just me because of my gaming experience, but every time I hear Barracuda, it makes me think of Guitar Hero, That's like the
Hearts.
first song you start out with on Guitar Hero is Learn the Barracuda. Yeah.
And that is true.
Barracuda.
So true.
Guitar Hero is the first one you learn on there.
Oh yeah, and it's a great song. Heart was amazing.
What was the other one? Rock Band was the other game they actually had back in the day.
Yes, Rock Band was good.
Yeah, I was actually on
Really
the trip here and got invited to one of the party with the group, one of the groups that were out there and stuff. And it was kind of like came in. It was kind of like a select party they were having and stuff like that. But they had like kegs and all this kind of stuff. And these are like professional, like financial advisors I got invited to go in with and everything. Easy work with them and stuff. And it's just like keg. They're playing Rock Band. I'm like, am I back in college? Like, you know, these guys are making money over fists, right? And it's just like, this is my kind of scene right here. And we want you to sing Rock Band with us. All right, we got here. Hit me with that Soundgarden. They're like, you can do Soundgarden? Don't judge me, son. You don't know me. Oh my God. They were like, oh my God. I didn't know. I was like, they didn't know I was a radio DJ back in the 90s on the alternative station. So yeah, I fell right in. Yeah. Black Hole Sun.
Oh, I love that song.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever play the one where there was the DJ version of it? Had like a thing where you could mix.
I never played that one. I know about it, but I never
did
played
either.
it.
I never
Yeah.
did either.
I felt like, am I past that time? Can I go back? I think I'm past that time at that point, but it's like, I kind of thought about it at times. Like, now I see older people still doing DJ. And one of my college friends that I DJ with still does DJ out in California, and it's just like, maybe I gave up too early on it. But it's just like, I don't know. You don't see a lot of older DJs doing stuff now. Although you do see things pop up from time to time. At some point, we're in a nursing home. They may need a DJ, so maybe I should get back into the DJ skills. You know, hold it down in the nursing home.
Did you ever notice after 2 or 3 hours of playing Guitar Hero, did you ever notice how you would look away from the TV and everything would be moving up in front of your eyes?
Mm-hmm.
Drove me batty. I loved playing the game, but every time I looked away, I was like, oh my God, everything's moving, and I haven't had a drink.
I feel like
those things where you stare at it for like 5 seconds and then
drunk Rock Band beats drunk karaoke any day of the week.
Absolutely. 100%.
So many cars and trucks, plus my dad's 2 V8 Max. Always had GMCs other than the Datsun pickup. I feel like now Datsun, we had some of that stuff here with Nissan and Datsun, but I feel like it was almost more in Canada that you saw a lot of Datsuns rolling around.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. A lot of people mentioning Nissans in the comments too, though, so it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Gilbert, he's also in Canada as well.
Oh,
Big Daddy's in the house. Big Daddy's in Chicago. Cheers, my friend. 79 Dot. But he had a Datsun B210 hatchback, and he's sipping on the juice horse right now. Very nice. Listen, my favorite car was beat the heck 77. Oh, Toyota Celica. I do remember the Celicas from back in the day. All keys for models maybe between 74 and 81 were identical. I had it about 5 months ago. Someone took it for a ride. Oh, man.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. You know what's funny? You think back on it, and we had a key to start the car, and we had a key for the trunk. I don't know why we had 2 different keys for that nowadays, because you just hit a thing on your button to start.
You're right, yes.
Or to do thing. But it was funny how we had 2 different keys. And back after like the 70s, when we had the gas stuff, when Carter was president here, and I don't know how you felt up in Canada and stuff, but with the whole gas shortage, it started coming out with the locks you put on the key stuff, because people would go around siphoning gas out of people's gas tanks.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. It's like all these keys to one car. It's one car with 3 keys. What's going on?
It's funny. In 97, I bought my first brand new car.
Yeah.
It was a like a denim blue Pontiac Sunfire. SE 5-speed sunroof. The only option I wanted was sunroof and air conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I got.
Yeah.
So, funniest thing, went to the shopping mall one day, come walking out. Oh, there's my car. Open the door, get in, look down. It was an automatic. It's like, this is not my car. Mine was a 5-speed.
Yeah.
Key for mine opened the door of this other car. It didn't start it, but it opened the door.
That's scary. Yeah.
That's scary.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Worst car I ever owned. Worst car ever.
What is up? The wine cellar in the house. Cheers. Cheers. Welcome. First time, I think, for the wine cellar here, too. So great to have you. We do this every Thursday. I am going to wear it out tonight, but I love having all the new people in. So every Thursday we are actually here doing this for the most part. Although 2 weeks from this Thursday we will not have a show because I actually will be having family and we'll be out doing some different stuff. So, and you have the thing. Is that the same? That's the same week you're doing your stuff now, is it?
Yeah, this is unacceptable. I was gonna have like 8 people behind me all on your show. And
actually, maybe we'll let Mal run on her channel, maybe. So.
Goodness.
On Thursday.
We'll get you doing his producer skills. But yeah, every Thursday usually we're here like the WWE every week for the most part. We don't usually miss a week, and we'll see. We'll play it out. Maybe I can get in and do some stuff. We'll see what happens. So, but yeah, we'll see what's happening there.
I'll just set up all the guys all with their laptops in a circle, and we'll all be in the same room, all like just our screens and stuff.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Like the whole
we'll
brain,
be picking up each other's audio. We'll be
the beer brain trust right there. Yeah.
Wait a sec. I thought we were meeting up on Friday, not Thursday.
Oh yeah, I think a couple people are coming in Thursday. They might be on
pre-party.
I'm not sure.
The pre-party. How can I? Was I not invited to the pre-party?
I know we don't have the Airbnb until Friday, so I've been telling people Friday, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of them got here early and slept on our couch. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
Well, it's funny because Paul and I were actually going to head down on Thursday, and just find a place to play golf, find some breweries, just sort of chill, find a place.
Yeah.
But it occurred to us we're playing a golf tournament on Wednesday.
Oh.
We might want Thursday to recover before we travel.
Maybe, yeah.
Fair point.
It's funny.
How long is the drive for you?
It'll be about 8 hours, 15 minutes ish.
Gotcha. And watch when you hit Chicago. You don't want to hit rush hour, okay? Because I'm on the north side of Chicago, and I assume you're swinging down through the whole darn thing to get up to me.
I'm assuming.
Because you're crossing over at Windsor, right?
Yeah, we're going to cross Windsor and come over because that's the fastest route. I think Paul wanted to travel through the U.S., but it's like 45 minutes longer to go that route. So I was like, dude, let's just not do it.
Yeah, you've been cutting through Ohio and coming down that way, part of PA. Yeah.
Yep.
Avoid the Sky Bridge. It's an extra $11.
The Sky Bridge, okay.
Yeah, don't go Sky Bridge because Do you have an iPass? I doubt you. Do you guys have that up there? I don't know how that works.
No,
okay.
We don't have very many toll roads up here, and the ones that we do have, they take a picture of your license plate and send you a bill.
Okay.
So
yeah, I think they do that. I've had an iPass for so long I can't remember, but they always have little signs that say, "Oh, you owe this much," and here's the website, and it's like, "Oh, okay." So I don't know.
We'll try to avoid that. And what about the scooter gangs, like charging people and attacking people and
scooter
Is that
gangs?
like the London granny gangs where they hit people with purses?
Apparently downtown Chicago, if you get near the stadium, like there's all these guys on scooters that are like charging people money.
I have not seen that.
I've never heard of that.
I mean, I was just in Chicago. I didn't see
Paul shared with me and send it.
Yes, send that, please, because I've never heard of that ever.
On a more fun note, I've decided to jump over to a
I've had that one.
IPA.
Oh no, I haven't had that one. You're going flying monkeys.
Flying monkey is amazing.
Everything is backwards here. Orange creamsicle ale, and it won't focus, but this one's 11.6%.
Oh, you're moving up in the world. You're moving up.
You go.
It's got a beautiful color.
Yeah.
You guys suck. I'm gonna have to jump up my ABV next.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I did the Sparkle Puff a few years back. Yeah.
I did the Sparkle Puff last summer. It was really good.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, they make some killer beers. My favorite is still the Juicy Ass IPA. It's just a nice.
I've never done the Juicy Ass. I've seen the Juicy Ass, but I never picked it up.
That one's good too.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the first real episodes we ever did for our show, and we had a young musician locally on. I think he was just 19 years old at the time. So
yeah,
and he was like, "Yeah, I don't really like beer, guys. Here you go."
Love it.
You will later. Yeah,
it's funny. I just saw him on the weekend, and he's 22 now.
Oh wow!
And he was still cursing me about that beer. He's like, "Dude, that was awful."
Wine Cellar says, Al, my backstop says, hi, Mallory. He's next to me.
Al Chafe,
Yeah,
my backstep. It's another channel that we're friends with.
Okay.
He does like camping, outdoorsy stuff. So yeah, I said hi in the chat. You'll see it in a minute. But hi,
Okay.
Al, I miss you.
Cheers to Josh. Last Beer, another great channel to check out. Josh up and coming there with the beer stuff that he's doing as well.
Mm-hmm.
My last card for the Army was a Datsun 500 station wagon. We actually saw a station wagon when we were like in Chicago. We were kind of laughing because it all reminded us of Vacation.
Okay, I was gonna say.
It was like one of those ones that you saw like on Vacation, like when Chevy Chase comes to get the car. Yeah.
With the wooden panels on the side.
Well, not the one he got from the trade-in, but before he traded his in, you know.
Roll
I
'em up,
love
kids,
station
roll 'em
wagons.
up.
Yeah.
All
It was
right,
a different thing, but I don't know if you can use station wagons nowadays. Like, you throw kids in the back like that. I mean, nowadays you got to be all strapped into the seats. You know, we
I
used to go
think
across
Volvo
country.
still makes a beauty, but it looks more like an SUV than a station wagon.
But if you're on the highway, you never see kids back there. Now they're all in the
No.
seats. Like, they weren't riding like we were riding back in the day. Like, you couldn't go down like the road and you have kids in the back of a pickup truck
Oh,
nowadays.
yeah, I was about to say pickup truck.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it's just like, you know.
7 kids and a dog hanging in the back of the pickup truck going down a dirt road. It's like, yeah, we
Yeah.
got this.
Which I still don't know why we would have. I mean, we had the seat room for it, but I don't know why we had 3 people in the front seat back in the day when there was a full back seat, but nobody wanted to sit back there. All 3 were in the front seat together, you know.
It
So
was a little too driving Miss Daisy, you know.
And
You
no
have a
seatbelt.
driver.
no seatbelt, you know, just 3 of us up front. Yeah.
So Chu's not home, and I am out of drinks, so I'm going to run downstairs.
Uh-oh.
So I can't even sound the alarm for him. So
He's working a canning line tonight. He's canning more beer.
yeah.
Nice.
Yep. I'll be back.
Okay. May have been a 510, I don't remember because of the Japanese wagon. May have been. Well, Wine Cellar, I guess Mal may have seen that, said he misses y'all. My dad hit a moose in a Datsun, and that kept running until the body rotted out. Oh, wow. Well, mooses was a big animal, so. Favorite car back then was 87 Nissan Sentra. Sentras were nice. I remember wanting one of those at one point. Bought a used from an old lady who only drove it to church at a manual, only $20K, 91. Yeah, when I bought like I had a Chevy. It was a red, I want to say it was a Monte Carlo. I bought from this fire chief that actually had it, who rarely ever used it for anything. Like, you get these people that have the older cars. It's like great. Like, they have no mileage on them, and it's got the whole style to it. So, yeah. Mal said, miss him too. Yeah, I'm in Beijing till Sunday, then I'm heading to Nangnan to pick up my DPRK visa. Then I cross by train on Monday. Oh, very nice. Well, I'm glad you're here to actually enjoy with us here. I wouldn't mind getting over to see Beijing at some point. One of our parent company, they're actually out of Japan and I work for. I would love to get over into that part of the world and see a lot of stuff. And I have friends from college that grew up in Malaysia and over there in Taiwan and stuff too. So there's so much stuff you can do in the world, you know. It's just like, yeah, it's hard. Sold it after it was flooded over the dashboard. The fate of money cars in New Orleans. Yeah. Shade Tree Mechanic. Billy Mummy, his real name. Who rebuilt and sold it for a profit.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Nice name ever.
What's his real name though? Because you never know. Like, you know, it's
I
kind
know,
of like,
right?
this is out of New Orleans and down Louisiana. If someone says his name is Billy Mummy, you don't challenge him too much on it. He's like, your past doesn't matter. You're good with me. So
100%.
yeah, if you say it, I believe it. That's it. Oh, okay, cool. Before the Del Sol, she drove a Smurf Blue Pontiac Firefly, also a horrible car.
What? Was it a Firefly Turbo? Those things were awesome. It was a 3-cylinder that acted like a 4.
I feel like if it was turbo, you'd have to say turbo with it, though, right?
True.
I guess should have gotten rid of the moose body before it rotted out. DJ Premier skill. I don't know about DJ Premier is on a whole different level with Gangstar there, but yeah, I was just a radio DJ. Well, I did parties and stuff too, but I didn't hone my craft enough. Hey, Bart's in the house. Cheers. New Jersey represent again, my friend. Hopefully you had a good July 4th. Oh, cool. You met up with BJ at Joe Canals. Also, great conversation. Yeah, he's really nice. Things are good on my end, hopefully on your end. And anytime you're looking for a beer, check out BJ. BJ is really good at giving some updates. He actually reached out to me like about a month, 2 months ago, where they got some of the heady topper in, but I couldn't get up there in time to actually pick it up. But he's a good one to have. It's great to have a connect that works in a beer store. They can always keep you in the loop on stuff. So yeah, that is awesome. You got to hang out.
So what's up with this heady topper? I mean, Shane drove like 14 hours with his buddy to pick up heady topper.
Yeah. So heady topper is from the Alchemist, and it's one of those beers where it's got the allure around it, right? Like you have to actually go to the brewery or that part of the country to actually try to pick it up, kind of like Trillium, kind of like Treehouse. And so it's got the known history behind it, kind of like Pliny the Elder. And people love it. It's got really good ratings. People seem to really enjoy it if you're into the IPA type style. So I just haven't had it as of yet, but it's one of those beers that supposedly lives up to the hype.
I was hoping that Shane brought some back to Canada with him and we'd hook up because, I mean, his 500th episode was his feature with his buddy driving down to pick up some heady topper.
Yeah.
So,
just one of those. Check out what you got there, Mal.
Oh, Doppelbock.
Phase 3 Brewing Company, German-style Doppelbock, 8.2% ABV. If I remember correctly, Phase 3 did a crossover with Other Half, too, recently. So
I think they did, yeah.
I have that one in the fridge. I haven't tried it yet. But
Which I have Other Half here. I got to see if they got that crossover.
So Other Half is in Chicago, right?
No, they are New York,
East Coast,
New York, Pennsylvania, Philly, and DC.
So not far from me then.
Yeah, no, you can get them in New York, down in Brooklyn, I think.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been to the DC location.
My house.
Yeah, and then they got the Philly location. I think they got 2 spots in New York. Now, they might actually, I think their second location might be closer to you because I think it might be upstate New York.
Okay.
For Other Half. But yeah, if you're an IPA drinker, it's just like Other Half is the one you want to go after if you're in the East Coast. And it's like, I've been in stores talking to people and they'll be like looking for stuff. And then I'll talk to them a little bit and they're like, what do you think for an IPA? And I'll be like, Other Half. And then I see people going about it. Stores should be paying me commission when I point out this stuff. You know what I mean? Because they're like, okay, they grab a couple 4-packs and they're out. And they, it's just, you can't go wrong with Other Half when you're getting their beers.
One of the beers that I was talking about earlier, I wanted to get was a collaboration from WeldWorks and Hot Butcher.
Oh, that'd be good. That's a good collaboration between them.
It's called the Best Citra.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like 8.5%.
I love Citra hops.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I was like, I got to go get that one. So hopefully they still have it tomorrow because I'm going to go by it, but I'd be surprised if they did.
When I was in Chicago and I went to Hot Butcher, they had a fantastic triple IPA that was on tap. It was really good. I didn't do any of the stout. It was funny. We were there talking and talking to JT and talking to Liz. What people don't get about Hot Butcher is like a lot of people see their IPA and their double IPA and triple IPA and they see stuff and they mess around with the wheat ale and some other stuff. They got a hell of a stout game.
Oh man!
And like Liz ended up getting one of their stout, and it just like blew her away. I think.
Their Fat Bear was one of the best peanut butter stouts I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, well, they had a cordial that was really good. That Liz got was like 12% or whatever. I didn't try it, but she was just ecstatic over it. And as good as they do in the IPAs, the stouts I've had for them are even to the next level in that regard. Yeah.
And the last time I was there, they actually had an ESB on tap, which you never see, and it was damn good. Yeah. I love ESB. They're hard to find, but when I find them, I'm so excited. Yeah. And that one was phenomenal.
Yeah,
I didn't expect them to do well at that style, I guess. I don't know.
Well, the ESB is kind of an interesting beer history because when I get a chance, I try to go through the beer Bible to kind of relate to some of the different stuff and do research, put the time in and all kind of stuff. And ESBs were kind of out there until kind of the pale ales kind of kicked them out kind of thing, and then IPAs. But some breweries are bringing back the ESBs, and they are a great little thing to actually have and enjoy. So,
well, as soon as you say the word bitter, everyone's like, "Oh, I don't want that." One of the breweries I was working for came out with an ESB. They heard the name of it, and they're like, "Oh, no, I don't want that." And I'm like, "No. Think English pub ale."
Well, you know why? It's because I think we talked about it before because people here in America are used to seeing back in the 80s the whole bitter beer face thing when they ran that campaign. So there's a negativity, a connotation attached to bitter beer that some people just have to get over still.
Yep.
Yeah. And the bitterness is different too, right? Because you have the bittering from IPA versus a coffee bittering that you'll get with the stout type thing too. So it's not all bitters are the same as well. So.
And it's just so pretty and so easy to drink. And I love them.
Yeah.
I tried to find them, but I love them.
It's so funny because I don't think anybody up here is doing an ESB right now. We don't see them.
No.
I'll see one every, I'd say 6 or 7 months. I'll see somebody came out with one, but it's so rare, and I just.
And with
I always want Marzens in March. You can't find it, so.
Right.
That's the thing. You got to also have enough of clientele to actually support you bringing that out. That's why a lot of breweries do the small batch process in the sea and test it out before they kind of come back and do stuff on it. So.
And they're not marketing it well to the American public either. As soon as they say ESB, everyone's out. It's like, no, try it. Hold on. Just give it a shot.
See, I think every brewery, in my opinion, should have something like at some course during the week, like a training type thing about beers.
Absolutely.
That people come there can come and learn more about beers and learn about their styles, because people are just used to IPAs being thrown in front of their face and they miss all the other styles of beer that are out there. So if you can provide a course to people that actually come to your brewery, this is what we drink here, and this is called a Keller beer, or this is called a rock beer, or this is called, whatever style you wanted to do, that will have more people start to enjoy more of a spectrum with beers. I think it's a great opportunity for a lot of breweries to do that. So
it's funny. We've got a local brewery that went back to the basics. They're doing lagers, pilsners, all unfiltered, super clear. It's time. And they're taking the time with them. And it's funny because they're one of the less popular breweries up here. And when you tell people, oh, you got to go to, they go, really?
Yeah.
You know what? Try the Pilsner.
Yeah.
They're killing it.
And Pilsner is so hard to do well.
Exactly.
I judge a brewery based on their Pilsner or their Kolsch or the beer they can't hide behind.
Oh, a Kolsch. Oh, man.
Yeah.
A good Kolsch is so hard to do.
Well, it's like I hear people they'll say, well, it's so much tougher to do a lager. It's not tougher. It's more technical. You have to be more involved with it. It's not tougher.
More technical and more time, right?
Yeah. You have to be more driven about doing it. You can pull it off. You can do it. It's just, you have different things you have to be more aware of when you're doing it.
You're not doing it to rake in cash. That's the thing. You're doing it because you want to do it.
Yeah.
And I think people are rewarded.
IPAs and stuff are such a quick turnaround, right? You can make a lot really quickly and pump them out the door.
Well, Starth up here, they have both a German and a Czech Pilsner. And I'm like, they took the time to do a German and a Czech, and they're clearly different.
Yeah.
Both beautiful.
Okay.
And then they have a Helles as well. They have a Helles too.
We're going to go there, right?
Yeah.
I'm afraid they're really far out of the city. We wouldn't have time to hit anything else if we hit them.
Okay, so you'll buy some and put them in the fridge, right?
Okay. That I can do.
Well, you take everybody go to Benny's and go crazy or something.
Well, I think it's funny because the guys don't realize that our fridge is going to be completely filled with beer. All of them without the tops on, all randomly placed. So people are just going to be reaching in, grabbing stuff, and you never know what you're going to get.
I expect to see a lot. I expect to see
like a roulette.
I expect to see a lot of mystery beer videos. I don't know what I got here.
I can do that. I can play up some
I think you should have it all wrapped with people to get beers and then do mystery beer videos about what they're actually enjoying and try to figure it out.
Not to mention, I have a couple breweries lined up who are interested in giving us sixtels as well. I just have to figure out how to keep them cool because I don't have a kegerator, so I'm trying to figure that one out still.
Oh, a horse feed bucket with lots of ice.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Lots of ice.
A bathtub.
Yeah.
With lots of ice.
Well, how are we going to do?
Are we going back to the frat party days again?
How are you going to do shower beers if the bathtub's full of ice?
Well, I hope there's more than one shower in the place we're staying, but
yeah, there is.
There you go. Problem solved.
I mean,
if you're doing showers, you're not doing the frat days. So
I am so stoked about that weekend.
Oh my gosh.
And it's funny because it's the weekend after I turn 50.
Nice.
Exciting. Happy early birthday.
Happy birthday. Cheers.
Portillo's cake. You have not experienced life until you've had Portillo's cake. Do you like chocolate?
I love chocolate.
Good. Then you're going to love Portillo's cake.
There you go.
It's what Chu and I had for our wedding because you have to. There's no choice.
Oh. And the Aubrey figured out why we had 2 keys to the cars back then, by the way.
I saw that. was trying not to laugh when I saw that pop up.
That makes total sense, though.
When you think about it, there were a good amount of serial killers back then.
You're right.
The thing is, though, you didn't
Yeah,
know
no,
because
your
there was no
audience.
social media.
No
Yeah.
social media,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
The world was safe.
Oh, Nissan prototypes car being tested, having the race number 23 because he is number 2 and Sans number 3 in Japanese. Huh. Well, that's interesting. So they weren't Michael Jordan fans. That's why.
Is that why the new high-performance Hyundais are called the N series?
Maybe.
The Koreans are ripping something off from the Japanese.
James
Could
just
be.
cracked open a can
Oh,
of
the fin de
Mold stickers.
Sakaka! Oh, Tabernac!
Oh, nice. I picked up 6 Unibrews spots. So I got to crack those open. It was a great deal. I ended up getting them for like $15 or whatever, like 6 Unibrews and 2 glasses. I'm like,
Wow.
yeah. I mean,
You and I are
you're new to the channel, Octonauts. I don't know if you watched it enough, but I have this thing called the Rod J deals that seem to pop up when I go to places. I always find these special deals. It's like a talent or something. I draw these deals in when I show up at spots.
That's awesome.
You and I even have a Unibrew cookbook. There was a giveaway at our Binnies where if you bought a 4-pack of Unibrew, you got a little cookbook to like make these like a soup with it and make like, you know, it was a tiny little thing, but it cracked us up and we still have it on the shelf.
That's
but
so awesome.
wood grain on both sides. Yeah, the old station wagons back in the
yeah.
day. Best pumpkin beer, my all-time favorite, Sam has pumpkin spice. Wow. Was not expecting a pumpkin beer.
Where'd that come from? Is it October all of a sudden?
Yeah.
We're getting
Well,
ready for fall.
maybe in Beijing they're starting to drink pumpkin beer. So
Could be.
what is your favorite pumpkin beer? If you have one.
I like the Schlafly.
Schlafly pumpkin beer? Just a regular Schlafly pumpkin beer from St.
Yeah,
Louis?
it's so simple. It's not crazy spiced. And actually, we used it for our wedding, for our Unity ceremony. She poured a pumpkin beer, and I poured a shot of Fireball, and we had to down the cocktail.
Fireball. Oh, party's on.
Fireball.
Fireball.
Beer.
Yeah.
I'm
Yuck.
actually a whiskey drinker, but a regular whiskey wouldn't have tasted good with the pumpkin beer, so we did the Fireball instead. And we were at a distillery, which I'm sure they cringed seeing me pour Fireball in our Unity ceremony, but that's okay. They said it was okay. They gave me permission, but somebody stole that bottle by the end of the night, which ticked me off.
Fireball always gets the party started.
Fireball
We were
and
at a whiskey
Jägermeister.
distillery. We had 6 hours of open bar. I got the party started.
What's your favorite pumpkin beer?
I'm not sure. I mean, we've got some local breweries that do a really good pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
Taps Brewhouse locally does a really good pumpkin. There's a lot of pumpkin up here.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned are we already pumpkin? Guess what? We are in July. So by the end of this month, you will start seeing pumpkin beers being placed on shelves.
That's true. And if you want to actually film those in October, you have to stock up now and keep them in your garage until it's time.
Yeah, because who wants? I don't want a pumpkin before
Don't even
October
start,
for the most
right?
part, but they're already out. But we were asking, what's the favorite pumpkin?
So,
Todd, you got a favorite pumpkin of the pumpkin beers?
He likes a pumpkin with the uneven teeth and this crooked smile.
Kind of like Southern Tears, like Pumpkin.
Pumpkin, probably.
Pumpkin Warlock is good.
Yeah,
too.
Warlock was. Let's say Warlock is probably the one I like.
Even better is if you mix them together; those are actually really good.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like a cuvee of the Southern Tier. Now, I will say,
Does that mean
if
it's
you
a War King?
Yeah, War King, right? Yeah, if you
go.
actually get Avery, the pump KY in, it's got the KY in brackets.
Yes, that's.
I mean, it's a meager like 17.6% ABV.
Yeah, it's sessionable.
But it is really good.
So it's no longer a beer at that point. It really isn't.
Right.
I mean, I don't know, because if you're doing it at that point, then what do you do like with the Utopias, or what do you do with the snake bite? It's kind of like,
drink them.
at what point do you get to where
Just drink them. Todd's got it.
Yeah.
He's like, you just drink them.
It's not.
I mean,
it's
you
a
got
beverage.
the Goose Island beers. You got them around the 16, 17 level. So
Yeah, but they're barley wines by that point, really.
it's You guess, yeah. I mean, it gets into what they're actually looking at, right?
I mean, in Canada, anyways, by the time you get to that kind of percentage, it's a barley wine.
Yeah. At all your point, it's like Dave Chappelle to get you drunk.
As far as just like a basic standard pumpkin beer, I do kind of like Sam Adams, like pumpkin ale.
The pumpkin spice, like was mentioned there. Yeah.
Because you can tell, like, that's the difference from every year. It does sort of change, or at least it used to.
I've had the Sam Adams for a long time. Now, Dogfish Head, the pumpkin ale they have is pretty decent too.
Yeah.
So Chu and I always looked for the ones that were less spiced and more like actual pumpkin that tasted properly like pumpkin, because we just like those better. But that's when we added the Fireball. We call it the Headless Horseman.
Okay.
And then we do Fireball and a shot of vanilla vodka and call it the Ichabod Crane.
Oh, I'm liking this. I'm liking this.
Yeah. So we have like a slew of cocktails all around Halloween stuff because I'm Halloween obsessed. So can't help it.
That's funny. So like 7 months ago, Paul and I did a video called "Do We Need More Pumpkin Ales?"
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
What was the verdict on it?
It was kind of a hang. Like it was a stalemate.
Yeah,
I don't mind him. Paul hates him.
I feel like the pumpkin.
I like him sometimes.
I don't hate the pumpkin, but I feel like it's definitely pushed upon the people now. Like I said, by the end of this month, you'll start seeing pumpkin ales out in beer stores.
Yeah,
and I'm like, can we at least get to Oktoberfest first?
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
My thing with pumpkin is if it's real pumpkin, and not just pumpkin spice.
Yeah. So you have some of the beers that do the pumpkin spice. Yeah. You have some that have like the pumpkin fill. Like I prefer the pumpkin fill-in type thing where you're getting that crust type feel. Right. So so you have to find the right pumpkin because they do make a difference on which ones you're trying.
100%. It's earthy. It's real. Yeah. There's something there. You get that, if you bite into a squash, you get that feeling on your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what a pumpkin should be.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I think it's Breckenridge does a sweet potato beer that is just phenomenal. It's really good.
Breckenridge out of California. Breckenridge Brewery.
Delicious.
I love sweet potatoes.
But I'll tell you, for the Thealconots channel, I love it when you guys, either one of you has a beer that you don't like, because your faces are phenomenal. And you do these like zoom ins and stuff. I love it.
Yeah.
You guys
Paul does
up when you have, especially with the pumpkin beers. Actually, there's some great faces on your pumpkin videos.
Yeah, Paul does most of the editing. He does a wicked job.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we just went back a couple of weeks ago. We were sitting here in my office and we were looking at stuff. We were like, look at these first videos we did. They were so crappy. It sounded horrible. It was awful.
It's always fun when you go back to take a look at where you started from, right? Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I do live sound for bands, like as my side hustle, and I work in a convention center. I've got access to all sorts of stuff, and the first couple was just a really shitty cell phone. Here and go.
Yeah.
We tried to figure this crap out, but I mean, now we're doing 4K video. Our audio has gotten so much better. We've actually had YouTube channels reach out and go, "How do you get good sound?"
Yeah,
and so, like we're bringing stuff down when we come down to Chicago next week or a couple of weeks now.
Yep.
We're gonna bring stuff down. We're gonna actually film some stuff over there.
Oh yeah,
it's all gonna be like
we're gonna have our umbrella lights, our green screen, a bunch of stuff for everybody to use. So
yeah.
And our lapel mics, because the lapel mics were a game changer for us because we were filming in breweries. We had to have the mics. It was the only way.
Yep. Yeah, we play with stuff. I mean, I've got access to so much fun gear. It's ridiculous. And I'm trying not to use it just because like we can't maintain that because I don't own it. It's just, hey, Jim, can I borrow?
Right.
Well, one thing I loved about last year's convention where we all kind of got together is seeing how Brian the Beer Snob does all of his stuff.
Yep.
Like, maybe his sound wasn't as good, but his camera setup was better or his tripod was better.
Yep.
And then TK has this other thing that his audio thing sits in front of him, but every time he's about to film, he like counts down, he claps, and then he goes... And then he starts.
Yep.
TK does that?
Yeah, TK does it every time.
Yeah. It's funny because
he counts down, he claps, and then he goes, that's to sync the sound. He claps to sync the sound, and then he goes. Starts. Because when you see the beginning of his videos, he doesn't hesitate. It's just bam on the front of his videos every time.
Yeah, Paul and I do the same thing. Our audio is recorded separate from our video. It's
really okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, we do that too. With the mics are on his phone, but we have the video separate. So
yeah, we've actually got a clapper board that we use, and it's got all the stuff on it, and it's snap in every time. It's
see, I have the mic here. I have everything I use records right here, and then I use the what am I using to edit it? It's the Sony Magic Movie Studio Platinum that does pretty good there. So,
but it was fun seeing how everyone did different things. For example, Brian the Beer Snob, when he's filming, he is slow as molasses on everything. He's just
absolutely.
And he doesn't bother editing. He's just kind of like, no, that one works. But he'll do 3 videos in one night. So he'll have 3 T-shirts down at the Hardcore Pub with him. So he'll put on one T-shirt, he'll film one, he'll put on another T-shirt, he'll film the second one, he'll put on the 3rd T-shirt, film the 3rd
So you're telling me Brian goes through wardrobe changes. That's interesting.
He does wardrobe changes.
He's not the only one.
Yeah.
Paul and I do that too. Like, I'm sure
I
you
don't
guys
change wardrobe. I'll do
sure
a couple
you guys
of
can tell. So we are way further along in some videos than we are on others. Like
you guys are on diva level.
Oh yeah, we've totally done 5 episodes in one night.
Well,
but I don't change clothes if I do like for videos. I just keep the same shirt.
Oh, we totally do. So it's week to week to week to week.
So some of my crafting videos take 20 hours of footage to make because I'm crafting something. So I'll actually change clothes 6 times in one video just because it's 6 days to make the darn thing. So I don't have a choice. Like, I'm not going to wear the same thing every day. I change clothes because it's the next day. The spray paint had to dry. I don't know what else to do, guys.
But you could buy 5 red T-shirts to wear.
I could.
Okay, so y'all watching this, and I'm up here with Mariah Carey and Destiny's Child, and all these people that are doing wardrobe changes, right? I keep it real. I'm like Busta Rhymes, son.
Oh yeah, it's amazing how far you can go with this stuff. I mean, Paul does all the editing on it's called DaVinci.
Oh yeah, I know DaVinci as well.
It's a heck of a program, and man, he has mastered it.
I love OpenShot. It's very simple. It gets the job done, and that's the level I'm at. So
yeah, it's a matter of what works for you. Like, it took me a while to get used to Platinum, and then they changed it the last time, and I had to get used to it again. But I actually like it for the different stuff I can do with it. But I keep it kind of simple on some of the video stuff. And next week I have a couple shows that'll be coming on. I'll be doing some live streams for, but which I got to talk about that still. I haven't talked about that yet. But it's all what you're comfortable with. There's a lot of good programs that are out there that you can actually get, not to worry about putting money into if you don't want to. But there's also some ones you can put some money into that'll get you more. But getting this microphone was actually a good thing there versus other stuff. When I go out, I got like the clip-on thing from Amazon that you just plug into your phone and mic right there on the lapel, which is funny. Last time I wore that at one of the breweries, and the guy was like, when the brewers came by, he's like, "You had the thing on your lapel." I had to come over and find out who you were. You were kind of doing stuff. Then we sat down and I had like 3-hour interview with the head brewer at the brewery when he found out who I was. Awesome. So yeah. So it's what works for you. This one is a Razi. It's basically like the Yeti Blue mic, but our company actually had them where we can get these, and it didn't cost me anything. I pretty much just got it through our company and stuff. Sweet. So it's very nice, and you had to find the right one that worked for you. You do the sound stuff, so I had to mess around with the selection because there are 3 different choices on how you can talk through here, and then when you put in the edit, I got to move the equalizer around and where I want to get it to the right things and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I enjoy it now, and so. At first, it was down here. Then I'll put it up here. Like, where do I want to put it? And so it's YouTube. You're always kind of messing with stuff, and it's funny when you go back and you look at the stuff you did earlier, and you're like, "Why the hell did I talk so much on that video? Like, I was talking about way too much." But that shows the progress you're actually making as you're actually growing and stuff.
That's why I put time limits on some of mine. That's why the 5-minute flights and the 60-second sips. I need a time limit because I'll keep going.
Yeah. So.
I need to slow down.
I'm going to show you the mic I use, but it's all. All locked up. Yeah. Maybe I can do this. So I got this guy.
Oh, okay.
So it's a condenser mic. It's a large diaphragm.
Yeah.
And everything runs through a USB interface.
Yeah. See, behind me, I've got another laptop over here. I don't know if you can fully see it over there, but I've got another mic and another setup over there as well. So I can shoot from another area and angle if I wanted to. And then I've got the camera that's facing me here, but I got another camera here, another camera over here. If I want to cut that on, I can do different. It's all tooling, but at the same point, you don't want to overwhelm yourself with all the stuff you can do on YouTube and everything.
For sure.
Like a lot of times, me and Mallory will talk after the show and kind of stuff, and it's just like there's so many ways you can kind of take it. So if you overwhelm yourself, you kind of paint yourself into a corner after a point, and you start to.
I haven't started a channel because you're already overwhelming me as it is.
We've been trying to get Todd started a channel for a long time. Just do a grilling channel. Just put a camera out by the grill and just sit it there, So.
Well, it was fun with Shane. He has these grandiose plans for his videos. And then when the shooting starts, it's very on the fly, everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which was super fun for me because we're going to do this and we're going to do this and we're going to do this and we're going to do this. And he said, okay, go. I'm like, what? We're going? Okay, let's go.
Absolutely.
But
See,
a whole different style. Now, when I'm crafting, I'm on the fly for everything because I'm going to F up everything while I'm crafting. And I'm cool with that. That's why the channel's called Imperfectly Me. Because I expect to make mistakes, and I'm cool with that. And if I make a mistake, I'll say, that did not work. Two got super glued to a table. We're moving on. Or, like with the brewery ones,
bringing Chicago
the hell out of them because I talk too much. Ooh, what's that?
Chicago's Revolution.
Vanilla Bat.
Oh.
Yep.
Vanilla Death.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have to keep up with you guys, so it's only
I think
13.8. So
you're getting back up there.
You're all right.
Close.
But I'm like, I guess my style, I'm more like Bill O'Reilly. I'm just like, F it, we'll do it live. So
You're right.
It's funny because since Paul went back to work at Paul works at a distillery locally, and since he went back to work, we totally like, okay, here's what we're doing. We're going to talk about this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Boom, done.
Yeah.
And we have not posted in forever.
Yeah.
And it's life gets in the way of this stuff sometimes.
Oh, it definitely does. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's what happened to us too. We haven't posted a long form video since February, since Chu's mom fell and my dad had a heart condition. It just threw everything out of whack. And then I got a new job, 2 new jobs, and then now it's one job, but it's like
work is good
all at once. It was just crazy. But I am manager at a brewery now, by the way.
Yes.
Sweet.
Congrats.
Which one?
Ravinia Brewing Company.
We gonna go there?
We'll go to the downtown location. I actually work at the suburbs location. So, but I've talked to the owners. They said it's cool for us to have a brewery tour and do the things. So I'm trying to get the brewers involved. So it'll be fun.
Awesome.
Plus, that's walking distance to Maplewood, which is freaking amazing, and Metropolitan, which is really good too. So we have walking distance on 3 right there. It's going to be great.
Well, you got Hot Butcher there too, right? By Metropolitan.
Yeah, Hot Butcher isn't too far, but I'm going to do Hot Butcher with Dovetail and Beguile, I think.
Oh, you guys will love it. You guys will love that. Then. Yeah.
So not to take over on the whole Chicago weekend thing, but I know Paul's kind of stressing because his wife's going down to meet up with some friends that she used to work with. And he wants to spend some time with them.
Of course.
He's trying to figure out which evening works out best for.
So I know Shane wants to do the Chuggy Awards on Sunday night.
Perfect.
I know you guys have talked about kind of a beer Olympics thing,
and we can insert that anywhere.
I think
like
we could
get up in the morning, have
over...
breakfast, do a beer Olympics thing.
Yeah, we could
go for lunch, do
Sunday
a thing.
morning or Saturday morning. I am planning on making breakfast for everybody every morning, so you're covered on breakfast because we're gonna need it.
Ouch.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have plenty.
I feel like the Beer Olympics should be like Beer Fest. I expect to see video on that. So
we've done the Beer Olympics with local breweries, and it was so much fun. So these are little things that we can. If there's a lull, we're just going to insert something. Hey guys, let's do this.
Yeah.
So, but the thing that we messed up last year is that we didn't give all of us time to film together. Because not everyone wants to film at a brewery, and I'm taking people to 6 different breweries in 4 days, so that's going to keep us a little busy. And I want to make sure people have time to, like, if Shane wants to film with you guys, or if Brian wants to film with you guys, I want to give you time because, well, Brian's a little slower on the filming. Everything moves down south speed with
Yep.
Ryan. He's so
It's
relaxed.
a style. It's a style.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
I have to take all that into account. TK is teaching in Kosovo up until the 21st. He's seeing if
Oh,
he's
wow.
going to fly into Chicago or if he's going to come back home, but he's going to be super jet lagged if he comes into Chicago. I'm not sure what he's doing just yet. Blue Ice is coming up from Atlanta as well.
Oh, nice.
And I'm so excited. I found
Wow.
him a cheap flight, so Blue Ice is coming up, and I can't wait to see you. So yeah, it's gonna be so much fun. We're gonna just drink so much beer.
So it's too bad you guys can't. Rod and Todd can't join us. This would be
Yeah,
so
no,
much
it'll
fun.
be great. Yeah, I just got back from
If Todd and
Chicago there.
Shannon want to come up, you guys aren't that far
Todd
away.
and Shannon aren't that far away. They're right there.
I know we were talking about doing it, but
You should.
what are schedule?
Absolutely.
I mean, she and I are already planning on sleeping on couches, so we're good. You just come on up.
I'm so excited because I had, since this whole 9/11 thing, my wife and I, it was like, we don't need to go to the US. There's no reason, no passports, no nothing. As soon as this came up, I tried for last year to grab my passport and it just didn't work out. So this year I've got it and we are cruising. I cannot wait for it to happen.
I love it.
Like, so excited. My camera
If she
is
gets
going
bored
to
with her friends, she can hang out with us. I know Shane's wife may be joining us. I'm not sure yet.
I think she is coming down, but Paul's wife definitely is going off to do things with her friends down there. So, and he wants to spend a night to hang out with those guys. So,
of course,
my wife is like, I'll stay home at work. So.
Right.
So
I'll relax here by myself.
I'm going to be sending out like a loose, like cruise ship level itinerary where it's like these things are supposed to happen this day. If you want to come, that's great. If you want to stick around the house, that's cool too. Do what you got to do. If you want to go sightseeing and see something else, by all means, you have every right to. I'm just saying, I'm offering this.
That works. So, you know what? Because Paul and his wife met on a cruise ship, so that works.
Well, just remember to get some Garrett's popcorn while you're there.
Yes.
And I got to get a Chicago pie.
Yeah. I will definitely get us.
You don't have to, but
no,
I know you want to cross it off the list. I know.
I have to.
Cross off the list. Well, there's the Chicago deep
get a
dip.
Chicago hot dog, Chicago style hot dog.
Chicago style hot dogs. There's
if it's got Chicago in the name, I want
it. Cheesecake Factory is Chicago as well. And then
Cheesecake Factory you get anywhere there though. But I'm thinking like the Chicago style pizza and the Chicago style hot dog, the Garrett's popcorn.
Funny. It's Paul's from the Philippines. Last weekend, he was at one of our local watering holes that we love, and he met a couple that were from Chicago. She's from the Philippines. He's from Chicago, and they wrote a list of places we have to check out. So,
I love it.
Nice.
Send me the list. I'll see what I can do.
Well, there's a lot of stuff in Chicago to check out. So yeah,
we're only a 3-block walk from the Green Line, so we can hop on the train and get to pretty much anywhere we need to. Or there's always Lyft and Uber or a designated driver of some sort. We can figure it out. So
yeah.
So what are the actual dates of that, Mel? 21st through
24th. Yep.
That Friday through the Monday.
Yep, yeah. Friday through Monday.
Are you doing things on Monday or just everybody leaving on Monday?
If there's still people there, still people there, I'll be doing stuff.
Well, you guys go to a brewery like Big Daddy here. He's in Chicago. Try to connect with him there too.
I wanted to talk to JT and his wife as well. If
JT and Liz, they're in here as well. Yeah.
Beer in front, and you said
Dave.
There's a lady.
Afro Beer Chick, Shalonda.
I haven't met her before, but I would love to meet her. So if I can get her somehow involved, that'd be cool too.
Yeah. She does a lot of stuff. I mean, she does some stuff on YouTube, but Twitter is like her main thing. She does a lot of stuff on. So I can get you connected with her.
Yeah, I'm not much on Twitter. I have a handle, but I've never used it. So
Paul's our Twitter guy.
Yeah,
I know it's Twitter. I do Twitter, but now I'm on. What's the name of Threads? I'm on Threads now. So.
Threads.
That's the new one that Meta launched to compete against Twitter. You didn't see that today? Like, it's like a certain amount of million people jumped on there already today. Like, Twitter's starting a lawsuit.
So that's the Facebook version of Twitter?
Yeah, just came out.
No thanks.
Yeah, it's huge.
I'm out.
It's actually not bad as far as it keeps you more focused on people you actually want to kind of follow in what you're doing versus Twitter where you get stuff from everywhere. This is kind of more, it's basically your Instagram links into it. So people usually follow Instagram are kind of in your feed. So like my feed right now is all beer stuff that I get rather than seeing some crazy thing that'll pop up from something.
Great. I'm sure I'm gonna have to snag a handle on that and not use.
No, you don't. You just bring your Instagram over.
Okay.
And it sets it right up.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But we need to at least snag it before someone else does.
Yeah. But Big Daddy said he's been told, and I've been told the same thing. Big Daddy, yes, I've had Hop Stupid. I've heard it's kind of pretty much close to a Heady Topper clone as well. So, but Hop Stupid is a good beer for Lagunitas.
Hop Stupid.
Yeah, Liz got both stouts. She got the cherry cordial and a delightful toasty coconut thing. So both of those were at Hop Butcher when we were in there. Both of them were really good. She said, I actually ended up having like the triple IPA and like I think a single or double IPA. Then we left to go to the Bad Apple. Which the Bad Apple, if you get hungry, if you're hungry when you're around those areas, the Bad Apple, oh my God, the burger they had was freaking phenomenal. Liz and JT split a poutine, and then somebody else got something else. I can't remember what they got, but it was one of the best burgers I've had in a number of years. They delivered on it. Yeah.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah.
I was driving back from Michigan yesterday, and we stopped in Battle Creek, which is where Kellogg's and General Mills are both from.
Mm-hmm.
But they opened a New Holland satellite location in Battle Creek. Yeah. And so we stopped at New Holland. The food was lovely. I did pick up a 4-pack of Dragon's Milk Stroopwafel.
Yes, I've had the Stroopwafel. Yeah.
So that's going in the fridge for our get-together as well.
Stroopwafel was I won't say anything about it yet because I want you to try it and be, what you get on your end. But it definitely had a nice little bit of nostalgia for me enjoying that because
I had
the cookie form of Stroopwafel I enjoy. So
had it on tap last year when we went to New Belgium.
Nice. But yeah, you have the little cup of coffee and you slip that Stroopwafel on top for a second, and then you bite into it, and all that caramel's all. Yes.
You get the Homer Simpson drool that starts to come out there.
I know,
right?
You just saw a pink donut going by.
JT's not a pumpkin beer drinker. He's the best pumpkin beer. Gotta say no. You just gotta say.
Some good comments about the poetry of brewing beer, though.
Yeah, it's almost Oktoberfest. Yeah, so you'll have pumpkin beer out this month, and you'll get Oktoberfest that'll come out next month.
Yes.
And then September come around, you start seeing Christmas ales start to pop up. So it's kind of everybody. You know what it is? Like everybody's pushing them out because it's like musical chairs. I always tell people, like every year, nobody wants to be the one that misses the chair. So you got to get them out early so you get your sales in before people got burnt out on them.
True.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
This can has to go up there.
Oh, been retired. That's like the jersey. That's like the jersey. That's the jersey thing at the stadium. Like when you retire a number, retire can, it goes up top of it.
Yep.
Is it for any beer or just ones that really stand out?
It's singles, just singles of what we tried.
Yeah, but that's going to be that's a small shelf. So I mean,
I got more shelves down over there waiting to go on the wall. So.
Okay, just making sure.
Did you see that comment about the NyQuil thing?
I haven't got down there yet.
Oh,
back shortly.
It was a Betty Ford comment. Let me see. Well, at a college. Oh yeah, I'm at that one right now. At a college party, I made a drink called the Sleepwalker Vodka NyQuil Jello Shooter.
Oh my God!
Everyone loved it. This was back in the late '90s. If you did it today, then we'll be offended. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, a little bit.
For those of us that drank in the 80s and 90s, there were some experimental stuff out there. We talked about the whole Bacardi 151 before. Like people are like, what's Bacardi 151? Yeah. There's a reason you don't know what it is right now because they don't make it anymore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But no. NyQuil. A favorite choice of Betty Ford, one of our first ladies.
NyQuil in it?
He put the NyQuil in the shooter. Oh my God. He's creative.
With a float on top of the Jello, or how?
Sam's in the house. Cheers, Sam. Sam over in Australia, my friend. We got Australia in the house. We got Beijing in the house.
That's awesome.
We got Canada in the house. We're all international tonight. So, Well, surprisingly, we don't have any UK people in the house as of yet. So usually we have the UK
We
represented here
started too
too.
early.
Yeah. Germany? I haven't had Germany in a while. Remember the time, Todd, we had all the German people come in? That was freaking awesome. So we got flooded with it. Oh, you're muted again.
No sound, Todd.
Sorry. It was like 50-something people.
We had all the German contingent came through, and at the time, Joe was actually reading the comments. He was trying to keep up on them all.
He's like, screw it, I can't keep up. He's like, I'm done with it.
I loved it.
It was like 50-something, 58 people. I don't remember what it was, but it was a shit ton that night.
I would love to get the German people back in again.
It was awesome.
Greg on how to drink. He always wears the same plaid style shirt, like a trademark. It's like the Don King afro, right? So yeah. I haven't seen how to drink. It might be a channel I have to check out. I haven't seen that one there because I think of Greg and I think of Greg's beer reviews.
I guess I never noticed that his shirt was the same. But I've seen the channel. It just never occurred to me, I suppose.
Greg has a great opening line. Let's see what's in the fridge. And now it's time to keep it going with the party. The party don't stop till the party don't rock. We're going to drop it back to a little Evil Twin Brewing Imperial Biscotti Break.
Nice.
This one is a low sessionable 11.6% ABV. So I do got to work tomorrow. You're right.
Well, you just got to roll out of bed and crawl to your...
Yeah.
You're just trying to get too far gone so we can't stay up as late as usual.
You gotta know your tolerance, right? And which you can handle.
Which is funny because I've been taking it easy. You guys have been up in the
I know.
up in it lately.
That's what happens sometimes.
This is the world I live in. I live here. This is my location. I'm just
my tolerance is stupid at this point.
I drink a lot. You know what is funny? I just crossed like 7,100 beers checked in on Untapped.
Oh wow!
And I'm like, you would think that's a big number, but then I'm thinking I didn't start using Untapped till about 2015. There's a lot of years where I drink a lot of beers that aren't on there, so I'm like Will Chamberlain numbers on beers probably.
I've the last few years, like I haven't checked in nearly.
Yeah.
Many of I've drank for sure.
Like we do the beer festivals, like you don't check in after a point at beer festivals. And then when I go back to the college years and high school and if I've checked in 7,100, I've done at least 10,000 plus beers.
Oh, for sure.
Saying. Yeah.
You and I are terrible at checking in. We never think of it ever. Yeah. It's just stupid.
Like most
JT said, count us in, Mal.
Yay! I'm so excited. I'll let you know.
Go brewery hopping again.
When do we go brewery hopping?
JT is number. He's in Chicago as well. JT and Liz, so they're going to hook up with you guys there. So he has your number, so we'll be in touch. We did my Twitter a couple weeks ago. Too much of a musky. Yeah, you can delete Twitter, but if you're on the other one, Threads, you just import your Instagram, and it's basically a different type program you can do.
Can I say how much I love that he added the word musky before dumpster fire? It wasn't just a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
That was a new level of dumpster fire.
I know someone at Metropolitan can get you in the back. Well, there you go, Metropolitan.
Yes.
Well, hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sign us up.
151 was the play who's a rum. Yeah, 151 was kind of on a different level of the rum. Yeah. But you burn down bars when you're doing a lot of Dr. Peppers and things like that. It becomes a liability exposure. People are like, well, we can't do this alcohol anymore. But God, it was so damn good. It was. What was I watching? You know what I was watching? I was watching last night, and I hadn't seen it in years. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh, I love that.
Great movie. And there's a scene in it when Jack Nicholson and Chief are drinking, and they're drinking 151 straight from the bottle.
Of course,
and Chief was just like chugging it, it's like, oh, those remind me of the days back then. So.
And I'm willing to bet that wasn't fake for them.
Probably not.
No, probably not.
Well, Nicholson's a method actor, so probably not for them.
Oh, yeah.
So they're probably drinking straight for the 151,
and
Chief was chugging it. I mean, this guy was like 6'6" or whatever in the movie. He was a huge guy, but he was just knocking him back like no problem. So.
God, Dr. Peppers.
Yeah. And I mentioned the UK, and now I'm happy because now we have Simo in the house who's over in the UK. Cheers, my friend.
Nice.
So we continue with the global experience.
Get it all around.
Nice to catch you on. Yeah, we started earlier now for the show. We started 8 Eastern, which is now 1 your time. Time zones are definitely killer. Nice to see you on board the new Threads app. Yes, hope it's the C's too, and definitely connect on some stuff there too. So I'm talking about Threads. Simo's on Threads. If you haven't checked out Simo Sips, check out Simo. They were actually live earlier today, but great channel over in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Great guy there. So appreciate you being here, my friend. So yeah, moving up earlier allows some of this stuff there where it won't be late. I'm surprised we don't have Craig in yet from Kent Beer Reviews because he usually jumps on, but he may not know we started earlier tonight. So
as soon as you say it, he'll jump in.
He'll jump in, right? And then if he jumps on, then Shannon will jump on because she loves hearing Craig when he talks on here. Like,
well, he's gonna be on live though.
So he'll be like, I'll be down in a second. I put my makeup on.
Yeah, she's like, oh, yeah, give me a second.
She'll be like, is that Craig on there? I'll be there in a second. Yeah.
Swear I took her medicine, but all right, fuck it, I'm going on anyway.
Oh, this was a review. I discovered another beer channel and show called BrewTuber. Okay, I haven't seen that one.
So yeah, I've stumbled across BrewTuber. They do similar to what Chew and I do. They go to the breweries. They remember to talk about the parking, which is super smart. We've never done that. But yeah, they do kind of brewery reviews. They don't run through the beer quite as much as I do, but super fun channel. I really like them as a couple doing kind of the same thing. I haven't gotten to link up with them yet, so hopefully I will see if I can get a hold of them.
Well, you got to have some great channels there in Chicago, obviously. So
we actually don't have a ton. I mean,
really, with all the beer you have,
6 or 7 of us, I think. I mean, if you're not including podcasts and stuff.
I'm going to subscribe to BrewTuber, and I'm their 100th subscriber.
Fantastic. But no, their channel is really cute. They're funny. I like them. So yeah.
Cool.
Grab too. So
you'll be 101, son. 101. You're late. You don't get this. You don't get the Centennial Award.
Of course not, Rod. Of course not. I'm used to it.
Century Club, anyone?
Yeah. Thank you, Liz. Yeah, it is a yummy beer. This is one I picked up, and
yes.
Another great deal. I can't remember what I paid for this one, but it was like a 4-pack for like $6.99 or something like that. It was some stupid number. Like, that's Imperial Biscotti Break right there from Evil Twin. Is that? And they're like, yeah, that's what we're selling it for. We had a bunch in the warehouse. We need to go ahead and get it moved. I'm like, I'll help you out. I'm good like that. I'll help you out. I'll go to grab it right over here. So yeah. And I haven't an Evil Twin in a while. Evil Twin always does some great beers.
They do.
Liz, it'll be great to see you as well.
I know. I haven't gotten to meet Liz before.
Hey, I am a trained poet, Mal. JT says.
Really?
3 a.m. in Blighty, England. Cheers. Is it 3 a.m. there? Yeah, it is now. Yeah. My roommate and I had the same birthday, so 151 plus Berkeley College of music students, including Kenny G, LOL, and lots of pineapple cooking.
Berkeley music, come on.
Total chaos, yeah.
Ooh, fancy.
I don't know if I've ever heard Kenny G related to Bacardi 151, but
you have enough Bacardi 151. You don't notice.
But I'm thinking if you're drinking enough of it, you'll hear saxophones at some point. So
right,
yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
The radio might be turned off, but you're gonna hear saxophones. It's
at Berkeley, ending up on the beach or something and hearing a saxophone playing. I can see that happening. Yeah.
Actually, that's a common occurrence in Chicago. Just putting that out there. If you're at the airport, if you're at the beach, if you're on a random street, you're going to hear a saxophone. It's kind of interesting.
Or it could be like the banjos in the backwoods of Kentucky.
Oh, no.
Oh, you don't want to hear the banjo.
No, I know.
You're the banjo. You're like, uh-oh, I took a wrong turn here.
I want to hear a saxophone playing.
Yes.
If I hear the banjo, I think I'm in Get Out at that point.
Right. See ya, I'm out.
When I was down in the Caribbean, I saw a guy, he had a kayaking shirt, and on the back it said, if you hear banjos, paddle faster. And I just busted up laughing. Great shirt.
But yet true.
So next week, just while I'm thinking about it here, for those of you that have been watching the channel, you see stuff on the channel page. 2 special guests coming in next week. One will actually be the beer diet. I'm bringing in a guy to talk about the beer diet. He wrote a book on it and how you can actually drink beer and not gain weight. we're going to put that to the test and kind of talk about some of the stuff that he actually found. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation with him to see where we're kind of at along those lines. Also next week, that's going to be on, I think, Tuesday, but on Monday, we're going to have the live stream with myself and Jimmy from Cuff and Stuff Barbecue. And we're going to be talking about pairing barbecue and beer and some of the stuff he likes to grill out on and what beers might match up with it and stuff too. So if you haven't checked out Cuff and Stuff Barbecue, you can check him out. But we'll be having a barbecue beer type special next week because it is summer. You have a lot of people grilling, especially coming up to July 4th here in the States. Now we'll be talking about different things you can kind of drink and eat and kind of do stuff. So that'll be pretty fun. And of course, next Thursday we'll be back here on the show. Wednesday I won't be here, but I'll be on the Libations and Live show because that'll be our weekly thing that we do or monthly thing we do in the video games and drinking over there too. So if you haven't checked out Lags, Libations, and Lost Saves, another channel to check out. If you're a gamer, old school gamer, new school gamer, whatever like that, we have a good time over there and we break down some stuff. So it'll be a busy week next week, just to give you guys a heads up. In high school, we used to put 151 in ices. Yeah. James is a little bit older than me, so I can see where they would have done that there. So yeah.
Well, I mean, the limoncello made with Everclear too.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We had the Everclear.
You're right.
Oh, yeah. She used to do the Everclear limoncello for family functions.
If beer is 90 of your calorie intake, you're going to lose weight, although it might not be as pleasant as we like to think. Well, maybe in that regard. But remember, they used to feed prisoners beer instead of food back in the day for their nutrition value because the water was kind of tainted. So
it's liquid bread.
But yeah.
What was the guy in Cincinnati did like the 40-day?
He does it every year. He does like during
beer
Lent. He gives up food and just drinks beer. Yeah. He's one of the brewers over at 50 West. 50 West. He's one, and every Lent he gives up food for beer. He'll drop like 40-something pounds. He said he usually gains back about 10 to 15, but
he's one of the brewers. I thought he was like a radio guy.
No, he's one of the brewers over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
So he'll just drink like 3 or 4 beers a day, and there'll be different ones. Like it'll be like a stout or something like that, and everything where it has like some of that hardiness to it type thing, and gives up food. But hey, if it works, it works.
I don't think I could give up food. I like food too much.
Big Daddy said, well, when I saw the barbecue show coming, I assumed it was Todd. We've been trying, Big Daddy. We've been trying.
Yeah.
Sorry, Big Daddy. I'm sorry.
Prisoners that got beer and lobster was considered garbage food. Well, when you think about lobsters are kind of like the
bottom feeders.
I was gonna say roaches, but bottom feeders of the sea kind of thing that kind of eat all the scraps and stuff. So when you look at them, though, either the antennas coming off, it's kind of like they are kind of like insectish. But
I'm not sure why bottom feeders sound better.
They're gross.
It does sound better. It does sound better, but
But when you think about
it, bugs.
I'm not sure why. But.
And like shrimp are the same thing as well. Yeah, like Liz said, bug. This was like But in some places, which we'll talk about here in a second, because we do have a little bit of beer news that we can go over. Bugs does come up, and the Belgian monks famously fast on beer. Yeah, so give up sex and food, but they get all the beer they want. So that's how it works out sometimes. That being said, why don't we go ahead and we'll jump over to a little bit of the because we are a beer kind of show. I mean, we do this
ish.
Ish. Hop in. So Miller Lite, they're bringing back the beer ice cube trays. I don't think we talked about this last week, I believe. So Miller Lite has these mini beer ice cube trays that basically you pour the Miller beer in, you put them in your freezer, and it freezes the Miller beer. Why would you do that? You're probably saying to yourself, well, when you're drinking a Miller beer, and like any macro beer, you don't want it warm.
Right.
You drop the ice cubes in the hole of the can or in the bottle to keep it chilled.
And it's not water, it's beer.
And you're right, Todd. It keeps it from being watery by doing so because there's other beer going in that's been frozen.
But it's Miller Lite, so it's kind of like putting water in water,
I was
right?
gonna say the same thing. It's like, yeah,
I can't have been the only one that did that with like Coca-Cola though, as a soda as a kid, right?
I
Like,
never
you freeze
did
the soda
that.
and use that as the ice cube. No, am I the
Never
only
did
one
that.
who did
it
that?
freezes, so
You're a
therefore,
genius. You're a genius. Yeah,
It was
I never.
phenomenal. It worked perfect, and I didn't have warm soda. I could drink my soda cold and not have it watered down.
So, but for the Miller Lite fans, here's a way you can freeze your Miller Lite if you want to do that, and you can drop it back in. But they're coming back out with the ice trays after popular demand, mind you, because they brought them out. And
But
people want them to come out again.
can't
They're
you
bringing
just
them back.
pour? Can't you just pour Miller Lite into a regular ice cube tray and you freeze it? Why do you gotta buy their ice cube trays?
The regular ice cube will not fit into the hole of the can or the bottle. That's why you got to have the special. This is like Office Space. Why couldn't the people just take the paper from there to there? They can't. They need me. They don't know what to do with it unless I'm the intermediary to tell them what to do.
And then put ice cubes in a can. I mean, come on, Miller Lite. You can do better. Just do better. Just do better.
It's not me making this up.
No,
This
I
is what
know
Miller
it's not
doing.
you.
Yeah.
I know it's not you. But it's like, even if I drink a Miller Lite, I'm pouring it in a can, in a glass. I don't want it out of the
See,
can.
Todd's trying to get the middleman fired right now. Like the middleman needs a job too.
Yep.
Speaking of
terrible- I got
overseas,
ice cube trays. I'll do my own.
overseas in the UK, Brits are buying 25% more beer to drink at home. So, which is kind of surprising. Like, who doesn't buy more beer to drink at home rather than going out and spending? But over there, I guess it's more the pub lifestyle. You go to the pub, you have a few, you have friends, you communicate. But more people are now staying home over there. They're realizing, let's buy it here because the prices have gone up in the pubs for a lot of this stuff too. So over there, that's they're kind of becoming a little bit more Americanized, where they kind of package it and take it home and stuff. So again, at some point, we'll have a week where we don't talk about Bud Light, right? So at some point,
but you brought it up, so.
Wait. I have something for the Brits buying more. If you're moving on, but I don't know if I told you guys already about Chu and I when we did our honeymoon in Scotland.
When he got when he ordered the nachos.
No, not that. Yeah, he did order nachos at an Irish pub in Edinburgh, Scotland, which just blows my mind. But
there's nothing wrong with that.
When people would hear our accents, they would immediately ask, "Oh, you're American. Why are you? What brought you over to Scotland?" And we would say, "Oh, we're on our honeymoon." And of course, the first thing they wanted to do was buy us a drink. And of course, they wanted to buy us whiskey because it's Scotland, right? I'm 100% on board with that. Chu hates whiskey. He hates it with a blinding flame.
Come on,
he hates even Scotch. He hates Scotch.
He hates Scotch. He hates whiskey. He hates bourbon. He can't stand any of them. I'm a big fan. So everyone wanted to buy us a shot for a honeymoon, and Chu would say, "Oh, just beer is fine," and he would get a beer instead, not realizing that he was being the asshole American in doing this.
You're right.
Because in Scotland, a shot of whiskey is a heck of a lot cheaper than a beer. So he was pretty much saying, "I don't want your cheap stuff. I want the expensive thing." And we didn't realize it until day 3 that what he was doing was super insensitive and rude. After that, he just took the whiskey. He was like, "Okay, I'll just take it. It's fine. I feel bad."
Yeah.
Like he felt like such a jerk, but he didn't know. Because here, beer is cheaper than whiskey or any other.
Yeah, like we made your American ass nachos, and you won't drink our whiskey.
Oh, right? Exactly. So yeah, he was an asshole American for the first 3 days of our honeymoon because he didn't realize how prices worked there, and we felt jerks.
You eat nachos, but you're gonna drink your whiskey. Well,
for anyone in the UK watching, I'm so sorry that we did not look into pricing before my husband was an asshole American.
Hey, at least he should have got him. He should have got him. Just gave him to you.
Yeah.
I know, right? Because I would have taken all of them. I was like,
"Oh,
hell yeah, it's whiskey, it's Scotch. I got this. I live for this stuff."
We're kind of hard on you, but they're probably like, typical American.
No, but I hate
It's to be expected.
knowing that we added to that stereotype. I feel like such a jerk because I don't we are very, very not self-conscious, but we're very conscious when we're in other countries to be as cognizant of the situation as possible.
Yeah.
And that was really upsetting for both of us because we
Yeah.
try to be very conscientious and we really failed for a couple
Failed
of days.
miserably.
Yeah.
We fixed it, but it was a little awkward for a bit there. So yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Fun little story. If you go to Scotland and someone offers you a shot, take the shot. Don't ask for a beer.
That's like one of
Because
those
you're
little.
injured.
That's one of those little tips. Like if you go to Ireland, don't ask for an Irish car bomb. They just it
No,
doesn't go.
you don't
It
like
doesn't
that
go
one.
over well in Ireland.
You're
You're not in America. You may do it here, but don't do it there.
Do not do it there. That's
No,
unfortunate. If you
that
do
is not a good thing. So we don't.
But getting kicked out of an Irish pub would be a good story.
It would be a good story. Yeah, it'd be a good story. Yeah. So Bud Light, we've examined, we've re-examined, we've examined again. And I feel like I don't keep going over Bud Light, but Bud Light just keeps kind of popping up all the time. So now they released a new ad because Bud Light's trying to figure out what the hell they're doing over there. So they got now basically Travis Kelce in the bid to trying to win back male drinkers. But the NFL, you can't do an ad where you're actually drinking a beer or sponsoring a beer type thing. So it's kind of a stupid kind of ad. Like it's just a bunch of guys sitting there grunting around when Kelce sits down. They're like watching their kids play a football game or something like that and everything. The other guys are drinking Bud Light. He's not drinking anything. He has a Bud Light kind of in his chair, but it's just like, I don't think they know what's going on right now. I think Bud Light is just totally falling apart on everything.
Like, what the hell is going on?
I mean, they are literally throwing every dart they can find at the dartboard right now, trying to hope something hits the bullseye.
They're grasping at straws.
They're throwing spaghetti at the wall is what they're doing. They're seeing what sticks. It's spaghetti at the wall at this point.
It is.
Lost the darts. The darts have gone missing.
Yeah, and it's like you're watching and you're just like, this is really a bad car wreck, and it just keeps getting worse every week. You're seeing stuff on it, like
kind of watching like this, like I don't want to.
Funny. Someone who's really good at Photoshop is going to redo it, where all the men who are grunting having the Bud Light look like women.
Yeah,
someone's going to Photoshop that and just mess with them, and it's going to go viral. You know, the whole works.
I mean, we talked about it before. Like in the 90s, the new Coke was seen as the biggest flop ever by a corporation when they brought the new Coke out. Like that was written about in books. 15 years from now, they're going to be writing about Bud Light as kind of that big. Like we are literally watching history take place. And so not only does Bud Light do that, now you have gay bars like Minneapolis, this saloon, they replace Bud Light with craft beer, which I'm all about replacing Bud Light with craft beer. But this is starting to trend where you're starting to see that because of the way they backed away from the whole Dylan situation, that the LGBT community is upset with Bud Light. So they're pulling them out of their stuff too. How do you get screwed from both sides? Like you
They figured it out though. They did. They figured it out.
Yeah, they're masters of this.
You literally have pissed off both sides so much that both sides are pulling stuff from you.
We're not only going to screw you, but we're going to screw you also. So it's like, okay.
This is going to be one of the most amazing feats that they will write about a company ever that kind of fell off
Any
there.
future entrepreneurs watching, this is how you destroy everything.
Yeah.
Boom. There you go.
Right.
And I had thought earlier, and I mentioned this on one of the things on Facebook and stuff like that. Well, I thought with Modelo, because Modelo was now the top seller in America, that they were under AB and Bev, so you're okay. Not in the States, I found out. In the States, Constellation Brands owns Modelo.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have that AB and Bev back in here. They are actually still losing all this funding. Anywhere outside the States, Modelo's under them. So it's like... You know, and I saw AB and Bev try to do a thing like, oh, think about the workers that are here, you know, buy the beer. They just came off of July 4th where they're giving away $15 if you bought like a 12-pack of beer. Like, they're not even making money on it. They're just begging people to come back at this point. And it's just
right.
begging people to come back and buy your product. You're basically giving it away, and people are still like, nope, don't want it.
No thanks.
I mean, I think that at some point that person that leads that group is going to probably have to step down or something because there's no way they're going to be able to save face on the way things are going right now. So.
The best thing they can do right now is shut up and wait for someone else to screw up.
Exactly right.
Screws up, they're going to be fine. They just need to chill out.
That's what I said 2 weeks ago. It's like, just don't say nothing and let it go. Like, just let it go. Somebody's eventually going to take hold of
I'm just looking forward to the CNBC special in a few years about how Bud Light screwed themselves. I'm just looking forward to it. I'm just going to say it's kind of
it's going to be
it's
documentary.
going to be interesting type thing on how that works. But that's just something to keep an eye on. Another thing that popped up this week, and I don't know what's going on here because I don't have to go through these type of things. Let's see here. Somebody explain this to me because obviously I don't have to worry about tanning. I mean, there's a TikTok beard tanning trend taking place where people are putting beer on themselves to suntan in.
I have not seen that.
Oof.
And experts are warning against it. I'm just saying.
What kind of beer?
My tan kind of comes natural, but apparently there's people out there that are pouring beer on them. Yeah.
Are they drinking it first before they put it on them?
No.
Is what I want to know.
They basically get poured beer on them. They're rubbing the beer into their skin and they're tanning under beer. So if you look at TikTok videos or you Google it, people are tanning out there with beer as kind of their lotion or whatever, which is weird as hell. Now, I'm all about taking a beer bath. I mean, there's some spots you can do a beer spa. But to tan in beer, I've not heard of anything like that. This is like the whole raisins in the potato salad for me. I don't know where that came from.
Raisins in potato salad? What?
Yeah, that's some craze that happens here in the States. I don't know who started that, but you never
probably Florida.
Probably.
Exactly, yes.
But yeah, so there's a trend out there where people are doing beer tanning. Don't do it, is what the experts are saying.
Do you think people are using like Neapolitan stout as a base or whatever just because of like the, suntan lotion Neapolitan?
They're probably using Keystone or something because I mean, but literally, if y'all watching, y'all Google this, y'all pull it up, you will see there's a trend. There's there's TikTok videos of people actually getting beer poured on them in their bikinis and all that kind of stuff so they can tan under the sun. I don't know what the beer. Now we've heard of beer shampoo. You can use beer as a shampoo to kind of do some stuff. You could do. I don't know who started this idea about beer tan. And again, this is a generation that maybe one removed from doing the Tide Pods. So I don't know what they're thinking. So
it's generation dumb is what it is.
Just know it's not a good idea by medical experts. And if you're out there tanning with beer, I don't even know how you learn. It's just like,
I mean, is it burning? I gotta assume it's burning, right? Are they just getting fried? Is that what's going on? What's going on?
I have no idea, but yeah, this is something outside my wheelhouse. I don't even know where to go with it, but I was like, this is interesting. That people are actually tanning with beer on their body. Yeah, that's not something you usually get at a beer spa. I'm just thinking. So
there is it's called Piva Beer Spa here in Chicago, where they have a salt room where they have the steam and the salt that you like sit in. They have a beer soak that lasts for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, or 90 minutes, and then you have the massage. But there is a beer spa here in Chicago that is specific to soaking in beer. That is a thing that is going on right here in the city. I haven't.
But you're not tanning though. They're not tanning.
You're not tanning though. You're not out in the sun tanning on the beach.
It's a soak in the yeast and stuff. I don't know. It's supposed to be.
Now the beer soaking, I know about the beer soaking and the beer bath type stuff, but the tan in the sun.
I haven't heard of the tanning, but I think I might do that for Chew and I for our anniversary. We'll see. Do a beer soak.
Yeah, it's a.
Making me drinking the bathwater. I don't know about
interesting.
It's an interesting one there. So, and then what was the other beer news item that I had here? I actually hit a wrong button here. So, we talked about bugs earlier. Mexican beer makers using bugs to supplement barley, and the bugs they're actually using are crickets. Now, in some countries, people will eat crickets, right? Like
that is a food.
It's a delicacy.
It's kind of an interesting thing. I mean, technically, you're making the beer so the bugs are dead. It's kind of like you're eating a steak, the cow's dead.
Me too, Mal. Me too.
Okay.
I've never had
Now that
crickets.
you brought that up, I'm going to say this. One of our neighbors, he's
I know this neighbor.
Cambodian or some. he owns nail salons. I'm not sure what ethnicity that is, but great people. They're great people.
Yeah.
Fried crickets all day long. It's like it's better than potato chips. I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure about that. And I ate some. Of course, I had a couple beers. I'm like, yeah, they're pretty good. My daughter also went over and was like, those are pretty good. Don't heat them up because they don't heat up very well. I'm just saying. But crickets, I can see that a little bit. It's like, yeah, okay.
Now, I'm not messing with no crickets to eat. That's
What
just
is
me.
the-
But
Rod, you don't need fried bologna either, so you know.
I've had fried bologna now. I've had the fried bologna, but that's
you
a
don't
big
need it,
difference from crickets.
Fried bologna's yummy.
Yeah, but
I mean, maybe
there's a channel, the beer mystical squad at Good Mythical Morning. They actually ate a cricket pie. It was a pie made of all the crickets. They said it was actually kind of tasty, surprisingly.
yeah, I'm going to pass.
you'd
I
be
feel like that's
surprised.
the
You'd be
same line that vegans try to tell me and stuff. Oh, it tastes like the regular thing. No, it can't. It tastes like rocks and pebbles. I'm not messing with
Vegans
it.
would not eat crickets. Come on.
Well, they
You're
would eat
right.
crickets,
Right.
True.
But I'm thinking they would use the same sales skills that would be used in that. But would you drink crickets in your beer? I guess if it had crickets for the barley.
I mean,
I feel like I wouldn't eat crickets, but if it was used, because I think it's like another dead animal,
try it.
basically, right? So
I would say I would just because I've had fried crickets, so why wouldn't I? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I already went there, so why not?
But apparently the barley is taking a hit there in Mexico, and they've started to supplement by doing the crickets, which, worked. I'm not going to say it's in the Modelo for people that are drinking Modelo right now. I think this was a smaller brewery, but
do they? That's raising that question. Do they have to say in their labels what they're doing?
For the ingredients? I mean, some countries you have to do all ingredients, so maybe they do. Maybe it's.
Do they have to say it's crickets instead
maybe,
of like
maybe it's natural flavor. Maybe it is.
Natural flavors, yes. Yes, there you go.
Cricket's a natural animal, so it could be.
That's the truth.
Yeah, if you've got Shane there, then that's fine as well. By the way, I didn't get a chance to get over there. Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. I can figure this out.
That's fine. I try to go, kind of 5, just because I've had panels when it was 10 before, and things get a little crazy. So we have room to squeeze in another one for sure. I would love it. I haven't talked to Shane in a while, so that'd be cool. So I'm getting caught up on stuff there.
I promise I can figure this out.
Well, between you and Octonauts, one of y'all will get it, I think, here.
I'm lost.
You might figure it out faster than me, but I'm having trouble.
While you're figuring it out, I'll go back to the comments here. Shane, cheers, my friend. Yes, they are trying to connect with you right now.
I did it. I sent it to your Instagram.
Bud Light might have more loyal customers. It was half decent beer. Half was a 30. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't drinking a big fan of Bud Light before all this stuff happened, but Bud Light definitely is. It's kind of watching the. Can we use implosion? I mean, I know the whole sub thing is still kind of close to a lot of people, but it's watching the company kind of just destroy themselves inside out, like how they did this and everything.
Yeah,
I mean,
the folding.
Implosion's a better word.
It's like a house of cards, just seeing.
Well, the funny thing is,
yes.
Nobody could buy this beer. It was just a commemorative beer that was sent to Dylan.
I'm gonna have to run.
Oh yeah, nice glass, by the way.
You bet. I'll be right. Oh, he's out too. Okay, I'll be right back.
This is ready for another one. Also,
this has happened when you start earlier. Everybody runs out of beer before you think it's over. Yeah. Oh, let me see. Let me go back to the comments.
The earlier we start, the higher ABV you can start with. So
I had a lot of comments coming for this beer news. I got to go back to where we were here.
Cricket umami. Yeesh.
Ooh. Listen, Bucks. Lobster only became overpriced seafood. We all know it's 1960. Mike, yeah, I mean, it is the bottom feeder of kind of the ocean there. Bring back salt Bring back beer salt shakers. Remember when Uncle Jack always salted his jacks? You know, that's the one thing like you get with a lot of these Mexican lagers. You kind of get that salt back in of the beer, which I really like with some of the Mexican lagers. And I'm talking about lagers actually out of Mexico. They kind of remind me of the salinity that you get of a Goza. They have that little salty quality to it. Beer can a lot better than it was in the last century. Well, now, yeah.
For sure.
True.
The dragon anchor that is Bud Light is going to get cut, and the people will move on to Budweiser domestically. Yeah. Well,
Maybe.
I mean, you have the light drinkers. Some of the light drinkers are going over to Mick Ultra, but the Mick Ultra is under AB and Bev, so they're able to pick up some stuff on that line. But like with Modelo jumping up, that definitely set them apart there. It's just it's really a dumpster fire on just what's happening there. And it's just like the CEO came on like Good Morning America or something last week and made it worse. Like, dude, like you are not a spokesperson for your company. Like you're a CEO. You hire somebody to come in and talk for you because you don't know how to do it very well.
Yeah, exactly.
Spend the money.
Yeah. It's kind of, and it's funny because like all these other companies, like people say, well, drink Modelo, right? Well, Modelo is under Constellation. Constellation's a pretty big partner with LGBT.
Huge.
And you have like Miller does their stuff with LGBT. So all these other companies are doing kind of stuff, but it's just like Bud Light didn't know what to do. They were like in a corner, like, you know, stand for what you believe in or don't, you know, they folded and like both parties came at it from both sides. It's just like, how do you do that? Like, you know, it's just a weird type situation that happened from it. And when I did a couple of the videos I've done about it, a couple of key points that people did bring up, which were pretty good and interesting points, were the big thing that some people had with it was the Dylan fan base. They're all underage drinkers. So why would Bud Light choose someone that has underage drinkers? That's kind of a thing. They didn't want to see kind of that stuff. Some people were going with the whole, you know, grooming type thing. I don't believe in the whole grooming type philosophy type stuff, but some people were kind of going off on that edge. But for the ones that you said, okay, well, if their main market is 15 to 18-year-olds, yeah, it doesn't make sense to have an alcohol company team up with that person, right? So I can understand their perspective along those lines. But it's just the whole thing, just like they weren't prepared for what they got back on the backlash that came to them. So it's kind of it's interesting because my background and my degree is kind of in journalism and advertising. So for me, it's a great look at seeing this company having to kind of navigate and deal with this because of the whole advertising type concept. And again, it wasn't something that was sold to the people. It was just this commemorative can given to this one person, but yet that thing sparked everything else that kind of happened behind it. So it's kind of a interesting thing to actually look at there. And it's kind of like it was
a marketing disaster.
It was.
The thing should have never happened to begin with. Like for that one person, that should never mave it to mainstream like it did.
Well, you gave it to a social media influencer as a big follower,
no,
so they're going to influence it there.
No,
so you had to.
That was the problem, but it's still just one.
But it's kind of like when you look at something like Bud Light and you look at what their base of followers are or drinkers that drink Bud Light, that was going to be totally something that cut against the grain for those people. You know, the drinkers that actually drink Bud Light, that was going to be something that was going to kind of set off. And I don't think Bud Light kind of had anticipation of that. And then it just like ran like a freaking tidal wave or a tsunami that came through.
Yeah, well, then you had guys like Kid Rock out there shooting up cases.
Kid Rock has been relevant since like 1995, but now he's back in the news again. You know, like
that's where you want to go. Exactly. Yeah.
What you got, Mel?
What you got?
I got phase 3 again because I'm on a phase 3 kick right now, I guess.
Phase 3 represent.
Triple dry hopped, triple perpetual sounds. Hazy triple IPA, Mosaic and Amarillo, and it's a 10%er.
Ooh, nice.
Stepping it up.
Mal is coming with the nobody puts baby in the corner beer.
That sounds really good.
Well, usually I've gotten through like 4 by the time we're done with the show. I'm only on 3 now. I'm running a little late.
Yeah.
Phase 3 is so good though.
JT
I know,
said,
phase 3 is amazing. Everything they do is phenomenal.
JT said when Chew ordered nachos in the Irish pub of Scotland, he was sending a secret message to his contact.
Possibly.
We were on our honeymoon. His only contact better have been me.
Now it's calling pop soda. Are you from Chicago?
Hey,
It is
there is a
soda.
story behind this. I
It
always
is soda.
We just call it Coke here. It doesn't matter what it is. Got Coke?
I always called it pop. I lived in the Caribbean for 3 years, and when I lived there and I said, "Can I get a pop?" they just stared at me because they didn't know what that meant. That did not make sense to their brains. So I went, "Oh, a soda." And so for 3 years, I said pop and got stared at, and I corrected myself to say soda. And now that I'm back, I don't always remember to go back to pop because
you don't need to. It's just soda.
They just
No, but when
soda and they get me a
But
soda.
don't all you Americans call it soda pop?
No,
No.
nobody. Rarely do
Depends
people
on
do the
what
full
area.
name of soda pop. It's usually soda or pop. We're Americans.
No,
People-
that's not- that's
people
not
get
true.
lazy. It's American. Rarely do you see soda pop.
Yeah.
All my Ohio family call it soda pop.
Well, yeah.
No, I mean I lived in
so
Ohio.
they're-
I
they're
lived in
a little messed
Ohio,
up.
and a lot of Ohio people in Ohio I knew called it pop most of.
Huh.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I'm from Jersey, and we call it soda.
Where I'm from, we just call it Coke. It doesn't
That
matter.
is a
It's
triple.
not soda, it's not pops. So
I have no idea how you call it Coke in Indiana because like between Indiana and North Carolina, only in North Carolina they call it Coke or Pepsi down there or whatever. But
No, that was my question. So when you
Yeah.
asked, I just want a pop. So what are you getting? Is it what are you getting?
Coke or Pepsi, whatever they have.
yeah, Coke, Pepsi, Dr Pepper,
See, that's
Sprite.
the same thing here. It's like, okay, we got Coke, and then the waitress will go, well, we got Pepsi products. Like, okay, well, I have Pepsi
To
then.
be entirely fair,
Well,
I
but
was for a
that's-
diet.
But what if you want ginger ale or Sprite?
Well,
Or
you
something?
ginger ale, you
No,
yeah, you can
that's
ask
what I
for.
was asking. It's like if you just say pop, so what are you getting?
Yeah.
Coke and
So
Pepsi?
here's a funny thing from
What are you getting?
a funny thing back from college when I went to college that we learned about. Again, these are like the little advertising type tricks. So back in like the 50s or whatever, they used to splice the movie because people used to go to the movie theater, right? And you get popcorn and stuff. But when you go to the movie theater, a lot of people would ask for Coke. Well, they used to splice the video or the film strip to put Coke ads in subliminally. So when
For
people
sure.
would go through and watch it, Coke would get ingested into the system where
Start
people would
putting-
actually ask for Coke. So
Right.
that became part of the dialect where people would just ask for Coke in certain areas because they were so used to seeing it subliminally when they go to movie theaters and stuff like that.
See, maybe that's what happened here. Because
Yeah.
anytime I go to a restaurant, I'm like, what do you want to drink? I'll have a Coke.
Yeah.
Even though if I
Wow,
know
you're doing it wrong. You're
product,
supposed to
I'm like,
ask for a beer.
Exactly.
He's at McDonald's. I can't get a beer. I can get a beer. I can get a beer in the
Yeah, right.
French. If I was in France at McDonald's, I can get a beer.
Like,
That is true.
Yeah.
You can also get a lovely red wine to
Yeah,
go with your chicken
McDonald's.
nuggets sitting on the Champs-Elysees with the Arc de Triomphe right
I'm
there.
looking.
It's
I'm looking for a
fantastic.
Cabernet. I'm looking for a Cabernet to pair with my Big Mac. You tell me you can't do that here?
I want a
Dude, I was-
McBeer and a McWine. McBeer and McWine.
I was 17 years old in Paris on the Champs-Elysees. Their McDonald's is all marble. It's all, the entire place is marble, and I sat on the second level balcony facing the Champs-Elysees, or on the Champs-Elysees facing
Wait, whoa,
the Arc
your
de
McDonald's
Triomphe.
had a second level?
It did. And
Oh,
I
that's
had
fancy.
a glass of wine as a
Talk about
17-year-old, which I
bougie.
wasn't supposed to do with my school
Right.
trip, but I didn't care. It was lovely.
Oh
McDonald's
shit!
does.
Look at this. Let's
It's Shane.
let's
Uh-oh.
Woo!
let's
So funny.
welcome Shane into the house here.
It's frozen.
What's up, guys? What is going on?
We're getting a big WWE chest shot here.
Yes, sir.
There you
Yeah,
go.
you look very
Yeah,
Surprise guest appearance. I don't often show up for these, but hey,
he's about to drop the people's elbow. What's
I
going
know,
on,
it
my
looks like
friend?
He's about to beat somebody up.
why
Yeah.
the hell is my? There it is.
That's the hardcore cam.
So we got
It is.
yeah, we got Canada in the house. 2X.
What is going
What's
on,
going
guys?
on, my friend? Happy to have you.
Oh, it's better when you sit. You don't look as
Yeah, we got a couple of us in here. There's my buddy Ray. What's going
What's
on,
up,
Ray?
buddy?
Yeah, if you don't know Shane, make sure to check Shane out. Shane's Craft Beer Reviews. It's been a while since we've spoken, my friend. Hopefully, you've been doing well. I feel like
Oh,
Shane's
my
on
connection's
Mars
so
right
bad.
now.
I keep-
Say or not.
you're not synced up perfect there. babe.
Tonight, reporting from Belarus, we have Shane from Shane's Craft Beer.
Yeah,
Reporting from 40 minutes from Ray.
come in.
But apparently,
Shane, come in. Are you with us?
It's like a 12-minute drive, actually. So
That's a hell of a connection right now taking place.
Well, Shane's
Point it
drinking
down,
Tang right
point
now,
it
so
down
he might be up in
right now.
space. He's drinking Tang.
Shane's reporting from Poland right now at this point. Yeah.
That's where the doubt music should be in effect
very-
right now.
That's Phil. Shane, are you there? Are you there, brother? Shane?
Nope, this way.
I think he froze. Are you signing
Yeah,
back in?
I
Shane? I
can hear you. I'm very choppy for some reason. I don't know
There,
why.
right there.
Choppy.
There you go.
Oh,
Now are you moving? Can you move? Can you
wave,
Wave
just
your
say.
hands so we
wave?
know.
Hold a paper clipping so we know.
Yep,
you're
I'm
the
here.
right date.
Do the safety dance or something?
I can hear
you. There. No, we
Oh,
lost
no,
Shane.
God. All right.
I think you tried to do the safety dance and it crashed on him. So we'll wait for him to come
Promise
back
I
up
sent him
here.
the same link.
Yeah. the safety dance.
I didn't
That's
send
funny.
him the link that does weird things.
Yeah. One little close. It was half decent beer. How was it there? Well, yeah. I mean, it's Bud Light.
I tell you what,
so-
guys, it's like way past my bedtime. It's a school night. I got to work at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm going to duck out. Maybe Shane can jump back in.
8 o'clock. I gotta work at 8
It's so
o'clock.
sad.
Yeah, but it's like where you guys are. It's like still like 9 something. So.
No, it's
No, it's
10:45.
Quarter to 11.
Yeah.
Oh shush.
Oh,
No,
only
where I am.
only
it's
Mal was
9:45.
behind.
Yellow Mallory's behind.
It's just me.
Stop, you guys. I was trying to get out of here on like a high note, but
I mean, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
you guys
Pull the rug
suck.
right out.
We're not going as long as we used to go, so we'll probably end here in a little bit anyway. But
yeah,
That's
I got to
crazy.
duck out. It's gonna be crazy tomorrow morning. My kids are like, "Dad, you're so loud. Stop."
You're hurting. What are you talking so loud for?
I'm talking so quietly. Try to whisper. That's why I got the microphone I got, because it's like it picks up all the
Hey,
stuff.
that's what they make movies for. Just show
Wait.
it's a movie day. It's a movie day.
JT Davis says that Shane's on a Mac. That might be part of the issue.
that might be part of it too. Yeah, because
Oh.
Todd has some issues once in a
Shane's
while.
on a Mac.
Shane does Mac?
It's
Oh,
the Apple.
dude.
That's what
Yeah.
JT Davis is saying. But maybe he's saying that just because Todd's Apple pad.
It ain't my Shannon's Apple. Don't
Really, a
don't
beard.
use it
Yeah,
now.
to Shane's point, yeah, they were really doing a beard tan. Now, I might do a video about that this weekend. Like, what the hell is going on with the beard tan? Like, and show some of the video footage. Just like, yeah, that's
Yeehaw.
one of those things you see, and you're just like, I don't know what to do with that. It's just people are really doing that right now. So,
Beard tans. Yikes.
Yep.
again, not in my wheelhouse. Mine
I
came
mean, I've
natural,
gone
so I don't know what to
tanning
do
with the beer, but I've
No.
never tanned
with the
covered
beer.
in it.
With the beer poured on you.
In the beer.
Hey, if it's
I mean,
hot
I
and
had-
sunny when we're down in Chicago, we can try it.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, we got
I
a
mean,
beach. It's cool. We can figure this out.
There's a beach.
Video. Whatever
It's
you do
a
with video.
freshwater
it doesn't matter.
beach, but yes, it's a beach.
Well, I'm from Ontario. It's all freshwater here too, so
Yeah.
we're good.
We got you.
Freshwater.
I think I share a shower beer, but I'm only drinking a beer when I
Fresh-ish.
shower. Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
All right, amigos, I got to duck out.
All right.
Thanks for having me
Yeah,
on.
Great to
We'll,
come on. Yeah.
Joined.
Yeah. We do this every Thursday night, so hopefully we'll catch up with you again here.
All right, sounds good, guys.
All
Take
right.
care.
How we going?
See ya.
Adios.
See you in a few weeks. Oh, you didn't hear me. It's cool.
Now, does the Unibrew Brook have a soft cover? I want it. So that
It's
book
hardcover, and it's
is it hardcover?
it is a hardcover, and it's
Oh, you
it's
answered.
itty bitty.
Okay.
See, hardcover,
All
super
on
cute.
sale. Shane says not a good idea according to beer experts as well. Yeah, I mean, again, pouring beer over your body and sitting out in the sun. Yeah, I mean,
See, what I'm thinking is someone was out on a beach and they spilled their beer all over themselves, and they noticed that that area tanned better, so they're like, "Oh, this is a thing that needs to happen." So I'm trying to figure out how it started.
I can see,
No,
I can see you're thinking that might be in the case. Like someone spilled
Honestly,
beer on them.
no.
And, yeah,
beer
yeah.
on myself while tanning.
Honestly, though,
Yeah.
is it any different than just being in a swimming pool? I mean, it's still water, right?
I mean, it's 90% water, but to pour it on you on purpose to tan with
It depends
instead
on
of
what you're drinking. If you're having a raspberry pastry stout and you cover your body in that, like, ew.
Don't waste it. Drink the beer and jump in the pool. It'd be the same effect.
If you're having a
But in the pool,
reserve,
you're underwater though. You're underwater in the pool.
No, but you still get sunburned.
I think your shoulders or something, maybe. I guess, but yeah.
No, if you're having a watermelon steel reserve and dump it on yourself.
Watermelon steel reserve.
Oh, that was so bad.
Man, that for sure.
Said nobody ever. Come on now.
Dry hopped, juicy as heck. Oh my gosh, it's all the juice.
Juicy.
And you're not even an IPA person, are you?
I'm not, but the hazies I don't mind as much.
Okay.
But Rod, as you said, juicy that way, you really should have a sound effect that is juicy in that
as it dropped the bass,
tone
like
of voice.
Juicy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can go deep at times. Yeah.
Juicy.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. Like Todd knows our friend Tom, the beer whisperer. I was telling one of my reps this the other day and everything like that. So we used to do stuff. Tom, his wife would be around, and she's like, "Oh, she loves your voice. You sound like Lou Rawls when you do stuff like that." And so I'd be like, "You'll never find," and he'll be like, keep going. I might get lucky tonight."
You're right. Yes, I remember that.
She's really digging it. Yeah.
Speaking of Tom, you know, he just had like knee surgery. Like,
yes. It's good to see him recover.
Replacement or whatever.
Yeah. Well, good to see you back, Shane. You're moving a lot better now.
Yeah, well, I get this really crappy laptop, and it's just getting old, and sometimes it doesn't work. So I had to figure out how to get this on my phone because I've never actually done this on my phone before. So hey, here I am. I made it.
There you go. Well, welcome, my friend. If you guys haven't checked out Shane's craft beer reviews, make sure to check him out as well. And are you doing?
Yeah, check it out. Check it out. I just dropped my 500th episode. I mean, check that one out.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it was a pretty epic video to do if you guys haven't seen it yet. It's pretty awesome.
So Shane will be in town to visit Mal and stuff as well when they do that in a couple weeks, and
sure will.
Expected some great video out of there too. So maybe we were over the limit of having Canadians on here, so we had to wait for one to drop to bring in another one.
that could be
one Canadian at a time.
I mean, they cut affirmative action. Maybe they're cutting foreigners coming on to YouTube too now. I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's true. It's absolutely true. Could possibly be.
What are you drinking tonight, my friend?
You know what? I have. I just did a video the other day, and I showed that I have like a ridiculous amount of beer in my fridge, and it's all review beer. So the only thing good problem to have. But the only beer I had that's not a review beer is the Muskoka Cream Ale.
Oh, okay.
Which is actually pretty nice.
That's good to beat the heat, I'm sure, with a cream ale. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked this up when I was over in on my way over to Vermont there a couple weeks ago.
Nice. You know, you mentioned that, and I figure that's one of the things, like, if there's something that people maybe not understand about some of the beer tubers is there's certain beer we have that are just for the review type stuff.
Yeah.
So we run into crunches where it's like, what beer can I drink? Because I don't want to drink this beer because that's going to be for a review type thing. So sometimes we find ourselves in a corner. We have to have beer around that could just be beer we can drink and enjoy.
To be fair, this triple that I'm having right now was supposed to be for a 60-second sip, but I needed to step it up. I've been hitting the hard level the whole time, and I just had to step up.
But is it one you can pick up again now?
Yeah, it's
that's the other thing. So you can pick up another one.
That's the problem half the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because with a lot of stuff we drink, you can only get it one time a year. So it's kind of like that's where it becomes careful. Go ahead, Shane.
That's what I'm working with. Yeah. All that is all review beer. This beer right here, that's my drinkable beer. That's the only one I've got left.
Yeah.
So it's really cute because you're showing us this fridge. But that's what Mine and Chew's actual fridge looks like. We have no food in it. Like it's just full of beer.
Well, yeah, that's my beer fridge in the basement.
Yes, well, beer can be your food. Beer can be your food. It's okay. It's all right to have beer as your food.
That's true.
I know.
Well, like Drew says, beer for breakfast, right?
Right. Yeah.
Breakfast and facts for snacks, right?
That's right.
I'm still waiting for those facts.
You know what? I used to give him a hard time about that all the time, and he did do one or two. He would have once or twice. He would have a snack with his beer. I'm like, dude, that's your whole channel name. Like, why aren't you doing more snacks along the way?
Yeah, JT, I'm not eating a plate of spicy roasted exoskeleton. We were talking about crickets earlier.
I did hear a bit of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So after a few mezcals, I'm still not eating crickets. I'm just saying that's me.
I would still try a cricket beer. I would try it.
No, cricket beer is one thing. I'm not eating cricket. It's like if you go to some spots where they serve like roaches and stuff, like they get these big roaches.
Yeah,
like
that's
people
not
eat.
gonna happen.
Yeah,
Come on, Rod, don't knock it till you try it.
Nah. There's certain stuff I'm not going to eat. I'm just not going to do it.
I'm not
If you paid me enough, I would eat it. I think.
Well, hell, we can all go on Fear Factor. Now, if there's money
Yeah.
up and I'll go on Fear Factor, I might do it because
exactly.
You can't eat human. You can't eat dog. You can't eat cats. You can't eat cockroaches.
Some places eat. Some places they eat cat and they eat dog.
I was gonna say, what do you mean you can't eat cat? I have Chinese once a week.
You're right. Exactly.
No, cat owner can't do it.
I know, Mallory. I know. It's the only reason I even said that.
Some places like they do it. It's kind of like it's part of the food chain somewhere. Every animal is part of a food chain of something.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, somewhere somebody's probably eating humans. They're going Hannibal Lecter on humans. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer, whatever. They like the taste of human.
Dahmer party.
Yeah.
Lots of shipwreck folks.
Well, and then you've got
Lord of the Flies.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Tough times call for tough things.
Yeah,
Do what
that
you
one
gotta
is
do.
weak and probably tender. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you were to crash somewhere, you had to eat humans. Would it be the fat person that would go first? Just because I think of some of the meats, like a steak, a ribeye is usually the fattier piece of meat, and that's you get the most flavor. You get the most flavor.
They
I
have
would think
enough
so.
fat to last longer.
No,
they're not going to die first.
Not for them to choose. For the other people that need to eat, they might become
Plus-
a target because you think of fatty meats, they have the most flavor.
Plus, they probably run slower than everybody else too. So
Yeah, probably. Yeah. They're not getting away really. So.
Hey,
yeah, exactly. Yes.
By the way, where is Vanessa during this conversation?
I think that person has a pretty good talent to survive the first cut. I'm just saying. You better bring something to the table, otherwise you might be the dinner.
She's surviving the first, second, and third cut.
Yeah.
She knows what the hell she's doing.
It's like if I got stranded somewhere, I'd be like, you know what, guys? I know how to make beer. That's what I can do. Okay.
Yeah,
All right, you're
There
you're safe because you can make beer.
I
Yeah.
make beer.
Yeah. Everybody has to have a skill, so
And I have a general idea of winemaking. I can do lots of things. Keep me around.
Like that person gets you fat, I'll get you drunk. So.
Yeah, right.
Beer, mead, you tell me what you want, I can make it. But it's going to be alcohol and you're going to love it.
Yeah. So what's the GMM, Shane? You said not a big fan of GMM.
Good Mythical Morning.
Good Mythical.
What's
Yeah,
Good
Mallory had
Mythical
mentioned
Morning?
about the.
Okay.
Oh, Good Mythical Morning or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, they have like 8 million subscribers, but they do a lot of food videos, and one of them was like Will It Pie. That was the first video I ever saw of theirs was Will It Pie, and they took all these things to see if you could make a pie out of it, and one of them. I said it was crickets, but now I'm second guessing. I think it was ants. Actually, they had an ant.
It could have been either one because they do some
a lot
obscure
of that
stuff. Like they start off with like some simple stuff like, oh, hey, can we use peaches for a pie? And then they'll move up to something obscure like ice. No, maybe not obscure, but ice cream. And then they'll do, shepherd's pie. Well, shepherd's pie make and then at the end it's always something gross like bugs or coagulated blood or something like that for the last one.
All sorts of weird stuff.
It's kind of fall territory right there.
Yeah.
But if you all haven't seen their videos that had Weird Al Yankovic on, you must.
Okay.
If you haven't seen Good Mythical Morning, check them out and just watch the Weird Al Yankovic videos because that alone is enough to have you laughing for weeks.
Or any of the Jack Black ones.
Oh,
they got some good ones with Jack Black.
Too. Those were so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jack Black's pretty funny.
But they've gotten to a level where they have like these celebrity type people come on and it's phenomenal. So
Yeah,
It's a really good show.
They do a lot of things where they can't handle the food they take, and they don't keep down the food they take, and that's upsetting for me. So I've gotten away from their food videos a little bit. Sometimes they can't handle the hot sauce or whatever else, and it doesn't go well for anyone watching. So, but yeah, I love the channel. They're just goofy.
That's why JT said, note, avoid Mexican beer until further. Not all Mexican beers are using crickets, mind
No.
you. So
No.
not all.
And really, you probably won't even notice it. And
it's more protein.
And they probably don't charge you for the extra protein, so suck it back and enjoy it.
It's bonus protein.
Right.
That's right.
Umami.
Hey, Liz, anytime you piss off the Nazis, it's a good day. It's a good day.
Right?
Oh, what kind of Coke you got? We got Coke, Sprite, Red Drink.
Yep.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Lucas James in New Orleans. Yeah. It's usually at most places soda or pop or Coke if you're somewhere.
No, but
like in Atlanta, they'll say Coke for everything. Like I'll have the orange Coke, like they mean orange soda.
no, but if you say soda or pop, so what are you ordering?
I'm not on a Mac.
One thing, that's it.
Well, no. He was joking. That's why it wouldn't work because Todd's on Apple and it never works. So.
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah.
No, I know, but I'm asking a serious
Well,
question.
if you're ordering, you say what kind of soda do you have, and they'll tell you what they have. So it'd be like Coke, Sprite.
So you're not just ordering.
Pepsi.
You're not just saying, "What do you want to drink?" You just say soda.
Yeah, say what soda do you have, and they're like, we have Coke products. So I'm like,
What
Coke,
is
Sprite.
soda? I know what soda is. I'm just being Canadian. What the hell is a soda? We don't call it soda up here.
Look, you're gonna keep that leader attitude to yourself, sir.
Chu being from Michigan, he said, no. You go in and you say you want a Fago. And
Fago orange pop or
they'll
orange
have the
soda.
orange, the grape, the regular, the yellow, all the different flavors. But he said you go in and you ask for a Fago. I said you do that in Illinois and they'll just stare at you. Don't do that. It won't
What is
work.
a Fago? Because not everybody has Fago.
I'm saying
Exactly. That's a Michigan thing. He just said no. Just go ask for a Fago. I'm like no, it doesn't work.
I wasn't being funny. I was just being serious. Like I wasn't sure. Like.
Usually when I go in, I ask them what soda they actually have, and they'll be like, "Oh, we have Coke products or we have Pepsi products."
Yeah,
and then in my mind, I know it's like if it's Pepsi, you have Dr. Pepper. You had you used to have like Life, which I think is the new drink they do. Or if they say Coke, you have Coke, you have Sprite, you have the stuff there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So you're actually asking them. You're just saying when they say, "What do you want to drink?" You just say soda.
Yeah, I'll say what soda they have. If I don't see it on the menu already, I'll ask them what soda they have. And they'll say we have Coke products or we have Pepsi products.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I got enough cavities that it was like, do you have a diet? So that was me. I was like, do you have a diet? And they're like, yes, we have Diet Coke or we have Diet Pepsi or we have Diet Sprite. I'm like, oh, neat. I'll have one of those.
See, Mel, we're not that sophisticated here. We just say we want a Coke.
Yeah.
If they have Coke products, you're good to go.
Well, no, then the waitress will say, "Well, we don't have Coke products. We have Pepsi." We're like, okay, give me a Pepsi then. That's fine.
See, I Coke and Pepsi are not the same thing. I don't know. If I want a Coke, I don't want a Pepsi. They're two different things. Pepsi
no,
is
they
sweet
are.
versus
I'm just
Coke.
saying, like here, we just say Coke.
Yeah.
Like pop or soda.
Yeah.
Like we just say Coke. And
I'll say Coke. I'll say Coke if it's a Coke I want. But if I see the menu and it's something like they have like Sprite, I'll say a Sprite, or I'll say the name of whatever beer it is.
Right. No, I get.
Which makes me wonder how commercially brainwashed your town is. I'm a little concerned.
They all went to the movie theater. They went to the movie theater and used to see Coke in the film strip.
It's original thing.
Yeah.
You say the film strip, but I'm thinking, let's all go to the lobby.
I actually know that scene.
And by the way, when I see that, all I can think of is popcorn every time.
People love the butter popcorn at the movie theater.
Yes.
See, I was never a popcorn eater, but people that love popcorn love the movie theater popcorn. My wife is like, we need to go to the movies and get some of that popcorn. I'm like, we watch movies at home. We got all this stuff right here. But we don't. She's like, but we don't have the popcorn.
Oh no, but you can buy it now.
She's like, it's not the same. It's not. It's like brainwashed. It's not the same. She'll say.
I think it's the combination of the popcorn and the ambiance.
Yeah.
Like it just, certain things taste certain better depending on your atmosphere, right?
Yeah, exactly right.
And
I think that's
And now with some theaters, when you get the popcorn, they let you butter it yourself, so you can put all the buttering you want to put into it.
right.
Yeah.
So you say that
Because we don't have a diabetes problem in America, so let people butter it themselves.
Right, exactly.
You say that. However, Chew has a popcorn maker at home, and he does Frank's hot sauce. He does garlic salt. He does all sorts of stuff on his, and he'll do all different spices. He did dill and like capers once. Like he does all sorts of different. Like it's a dish with his popcorn. Like he goes all out. And then I had another person that I knew that worked at movie theaters, and he could not eat popcorn after working at movie theaters because that's all he smelled for 8 hours straight.
Well,
He could never touch it again, wouldn't go near the stuff. It was just kind of funny.
I could see that. Yeah.
Kind of like fast food people.
Yeah.
Need the hamburgers, whatever. Because you're running all the time.
If I can find a theater that gives me a beer while I'm sitting at the theater, I'm good.
Yeah.
Hey, theaters up here in Canada have beer. I'm just saying.
Oh, we have to do it in America to the state. It depends what state you're in. A lot of states, like when I was in Kentucky, we had a full bar at our theater. You can get beer, you can get whiskey, you can get wine, you can get whatever you wanted to get. Yeah. So it depends.
See, Canada must be a little bit far behind because that's a pretty new thing for us up here. We went to the movies, I don't know, 5-6 months ago, and I'm like, oh my god, I can have a beer while I watch a movie.
Yeah,
it was a totally new thing for us up here.
Super fun.
Well, they got some. Well, we still have some states like more so like in the South of what we call the Bible Belt, where they don't have drinks and stuff like that there. But if you're like in Ohio or Kentucky, you go to theater, and it's like some of the theaters you'll have like a booth area too, where they'll do a whole full menu and they'll serve you and stuff like that and everything.
Oh no,
but you can go in and it's like the one thing when you think about pricing at a movie. Honestly, the one thing that doesn't seem as bad is when you buy alcohol, because you get like a 24-ounce thing of beer and it'll be like $8 or whatever. You're like,
right?
That's not bad. That's like going to a ball game and everything. As opposed to getting like a bag of Reese's Pieces for like $6.50 or something. It's kind of like
ridiculous, right?
But then the problem is you're drinking, so you're gonna miss half the movie because you're gonna be in the bathroom all the time. So.
How much are you drinking in the movies, Todd?
Hashtag little bladder problems.
Todd, I'm a little concerned about your drinking problems. You're missing half the movie.
Well, if you empty the cup, fill it back up.
Never mind.
Oh dear.
I was just kidding.
No, if you get a big beer there, you may have to run out at some point. But it depends what movie you're watching. So yeah. Let me see here.
If it's a scary movie, you might not want to have too much of the beer.
Right. Let me see. I'm trying to see the thing here. I think JT and Liz talking about lagging behind, trying to catch. Oh, Vanessa's back. Cheers, my friend.
There she is. See, there you called for her, and she comes back.
I know.
Beer might actually stain the skin if it's baked in. Yeah. The whole you saw part of that, Shane. There, I think there the whole beer. Tan.
I did, yes, but the beer tan,
I have no idea where that's going with that. But if you look on TikTok and you look on Google, people are tanning themselves, pouring beer on them, and then tanning themselves. I don't know where that started or why it started, but
or what the benefit would be, like why they would think that would be a good idea.
Exactly.
But you know what's terrible? They're probably using a stout, and it's just the stain of the stout being.
No, they were pulling regular.
You're probably right, Mallory.
Pour Miller Light on them or whatever.
They're pouring Bud Light because they have nothing to do with it. But just
it's free suntan lotion with the Bud Light. Free suntan lotion.
No, you need a coconut stout because it has to smell like the suntan lotion, right?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, smart.
That might have been a Bud Light campaign. So good you can even tan in it.
There you go.
Nobody would.
As long as it wasn't good, it was all good. It's all good.
Circa 2014. Oh, you're behind the times on the 2014 Mac, JT. Emerson says Shane, so Emerson watches Shane as well there too.
What's up, Emerson?
I like being an alpha predator. Me, that's why I don't like swimming in the ocean. Yeah, swimming in the ocean. So I don't know if you guys saw the video that came out last week, which was kind of funny. So we know there's been like some different shark type sightings, right? Like Long Island had like 3 shark attacks where kind of people got nipped and stuff like that. Everything down in Florida, they were actually showing where there was a shark swimming in between people. Not a small shark, mind you, a pretty good sized shark. Like when it was like wastewater deep people. That was
I did see that.
Yeah.
I did see that video. That was scary, man.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah, it's like you're in their house when you go in the ocean. I'm just saying, I like to go in the ocean, but you're in their house too when you're going out there.
They're much faster than you, and you look like snacks.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I like when you talk to like marine experts. They're like, well, if a shark comes close, just punch them in the nose. Like, you know how hard that is for people to freak out and like think, oh, punch them in the nose. Like you're looking down the barrel of a shark.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. In the eye, right?
No, that's Three Stooges, Mal. You got to punch them in the nose.
I'm sorry. Just to be
kind of
clear,
like being in a ring.
If I was biting someone and they poked me in the eye, I might stop biting them.
Yeah.
Just so you know, my first thought would be poke them in the eye. That's
like if I can reach out and touch the shark is too close to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like I said, if I was on that beach. If I was on that beach when that shark was going by, I'm going to instantly turn into Jesus. I'm going to be like going right on top of the water and just running as fast as I can. Let me tell you.
So I may have done that on a snorkel trip when I saw a barracuda. I had flippers on, and I'm pretty sure my shins and below were under the water, but the rest of me was above the water as I got back to the boat. I'm pretty sure I got there real fast.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
It's funny, yeah, because I was actually thinking that, like, I'd be running on water if I stood down there. But I've actually seen Aussie Man reviews. I don't know if you have, Mal as well. JT was asking you that there too. Yeah. But it's funny. Listen, the funny thing about the whales. So right now, you got the sharks. There's also video on whales that are actually attacking ships now. I don't know if you saw this or not, but like people are out in kayaks and canoes or whatever and little boats, and the whales are coming up and now attacking them on like. And they think it might have stemmed from one of the whales feeling threatened that may be leading other whales to now attack the humans when they come out into the areas. Like out in California, I think where this was happening at. But it's, whales are always seen as being kind of a high intelligent creature anyway. But they may have learned to now do this to kind of push off humans that come into their areas.
Yeah.
I think having issues finding food though. If they're having issues finding food,
no, it wasn't food.
No, it's not food. It's not even food they're looking for.
Yeah, it's just the people out there. Like they showed a guy that was just one of those standing type things, and a whale comes up and tries to attack them there and everything. It's just they're basically I don't know if they're defending themselves or feeling threatened, but whatever it is, they're starting to respond when they see human activity near them in the ocean.
Well, I think the experts are thinking it was probably just one incident with one whale that something happened.
That triggered,
and then triggered. But she's teaching everybody else how to do it now. So now there's two full pods of killer whales that do these attacks, and it might just be them playing. To them, it might be a game because they're just going up and they're ripping off the rudders off the boats.
Yeah.
Right, and to them that might be like a fun game kind of thing. You don't know how a whale thinks.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a whale whisperer yet.
Fair, I feel like we are lower on the food chain than them because they kill seals.
Oh, we are lower. We're in their place. We're definitely lower in the food chain.
I mean, we're lower on the food chain, so they have every right and ability to do whatever they choose with us at that point.
Well, the only good thing is a killer whale has never attacked a human in the wild, ever.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's awesome.
Now there has been 4. I think it was 4 or 5. I think it was only 4. 4 deaths by killer whales in captivity, and 3 of them were the same whale.
Oh, well, that's awkward.
If you want to watch a good documentary, Blackfish.
SeaWorld, I'm sure, right? SeaWorld?
Blackfish. Yeah. It's really good. It's all about the one killer whale that kills 3 people.
Yeah, most of them actually attack them, but like on this one, they're attacking the boats and stuff. They're actually seeing it come out there. So,
yeah.
Considering the things that we're seeing a a lot of whales get caught up at fish net and all kind of. It's kind of like whales are learning how to defend themselves and that stuff.
I'm sorry, I just read the comment.
I just posted that there too. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That is good.
Desperate despondency. I love it. You are a poet, James.
Old style tastes better at Ruby Field than anywhere in the.
Like that old style. That's that malt liquor, right? That gross malt liquor he's talking about?
style. Oh well, Shane, just get yourself ready because you're getting a Chicago handshake when you get to Chicago. By the way.
Oh, I'm in for a whole lot of trouble when I get there. I got to drink some sours with Chase. It's going to be a disaster for me.
So if you look up Chicago handshake.
No, don't do that, Shane. Don't do that.
Don't do it. No.
No. It is a shot of Malort followed by an old style.
Well, you know what's funny? You mentioned that, and Dave, when we got together, no, Dave was trying to find Malort and he couldn't find it at one of the spots we were at and everything. So I didn't get the Chicago handshake when I was there.
Yeah.
So
everyone's getting a Chicago handshake when they arrive. That is a thing we've already decided.
I don't even care. I'm just going to be happy to see you and you, Mallory. I don't even care what you throw in front of me.
You say that, but you haven't tasted Malort yet.
I don't care. I'll get over it.
No,
I'll get over it.
Malort would be on one of that list, like where I have Ouzo, I have Jägermeister, and I have Absinthe. Malort would be the fourth one to add to that list from what I know about it.
Jägermeister and Absinthe all taste like black licorice. Malort does not taste like that black licorice. It tastes like the laundry water after a Bears game that's been dumped on a tire fire and filtered through, and then you drink that.
Wow, this is what you're making me drink?
Are we talking the Bears game, like from the '83 Bears, like rough type?
It's all the jock straps have been washed in this laundry water, and then it was dumped on a tire fire, and then you drink that liquid that comes through the bottom of the tire fire.
Wow, you're the best hostess ever, Mallory. I can't wait to come and hang out in Chicago with you.
I know. Oh, man, this is just the start of the visit. The rest is going to be super fun. But the beginning, the Chicago handshake, will not be as fun for you, and I will have a camera ready. So
I don't know if that's the best introduction to, hey, welcome to Chicago. Here, drink this.
Exactly, yeah. Here, try this. Drink this.
Well, that's why I'm starting with it, so everyone leaves with a happy feeling. But they'll start out with a very unpleasant, why did we come here? Oh my God, this is the worst thing that ever happened to us.
It's like Chicago violent.
But by the time they're here, they're stuck.
JT said sharks know that humans taste like shit. They always say sharks don't like the taste of humans, but what if sharks developed a taste for humans? And that's why they're kind of more inquisitive now. Like when we were kids, if we got a sip of beer, we didn't like beer. But as we got older, we developed a taste for beer.
Yeah.
What if sharks have developed a taste for humans?
And it'd be like Frank the Tank, like, it tastes so good when
We didn't develop a taste for beer at all. This is terrible stuff.
Well, like sharks. I don't like humans, but it tastes so good. I gotta have it. I gotta have it now.
Sharks are floating around like, oh, they put the buffet out again today.
Right.
Shane, sorry. If you get a chance, look up some of the YouTube videos on Malort face. You'll understand. It's going to be lovely.
You know what? I'm not even going to look it up. I'm just going to let it be a big surprise when I get there.
You totally should look it up. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's probably safer that I go in blind because if I start looking at stuff, I might change. Oh, I'm not going to change my mind on coming down. I don't even know why I'm lying like that.
I know.
There's no way in hell I would change my mind, regardless.
I'm so excited. We're going to have to rush Brian along on some videos.
Yeah, we can't make the same mistake we made last year, right?
I know, right?
How slow is Brian on doing videos?
He is Southern slow. He is molasses slow, and he's
really
lovely.
Southern
Everything
slow.
about him is molasses slow, and he is just so chill. And
He's so cool.
Yeah.
So cool, that guy.
He's amazing. You can't go wrong with Brian.
Yeah, he's fantastic, gentleman. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's been down in the islands recently, I know. Yeah.
Oh, he's been all over the world this year. He's been to.
I know. He's
been to Australia. He's been to
Brazil?
Where did he go? Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Okay.
Where was he just?
He was just down in the Caribbean somewhere, I think. When I saw
him. Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
Cayman Islands.
That's right, the Cayman Islands. But he works for the airport, so he gets flights a little cheaper too. So that helps.
Free is cheaper.
Yeah.
Free is cheaper. Yeah.
I didn't want to speculate because he hadn't said free to me, so I wasn't going to say it.
I the best way I understand it, and I could be wrong. I I think he gets free flights, but I think he has to be a standby passenger.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
usually you get the buddy pass when you work for him as a standby, and there's a spot they
Right.
get you on the plane. Yeah,
I had a friend who used to work for Southwest, and he could
Yeah.
fly free anywhere, but it was like you said, Shane, standby.
it's
Right.
a good perk of it though.
I think it goes like
Sure.
$20 or something.
Yeah,
But I mean, hey, if I got to sit in an airport for 2 days waiting for a flight to go to Australia for free, yeah, I'll wait for 2 days. I don't care.
Exactly. Yeah.
They got food and beer there. I'm good.
Yeah,
Shane-
right.
Shane's just sitting there like, "Good day, mate. Good day, mate."
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Once you pass security, you got all the stuff, so you're golden.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
All right. I got to grab another beer, so I'm going to take you guys with me because I'm attached.
Whales are alphas in the ocean. Yeah.
Whoa, nipple shot. Okay.
No.
What? Nipple shot? Hang on. I'm going to... hang on. I got to get right inside my fridge here to get this one. There we go.
Shane's taking you inside. You heard him say it. The
No,
rudder
that's it.
clip was slightly
Your
terrifying.
lifeline is very long on your palm there.
Yes. All right.
Yeah, I saw the rudder clip video as well. Yeah, that was
That's how you
interesting.
can tell the beer fridge is at the right temperature. Nips get
Yep,
hard.
that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're not
I'm
good.
going to...
Doing.
I'm going to crack open and enjoy the world's highest rated IPA. You guys know what it is. The Heady Topper.
We were just talking about fucking Eddie Topper
Oh,
earlier.
Yes, we was.
Yeah.
I went down to Vermont 2 weeks ago so I could record my 500th episode.
You're,
Nice.
you're not bringing this to me because I've never had one? Okay, that's fine.
What?
No.
Wow.
You got actors.
You know full well I have a Heady Topper for all the OGs.
Well, you better bring one to Ray for Alconauts because he was talking about hoping you brought
It's
one.
going to be there.
I might be able to bring one. I might have an extra one I can squeeze off to Ray. But I got one for Mallory and Chu, Brian, and TK. I got to ship TK's down to him.
Chu's not much for hops. I think he and
Only
I can
need
split one, so you have an extra.
Yeah.
Oh,
I feel
okay.
like one
Fair
Chicago handshake is enough. You don't need more than one Chicago handshake.
Because he's not much for IPAs. He likes his sours and his stouts. That's about it.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna be bringing him down a couple sours. So
Are you
tell him
driving?
not to
too?
worry. Yeah, we're gonna drive. Yeah, it's only like 9 hours or something like that. So
Through
we're gonna leave
Windsor,
tonight.
or are you driving through Buffalo.
Well, we're probably gonna through Windsor, but we're probably gonna stop in Ohio and just spend the night there, and then
Oh, fair enough.
that way we're fresh for the morning. So
Fair enough.
You
or
say
the
you're fresh
afternoon
for the
or
morning,
whatever.
but you haven't been to the breweries in Ohio yet. They got a lot of breweries in Ohio.
They do. There's some great ones.
yeah, that's true. That is true.
Old style dark. Ooh.
Oh, that's a mighty fine beer right there.
If
If you guys haven't had one, you got to get one.
Yeah, I haven't gotten one yet. One of my buddies in New Jersey, they got it in. He's like, I couldn't get up there to pick it up, but I'll get it at some point. There's so many beers out there.
So, James,
Well-
I was planning on doing the homemade ones for instead of going to Nisi Lounge, I wanted to do the homemade ones. So I bought 11 of the little bottles of Malort today.
Right.
I have 11 of those today, and that's not enough. I'm going to go back to Benny's in a week and hope they restocked.
You're like,
Nice.
you got a lot of friends you don't like.
So I used to go to parties where there was the possibility of folks showing up who didn't belong. And if folks showed up who didn't belong, I would have a tray of Malort shots, and I would go up to them and say, "Do you want a free shot?" And they would be like, "What is it?" And I'd say, "It's a free shot at a party. What the hell is your problem?" And make them take it. It was always Malort because I'm an awful human being who likes to see people suffer.
I believe that's a masochist. What do you call it? Sadist masochist.
Just a little bit. I'm not like
Sort of.
I'm not hitting people with whips. I'm making people uncomfortable because I find it really amusing when other people are uncomfortable and I'm not.
or in pain. Yeah.
That's my last name after all.
That's
I
true.
did not know that, Liz. There. And Canton, Ohio, 2019. One of the old
Was that
style
the Heady
darks.
Topper?
I think it was the old style darks, or was it the Heady Topper? Favorite Malort review: it kicks you in the mouth and the balls.
Yes.
Kicks you in the mouth and the
That
balls.
is exactly
Yeah.
what it does.
There's a Malort for you. Yeah, something to look forward to, Shane.
Oh my god, I can't wait.
To be fair,
I can't wait. That's okay. I know Mallory. She'll give me a big hug and say it'll be okay.
Yeah.
As I'm crying.
You'll stop crying 3 days later. It's fine. No.
Yeah.
But to be fair, there are some people who really love the flavor, and it's, like flavored coffee or whatever else. Like, some people try it and just love it. Some people really hate it. Honestly, the Malort is a little more on the people hating it level, but some people do love it. You might be one of those. Who knows?
I don't
You
know
might not
anybody.
even
I don't know
want
anybody. I don't know anybody that loves it. Everybody I talked about Malort, yeah.
Like I said, I've never tried it, but I'll give it a try once because Mallory's going to force me to do it. So,
But
Just yes.
there was a video put out by Malort itself, which was one of the grandsons or something of the guy who started the company, and it's him trying to get through taking a shot and talking about how great Malort is, and he couldn't do it.
that's
and
awesome.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life is him. He gets through the whole darn bottle, and he can't say a nice thing about Malort when he takes the shot. He just can't do it. Love it.
He's Malort's not great, but it's not so terrible. Liz is like, Malort is not a bad tummy liquor. Yeah. Malort is a wormwood liquor.
Yes,
yeah.
it is. It is wormwood liquor.
Yeah.
Oh, so like what's that other stuff? Absinthe.
Like absinthe,
Absinthe
yeah.
has that, but absinthe you taste black licorice. This does not
Right.
taste like black licorice.
Oh, good, because I don't like black licorice.
Well, that's good. I don't either. But but yeah, it doesn't taste like black licorice. It tastes like Bear's laundry water after a tire fire. I have no better way to explain it. That is my explanation.
That sounds delicious, Mallory. Where can I get some?
Yeah. Sign me right up.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's.
It is the official drink of Chicago, and you must.
It's the official drink that people say is Chicago. So it's kind of like you got to do it. Like if you go to New Orleans, you got to do absinthe. You go to Chicago, you got to do the Malort, right? So
It's true. If you come to Chicago, you must have Malort. My husband was here for several years before I made him try Malort, and when he did, he tried it and he took the shot and he paused and he said, "Well, that's not so bad." The first part's not terrible, but then it hits.
It's the after effect.
It's the after effect. Well, that's not so blah.
Yeah.
What is Magen Schnapps?
I don't know, but
I may
JT
still have that on video somewhere.
JT said it's just bitter without a good aftertaste.
Mm-hmm.
So it's bitter, but there's no good aftertaste either. He's like, oh, maybe the aftertaste will be better. Nope, aftertaste is worse.
Well, you don't taste anything. Honestly, that you don't smell anything, and when you first sip, you don't taste anything. It's the rest.
So Mel, you have to do a video of everybody taking a shot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Drink of it.
I am going to have a tripod set up at the door as people arrive.
Like a Malort
they have
series. Do a
Chicago
Malort
handshake.
series. Yeah.
The reactions.
And this is going to be literally just the Malort series of videos that I have to do. I've already made up my mind because they made the mistake of saying Chicago could host this year. I know you guys want Canada next year. I will get my passport. We will do the Canada next year. But honestly, when you come to Chicago, you're having Malort.
Yeah, see, that's why Canadians are so much nicer. I would give you something made with like maple syrup, like a maple syrup shot.
Maple syrup and bacon, right? Yeah.
You don't? Did you just say you don't like maple syrup?
Did she say that?
Oh my God, Mallory.
So there's only one thing that I like maple syrup on, and it's Eggo waffles, but only if they're covered in peanut butter. First,
whoa,
peanut
what?
butter.
What? What are we talking
syrup
about?
is okay.
Wait, who eats Eggo waffles with peanut butter?
Peanut butter on the Eggo waffles?
Apparently, just Mallory. I've never even heard of that.
And with
my father. My father did that, and now I do that. But peanut butter on your waffles. Skip the butter. Forget the butter. Butter's not enough.
Because you're doing peanut butter instead of butter.
Do the peanut butter and fill all the holes, and then you put the
Are we doing regular peanut butter or
syrup.
chunky? Is it chunky peanut butter or regular peanut butter?
So, Rod, is this?
No. You do the creamy. It's the creamy peanut butter. 100%.
I don't know anything bougie about peanut butter or waffles. I'm just like, I don't know where that's coming from. I'm
You
like
realize
peanut,
On my waffles.
peanut butter with waffles with maple syrup. I'm gonna.
That's a step up from butter, though. So
I'll be looking for. I'll be
so
looking for the
good.
banjo player in a second.
It's so good. You don't understand until you've tried it. You don't understand.
Okay,
Peanut
you
butter-
realize, of course, that's going to be my next Wild Wednesday episode.
Are you
Is
gonna do it?
Eggo waffles with peanut butter and maple syrup.
Oh my god, I would love that.
I'm like, yeah, Mallory had this freaky friggin' combination. We're going to try it today on Shane's Craft Beer Review.
Well, hang
I
on,
love
Shane.
it.
If you just wait, you'll have it in like 2
You're
weeks.
gonna see
You'll
how
serve
good it
breakfast.
is. It's lovely.
She's making breakfast, so you'll definitely have it in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
probably.
you're gonna have it.
That's true.
So my mom wasn't really in the picture. My dad raised me himself, and this was how he always had his waffles with the peanut butter and the maple
So you
syrup.
RS put
You're
peanut
gonna
butter
see it.
on the waffles. What you're telling me?
Huh?
RS put peanut butter on the waffles. Your dad.
Yes.
I mean, I like and hate it till I try it because it doesn't sound
It's
bad.
beautiful.
It doesn't
It's
sound
Okay, so-
really good.
I mean, I'm a guy that's new to the fried bologna game, so I can't really say it here or there.
There's nothing
but-
wrong with that, man. There's nothing wrong with fried bologna, man. We've all been there.
It's lovely.
No, right, but that's the thing, Shane. Rod hasn't until like a year or so ago.
Oh, Big Daddy says he's doing peanut butter waffles now. Woo!
Talking about
Big Daddy's
Nice.
drunk now. He's drunk now, so
You
he's
just
gonna.
wait. You need to try it. It's so good because the peanut butter actually. Maple syrup always had too big a flavor for me. I never liked maple syrup very much until I had it with the peanut butter because the peanut butter has a big flavor too. They offset each other, and it was
somehow.
Right.
Somehow, do you still put like regular butter also on it? With
No.
peanut butter in it, or just
No.
peanut butter and syrup?
No, I skip the regular butter. I do the peanut butter only with a minimal amount of syrup. I don't overdo it with the syrup. You know, some people like.
I mean,
Does that have to be peanut butter?
I'm not
Can you
hating it. I'm not
do,
hating it.
can you do
Yeah.
almond butter? Does that have to be peanut butter? Can it be almond butter?
Huh?
Almond
You know,
butter?
I've never tried almond butter on waffles. I like almond butter in and of itself, but I've never tried it on waffles. But I think that would work the same.
See, pork roll's a Jersey thing. Like that's an Eastern thing. They're the pork roll. Egg and cheese, man. Liz says waffles with your dad sounds awesome.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love hearing that, Liz.
Yeah, I never thought about peanut butter on it.
I'm not gonna hate it. I'm just saying. I'm like,
So just
Can I
think
as well
about
try it?
back to IHOP doing their stuffed French toast. They had strawberries and they had whipped cream and they have all this stuff, and then you're supposed to put the syrup on top too. Come on.
Now, is this a plain Eggo waffle we're talking about, Mallory?
Yes, it's a plain,
Or is it chocolate
waffle.
chocolate chip
no
variant,
chocolate
right?
chip, no
Oh,
fancy, no blueberry, nothing.
chocolate
It's
chip.
a
Okay.
plain egg waffle
I'm
in
on
the
board.
toaster, and it
I'm
comes
on
out of the
board.
toaster, and you put peanut butter in all the little holes, and then you put your syrup on top, and don't overdo it on the syrup, and then you're perfect.
No,
Don't overdo it on maple syrup. You know where I live, right?
I
am
know where
trying
you
that.
live, and that's why I'm saying don't overdo it on.
Don't
maple
overdo
syrup.
it on
No
maple
better.
syrup. God.
I feel like
More
I feel
syrup,
I feel
right?
like Eggo missed an opportunity with the Lego My Eggo commercials here. Having peanut butter and maple syrup. Yeah.
Right? Kind of like the Reese's commercial. Oh, you got your Eggo in my peanut butter. Oh, you got your peanut butter in my Eggo.
Right. Yes.
But Eggo never did a peanut butter waffle. They did the blueberry, they did the strawberry, they did the chocolate chip. They never did a peanut butter
I don't think
waffle.
people were thinking about peanut butter
See,
waffles.
Mal, you missed the
They
boat.
should
No.
have. It's
You missed
so
the
good.
boat. You missed the boat on that
It's
one.
so
I mean,
good.
you get a lot of peanut butter other stuff, so I mean, I guess you could do a peanut butter waffle, right? So
I mean, I don't really see why that would be bad. That'd be actually.
It's probably not too bad. Like
Maybe-
Right, yes. I'm like,
maybe it's the whole peanut allergy thing that
It's not like I'm saying put anchovies on. It's peanut butter. Like, come on,
Exactly.
relax, guys.
Exactly.
it's the
It's
peanut
not
allergy.
anchovies,
It's like when I used to
peanut butter.
fly,
It's
we used to
fine.
get peanuts. Now you can't get peanuts on the plane because people have peanut allergies.
Peanut butter
Right.
with maple syrup is an excellent mix.
But I feel like you should take a step further and put butter, peanut butter, and syrup.
I
on
mean,
it.
technically, I think it should be
never
like
wanted the
it should be a
butter.
waffle with bacon infused in it, and then you put the maple on it.
Oh, okay.
There you
Yeah.
go. Now you're talking.
Yeah.
I'm
Now you're
with you on
talking.
the bacon thing, and
You can-
bacon and
yes.
peanut butter is excellent too. So
Put
do
some
the
bacon
bacon
bits on
waffles
it,
with
whatever.
peanut butter and the
Yeah.
syrup. Done.
Maple bacon.
Butter,
Yeah.
peanut butter.
Peanut
I
butter
can't.
bacon.
I can't say I
Peanut
hate
butter
that
bacon
idea.
too.
No, right?
Bacon.
That's good right there.
You know, in saying that, somebody's coming out with an Imperial Stout with that next week.
Yeah.
Yes, an Imperial Stout that's peanut butter bacon maple waffle Imperial Stout now.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Like I said, Mal, I'm gonna get that video done. That will come out Wednesday as my Wild Wednesday.
I love it.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Idea, weren't you?
I'm always looking for ideas for Wild Wednesday. Always.
Liz does not want a waffle, so yeah. We
I know,
talk
I
about
don't
beer,
have
but by the time we get done the show, everybody's kind of
Yeah.
hungry because we always talk about food on here.
No, right?
Right.
Exactly.
Well, hey Liz, check out my channel on this coming Wednesday because I'm gonna have it's over there. Sorry, I'm gonna have Mallory's peanut butter maple waffle. So yeah, check it out on Wednesday for my
That'll
Wild
be
Wednesday.
that'll be
My partner
interesting.
will be so happy when you post that because he watches every single one of your videos religiously. It's ridiculous.
Perfect.
So he's gonna be super happy when you say you have peanut butter waffles on there.
Maple peanut butter.
Peanut butter maple syrup waffles.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
He had bacon on the side. Bacon. On
I'll
the
make
side.
sure I give a shout out to your dad too while I'm doing it
Yeah.
because I know your dad watches a lot of my videos and stuff. So I'll definitely give him a
He's
quick shout
gonna
out.
love that.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, he raised a 7-year-old girl from
Let's go to Waffle
from the
House.
age of 7 all by himself. So
Yes,
he
JT.
deserves a
Waffle
little
House.
praise.
Especially
Waffle.
at 4 a.m.
I went to the Waffle House first time last year when I was in Atlanta. I've always heard about it because we don't have them in Canada,
Yeah.
and I've always heard about it. And when we were driving in Atlanta, there was like literally one on every single fucking corner. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't mean. And I was like, oh my god! I said we got to go to this place. And Mallory's like, yeah, we got to go to Waffle House. So we ended up going to Waffle House. It was actually a pretty cool. It was small, a lot
Well, the
smaller than I
thing
thought
is,
they were going to be.
The thing is, so you have to go to Waffle House at the right time, like 2
I was gonna
a.m.
say, the later it is,
Well,
the better
wait, it was
is.
approximately 1:30 in the morning. So
Yeah, it was late.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we went pretty late.
That
And then
works.
it was TK, a beer day with TK. It was Brian the Beer Snob. It was Shane's Craft Beer Reviews. It was me. It was Chew. And then it was Brian the Beer Snob's wife was also with us because she was driving that night, right? Yes.
Yes.
So it was
Yeah, because
like
we couldn't.
5 of us sitting at the bar all having waffles at 1:30 in the morning because we'd been to 4 breweries that day. It was fantastic.
It was awesome. It was such a great time.
We forgot to film stuff.
Yeah, I think you go to Waffle House and you got to go at the right time and then wait for something to happen.
Yeah, you're right.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, because apparently that's where all the action happens is at the Waffle
Yeah.
Houses.
Yeah.
Right?
Walmart by day, Waffle House by night.
Yes, for sure, for sure.
Hey, there's another Wild Wednesday video right there.
There you go, Waffle House.
Walmart by day, Waffle House by night. I might have to do some extra filming when I'm down in Chicago. I think maybe.
Yeah.
I will be clear though, I am more of an IHOP fan than a Waffle House fan. Waffle
Oh,
House,
really?
I've had,
But IHOP is pancakes.
No,
See, I don't like. I'm not a big.
You
does-
can't order
I'm not a big
waffles at
IHOP.
IHOP. You got to order
French toast.
pancakes. Pancakes. It's IHOP.
IHOP does stuffed French toast, and that was my thing. The
But it's the
stuffed
international.
French
It's,
toast.
it's
Yeah.
the
I'll take-
International House of Pancakes. That's the
I'll take
IHOP.
Waffle
I
House
understand what
over
it
IHOP.
says it is, but they do the French toast and they slice it open and they stick cream cheese in there and then they cover it with syrup and it's freaking amazing. I love IHOP.
Now
I love
we're talking bougie now. That's bougie.
And Wilford Brimley's like, oh yeah, we got another one.
Now, when I was
Yeah, right.
younger, it was all about Denny's and the American Slam. To be fair,
Oh,
When I was
Denny's All
younger, it
American
was
Slam
Denny's
was
and the
that
American
good.
Slam.
Oh, Denny's,
And-
Denny's. But
Denny's will load
around
you
here,
up on the
Taco
American
Bell's
Slam,
gone down.
yeah.
Like, there ain't no
And
around.
Denny's. So we had a Denny's that we always went to, and we would go there at 2:00 in the morning. We'd be there too late all the time.
Oh,
Our waiters got to know us, and they would bring us syrup shots. This might be
Wait,
why I don't
whoa.
like syrup as much.
syrup
That's
shots.
the Denny's.
So at Denny's, they had these little cups that were like 2 inches
I
tall.
think it's to pour
and
your
about
pan- they're
an
not
inch and a half
shots.
wide. And they always had syrup in them for the different.
That's
meals that you
Wilford
get.
Berman knocking on their door.
They would bring out a round of syrup shots.
put-
and
yeah,
we
to
all
pour
had to
on your
take a
pancake.
whole
No, they
syrup
weren't for
shot
shots. They were supposed to pour on your pancake. They
like
weren't shots. They were,
2:30 in the morning after being drunk. We're all taking syrup shots.
you're
and
not
we had a
supposed to
blast.
do. You're not supposed to do shots with them. It's to pour on your pancakes.
Matter.
No, we didn't order pancakes. They just brought us the shots of syrup. This is what our waiters did because they knew us.
Complimentary shot. Here you go.
Yeah.
And they were killer. I mean,
Again, Wilford Brimley.
That last time, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to die.
Knock, knock. Knock, knock on your door. Here I come.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Diabetes.
Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine.
Well, here's the thing, Mallory. If you're gonna make me drink a shot of this Chicago bull crap, you're having a shot of maple syrup when I come down there. Because I'm bringing a bottle of maple syrup with me. Because I'm Canadian and I have to take one everywhere we go. It's like a law up here.
Yes, that's fine. I appreciate. I love you to death, and if that's what you bring, that is what I will have. But
I don't think I IHOP with the steak and crepes.
But the Mary Poppins, the spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Has anyone ever actually had a spoonful of sugar?
Yes.
No.
It's death. It's horrible.
Why would you do a spoonful of sugar?
Exactly. Well, because the song said a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. So I was like 6.
told
and I
you
was
that?
like, oh, a spoonful of sugar.
It's a song.
Go down.
From
Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
See, this is
So I had the medicine.
this is why you're tanning with beer.
No, I had the medicine, and I thought, oh, a spoonful of sugar is supposed to help the medicine go down. So I got myself a spoonful of sugar. It was the worst thing I ever experienced.
Yeah, it's a spoonful of sugar. Yeah, it's terrible.
I think I did it for hiccups, and it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
To teach children to have a spoonful of sugar.
I've never watched this Mary Poppins, but she was definitely leading you astray on that one. That was not like,
No, my father was still at work. I had my medicine. I thought, okay, I'm going to have a spoonful of sugar because Mary Poppins says this is the thing to do. It was the worst thing ever. Do not do that. It's worse. Well, no, it's not worse than a spoonful of cinnamon. That's actually a lot worse. But
I wouldn't do a spoonful of cinnamon either.
Just putting that out there.
It's pretty close, though.
Yeah.
No, cinnamon
you did better taking a cup full of NyQuil and going back to sleep.
Right? Now, there was a comment up there just a minute ago from JT, I think, that it said it's not pronounced pecan. Yes, it is. If you're in Canada, it's pronounced pecan.
It depends where you're at. Some are pecan, some are pecan here in the States.
In Canada, we call it pecan.
See, I use pecan. It depends where you're at here. Pecan or pecan. Depends, different spots.
So I said, I know what you're talking. When you say pecan, like I know Brian says pecan all the time. I'm like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I think pecan's more common up here.
Shane, I love you with most of my heart, but a part of it just died.
Most of the heart, most of it.
With most.
It's
yeah, but you got to remember, I spell the word color with a U. So, I mean, take that as you will.
But
that's the educational system.
I had to do that. So it's fine. Favorite had a U in it.
But it's like people say aunt, and I say aunt. And like there's a U in there. It should be aunt. It shouldn't be aunt.
Yes.
But
right.
It's all a matter where you're at, kind of thing.
Yeah, just different pronunciations of it, right?
Pecan.
Yeah. But pecan,
like
pecan. I mean, I feel like if I had to choose one that'd be closer to it, it'd probably be pecan. Because pecan, I feel like you would have a U or something in there as well, but it's no matter where you're from.
Or an O, like pecan.
Yeah, or no, something,
right.
Or maybe the A with the little thing over top. I don't know, but it'd be definitely.
No, that's way too French. I mean,
it'd be special.
That's too French. That's a different country as far as I'm concerned.
We'll have a G, a T, and a Z, and we'll see what happens. Yes, I said Z.
Waffle House all the way.
Waffle House all the way.
Waffle House
all the Americans know this, but I said Z to the Canadian who's there.
But Denny's had their ups and downs from time to time. But yeah. Spoonful of sugar was my favorite shithole. I'm 60, so no.
Shithole, not favorite.
Yeah, you can't do a spoonful of sugar. The Waffle House dominates here, but Denny's was damn good in South Texas.
Yeah, Denny's was good. The Waffle House,
Denny's is good.
Yeah.
Perkins, does anyone
we do have a Denny's up here. We do have a Denny's up here.
NyQuil makes the black hole go away, right? Like you do the NyQuil and then you go to bed and you're good to go.
The black hole go away.
South of the South chain where pecan trees grow wild on the natural ground.
No,
Hey, JT, like I said, pronounce it however you want. I know what you're talking about. I was just throwing a little thing in there. My Canadian content.
And then Liz says pecan is how we pronounce it in central New York City. So it's all where you're at.
Yeah, exactly.
Pecan.
Yeah. Pecan, tomato, tomato.
Now, my grandmother's from Arkansas, and she said pecan, but I don't say pecan.
Yeah.
I say pecan, because that's how it's pronounced. Damn it.
But there's a state that throws people off when they come over from overseas because they're like, well, there's Kansas, so this is Arkansas. No, this is Arkansas. But it's spelled like Kansas on the thing.
Yeah,
like,
Arkansas. Yeah. It's Arkansas. That's how it's spelled, damn it.
Arkansas? No.
Nobody bastardized the English language like Americans. Just saying. So, yeah.
I'm from freaking Illinois. Oh,
Illinois, and not... Some say Illinois.
Yes.
Some say Illinois. Some say Illinois.
It's annoying.
Illinois.
Yeah.
No, it's a silent S, right?
Yeah.
I've always said Illinois, like with no S at the end.
But some say Illinois when they move in.
But a lot of people say Illinois.
Where Todd is at, some people say Louisville when it's really Louisville. So
you're right.
Oh, you did a video on that, Mallory, not too long ago, I don't think. A couple months ago, right?
Right.
Louisville? Louisville?
She did.
So
I remember it.
I did like 3 different videos from Louisville, and I couldn't pronounce it right. And both Todd and Shannon were off camera shouting at me how to say it, and I said it wrong every damn time. I could not say Louisville.
Louisville.
I couldn't do it. I was utterly incapable, and even with them coaching me, I couldn't do it. It was terrible. And you could hear them shouting, "No, it's Louisville." I'm like, Louisville.
Like they're going to strangle you if you don't say it right. Just say it right.
It's Louisville.
It was. I love that video because it was just so funny seeing you struggle with that. It was just funny. It was so funny the way you presented it.
I was
it's like
hopeless.
Where JT from? Louisiana. It's like New Orleans, but some will say Nolans.
Nolans.
Yeah, so it's kind of like yeah.
So I don't get mad at me, JT. I call it New Orleans.
See, some people will say that too. Like,
and I know that's the wrong. I know that's the wrong way to say it. That's just the way that most of us up here say it.
Yes.
That's how to me. That's how it's spelled. New Orleans.
Exactly. Yes.
Is James telling me right now that I could have said Louis the whole time? Is
Louisville.
This what he's telling me right now?
He's saying Louisville.
Oh,
Louisville.
it smells shit.
Louis.
I thought it was Louis. I was like, oh shit, I could have said Louis the whole time.
Louis.
You guys thought. I would have been so angry if Louis was
Right?
an option.
Got it from Louis.
Louis, Kentucky.
Sounds like a bad. That sounds like a bad drug deal. I got it from Louis. I got it
A
from
Louis? I got a Louis, man.
Gotta go. Louis.
Who the hell was this Louis guy? Yeah.
You're right.
You said New Orleans if you sing the song.
Well, I don't know if you know JT, but I have been known to sing a couple songs, and to most people's dismay, because I'm not a good singer. But
it's bad karaoke.
You stop it! I've yelled at you about this before, and
I
theme song for me. You have a theme song for Chew. Honestly, no, you're amazing.
You got a theme
well, I
song
got
for
one.
Chew?
I got actually my very first song that I ever did was for Chew.
Yes, that is true.
I did Chew, I did Mallory, I did Brian, I did TK. I wrote a little song. I'm a terrible singer, but it's kind of funny.
The Chew one, it was something about rain. What's the song?
It's a CCR song.
It's Creedence Clearwater.
Have you ever seen The Rain?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen The Rain by CCR?
Yes. So he did a whole song about how no one's ever seen Chew's face. To have you ever seen The Rain?
Yes.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
That was good.
Well, there was a point I think Chew was playing it like every single day and driving Mallory up the freaking wall.
Well, yes, he was. He does that. That's.
But why wouldn't you? I mean, somebody creates a song about you. Why would you not play that friggin' thing every single day? Love you
Well,
too.
that's why when you came out with the one for me, I started playing that every day, and he was like, "Oh God, stop!"
Well, good. I mean, that's only fair, right?
I got him back. But you definitely did songs specifically for each of us, and it was great.
Yep. Actually, I've got one that I've been meaning to work on for months, and it's for Blue Ice, actually.
Oh, there
I
you
love
go.
Yeah, he was next on my list, and I've had the song for a while, and I just haven't got around to doing it. If you're watching this, Blue, sorry, dude. See you in a couple weeks anyway. Maybe I'll try and get it done before I get down to Chicago. I don't know how happy I'll be with it because it's Backstreet Boys. So we'll see how good Shane sings Backstreet Boys. How about that? We'll see how good that works.
Emerson, this is the third time you asked me for my cell phone number, but I can't just post it in front of everybody. I'm not comfortable with that because I've had stalkers before. That's not a thing I can do. I appreciate what you're asking, but I can't do that, man. You got to DM me on Instagram or something.
I say New Orleans.
Orleans.
Or New Orleans.
Orleans?
New
Orleans. New Orleans. New Orleans. Okay.
Lafayette.
Lafayette, Louisiana.
Isn't that how you pronounce it? Lafayette?
Lafayette. Like
that's
Lafayette.
pretty close. But they don't have as many breweries there, so
that's how I pronounce it. Lafayette.
Well.
Yeah. Down in the bayou. Damn it, Todd. I said we're not going as long as we usually used to go, but here we are at 11:48.
I knew it was gonna happen. I knew too.
Well, hey, Rod J, as long as you don't do what me and Mallory did a while ago when I did a live, I try to keep it like just a couple hours. We ended up going for it was over 12 hours. Like the end of the video, you can't even see on YouTube.
You went over
YouTube
12 hours?
Yeah,
and YouTube only lets you do a 12-hour live video, and everything after that they cut out. So me and Mallory are still talking, and it's not even on my channel because it got cut off.
So,
we went from like
now.
we went from like 6 o'clock at night till 8 in the morning or something like that. It was ridiculous.
That was
the new show time is 8 o'clock. We used to do 8:45, and I was like, we're doing it at 8 now, so that way we're not dragging in the morning on Friday,
right?
And we still end up here about midnight, like trying to still.
Yeah, but it's still earlier than normal, though.
It is earlier than normal. It is earlier than normal, and it's always fun. So.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And so, not hating it, but it's just like I didn't think we were going to do this long or whatever. So when I do the podcast will now be about 4 hours long when I post it. So yeah, yeah. It's like an elephant, you eat it in pieces. Don't gotta listen to it all at one time. Just keep coming back.
You're right.
Keep coming back. No.
Well, like I said, and that's the problem with that live I did with Mallory. Like nobody's gonna watch that. It's 12 hours long, for God's sakes. Nobody's gonna watch that, right?
Well, you gotta put in a little teaser out there. Wait for the midget and the donkey to show up, and then people will keep hanging in.
Yeah, wait till the end.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you miss the midget and donkey? Well, you didn't watch it long enough.
If you
didn't watch the whole thing. That's right.
You missed it.
Because I'm convinced that if you have a midget and a donkey mentioned anywhere, people are in for the long.
Somebody's gonna stay on.
They're just curious.
Just curious.
Like, damn it, I stayed up to the end. I never saw it one time.
Yeah.
What was that, Todd? Sorry, I missed that part.
No, I said I watched the whole end. I never saw it one time.
Never saw it.
Yeah.
And then you're like, goddamn clickbait. They got me in the clickbait.
The clickbait. That's it.
That's exactly.
Cheers, Aubrey. Thanks for hanging out, and appreciate you being a new member to the membership as well. So,
see you, Aubrey. Cheers.
Friday to you, my friend. Nice. Aubrey's got a great channel as well. Aubrey's Net. Check him out. But Aubrey actually plays in the band with Blake and them too when they do the band stuff. So yeah, good guy. But yeah, I think probably get ready to wrap it down here. So we're not.
Wait! You had beer news, and I have a beer news.
You have beer news? Why don't you do it during the beer news segment?
I tried. I sent it in the private chat, and then it got covered up by Shane showing up and everyone chatting about getting Shane on.
Oh, sure. It's easy to blame the Canadian on everything. I get it. I see how it works.
I'm blaming one Canadian for the other Canadian. That's just what I do. But
So Mal has beer news. How drinking beer can help war-torn Ukraine, thanks to Aussie craft brewers outpouring of sympathy. That's a hell of a title right there.
it's a big title, yes. But it's these breweries
I'll pull it up here for you.
Australia who are making a beer specifically to raise money for Ukraine. And I know Ukraine is off of most people's radar at the moment, but they're still dealing with a lot of stuff and they still need to be focused on. And Australia is raising money right now through beer to help Ukraine with their ongoing efforts to remain independent from Russia. And it's a great story. I love that Australia is like jumping on this train. I love that this is a thing. Conspirators Brewing Company, I love it. But they're doing this whole thing to help Ukraine monetarily to stay independent from Russia. So I just wanted to put that out because I thought it was an interesting story. And I know not all of us are Australian, obviously, but those that are maybe can help out with the effort.
We had Sam here earlier, but I don't think he's here now. But he's in Australia.
I think Sam hopped off earlier.
But a dry hop take on a Keller beer.
Yeah, I know. A dry hop Keller beer is a different thing, so that's unusual.
That'd be interesting. Yeah.
Love it. So yeah, I thought the story was interesting, and I thought it was worth noting.
Yeah,
I find it amazing that there's a whole bunch of countries that are jumping on board with this. Like I know there's a bunch of breweries up here that do something similar. I know there's a whole bunch down in the States that do the same thing, do a beer specifically for the proceeds go to the Ukraine, which is awesome that we, as a global, entity, we help each other out.
Well, because Ukraine is still in absolute turmoil. I mean,
for sure.
Because it's come out of the headlines doesn't mean it's not fixed. It doesn't mean it's fixed.
Right, for sure.
It's still a full-on war. It's still a lot going on, and a lot of people have forgotten about that, and I don't think we should. I still see Ukraine flags hanging on houses here in the Chicagoland area. We have a fairly well-sized Ukrainian population here, and I still see that, and I'm still like, that's happening still. Even though we're not hearing it in the news every day, it's still there, and Ukraine still needs a little help. So,
I think,
absolutely.
I don't know if people forgot about it as much as that there's just so much stuff happening out there too.
I know.
Yeah.
And most folks are more focused on what's happening in their own lives. That is true.
Right.
So, but just putting out there, hey, this is still happening. Just so you know. If you were interested before, maybe you're still interested now, and maybe you can still help out a little bit because they're in the middle of a pretty nasty battle. So
yeah, we got actually from the States here. We have a new package going over, I think, for defense for Ukraine. From last I saw today. So
Right, I think Canada's sending over a canoe and a couple guys with some slingshots. I think that's what Canada's contributing. A canoe and some slingshots.
Just shooting maple donuts out of them. So
yes.
Slingshots is helpful.
Yeah.
It's funny. A couple of nights ago, I watched The Untouchables again, and I was like, look at those Mounties standing proud up there about to bring down Al Capone.
Well, hey, back in the day, I mean, Mounties were a pretty big deal.
Oh yeah.
Nowadays, you don't even see. I mean, in my area, you never see one unless there's like a special Canada Day parade or something.
Snidely Whiplash had a rough time with those Mounties.
I think in America, most people think of the Mounties from Rocky and Bullwinkle, though.
I know.
Of course, yeah, for sure.
Yes.
But they were a strong force back in the day as well.
Sure. I mean, they still are. I mean, it's mostly. I think they do more work closer to what like your FBI or CIA would do down there. It's more that kind of deal as opposed to, hey, we're the police kind of thing. I think that's what they do now.
It makes sense.
Yeah. So Liz had that there too. Yeah, it's for like out of Europe, like Ukraine is like the number one grain producer. So for people that drink beer, that's kind of huge.
I
as their export. That's like a huge thing for what they're doing there. Yeah.
I did not realize that.
No, beer production, Ukraine is giant. Like,
kind of
really? Wow.
Remotely.
So when you're seeing prices spike and stuff, part of that's coming from the war taking place with Ukraine and Russia because they're a large exporter of grain out of that area.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. Although right now it's kind of like I'm interested in the whole Where's Waldo because they can't find a guy that led kind of that little revolt back against Putin. From the group, and they're like, "Oh, he's in Belarus," and the Belarus people are like, "He's not here." Like they're trying to figure out where he is. I'm like, "Oh, he probably got that poison sample from Putin. He's probably not alive anymore right now." Like,
probably.
Right? You lead a revolt back against Putin. He likes to send out poison to his foes. So it's interesting right now because they were talking about hitting that nuclear plant in Ukraine, and it's just like, no, don't want that to happen. So.
But thank you for taking my beer news story. I'm sorry. I know it got buried, but it was
I didn't realize it was up there and stuff because everybody was coming through the private chat. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
No, you gotta be sorry for what? You know, you're part of the show now. So.
Oh, look at that! Mallory's part of the show.
Yeah.
welcome to the big show with the legend J Rod.
I know. J-Rod.
J-Rod.
Do you remember that one time we did that? I think it was on one of my live streams, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, it's J-Rod, the legend! Oh my God, I can't believe he blessed us with his presence." And we went on with it for about half an hour. I think everybody was like, "Oh, J-Rod! Oh my God, it's like having God come and visit you."
I think it was like when I jumped on with you and Dave or something like that. It was like, dude, I'm just like another beer guy out here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But it was just so funny how we kept playing on it.
You're different.
Yeah, it was awesome. Oh, it was so much fun.
Yeah.
J-Rod.
Yeah, no, the legend.
Rod J, actually, but yeah.
Well, Rod J, yeah. Why would I say J-Rod? J-Rod sounds more like a baseball player, doesn't it?
No, I like that better.
A-Rod, I think.
J-Rod.
I think that's why I said it, because I think I was thinking A-Rod, and I went J-Rod instead of Rod J.
It sounds more like...
I mean, he's a DJ. You could say DJ Rod.
DJ Rod J? That doesn't work.
A rod and fish, yeah. It's interesting there what's taking place. It's going to be, Putin's kind of a little bit of a lost cannon there. Like, you don't know what he's going to do, how he's going to react to stuff. Because he's like little man, like in a big suit. And it's kind of like, is he going to snap at some point and do something that's like, no, you can't do that type thing. Who's going to stop?
It reminds me a lot of North Korea for a while there.
Yeah. He's got Kim Il-jung type feels right now. You're kind of like, is he okay?
Yeah,
like I said, I watched One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest last night, and I'm like, Putin could be one of the inmates right now in there. Like, I don't know where he's going to go with
he's
stuff.
He's going to ride in shirtless on a horse in that movie, so,
Well, yeah. Well, I remember when he did that, yeah.
It's pretty amazing that, like, the people, it seems, and I could be just a complete idiot, but everybody on, like, the eastern part of the world, all their leaders are, like, freaking crazy, man. Like, there's just something that's a little bit off with them.
It's
maybe
something in the water or something. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they just have really shitty beer and they're just angry. Maybe that's the only problem. They have shitty beer and they're angry about it.
Rod, you and me, we got that.
We're right there.
It's right there.
It's the sharks in the water.
It's kind
right.
Or the orcas, apparently.
It's kind of some weird. I mean, it's kind of like to the point earlier this year, we had Finland and Switzerland, whatever, join NATO. And you're like, you know how hard it is to get them to join NATO? Because they were always the neutral company. Like, they're so scared shit of what maybe happened. They're like, okay, we want to be with you guys. That tells me there's some shit happening over there we don't even know about, probably.
Right,
like,
exactly.
They want to get on board.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
where they're like, nope. Have you ever watched like the videos on YouTube that are like the 5 scariest videos you'll ever see, and you start watching, and there's this moment when you're like halfway in, you're like, yeah, nope, I'm out. By the way, I work for a haunted brewery.
Yes, you said that. Yeah. So have you seen anything more weird happening there?
Well, no, I've been gone for a week, but there's some weird stuff. There's So I was talking to the owner and the chef, and the owner was like, I never saw anything. And the chef was like, wait, what about that time you saw one of our guys walk into the bathroom, but there was nobody here because he had left 3 hours earlier? And the owner was like, oh, yeah. So that was a little weird. And then as we were talking about this, a bell rang, one of those hotel desk bells that you tap.
Mm.
So there were some candle holders next to this bell, and one of the candle holders fell over onto the bell and rang the bell. And we all paused and we just stared at this bell because none of us was close enough to move anything regarding the bell. It rang and we just stared at it for a second. And I said, see, they're trying to tell you they're here.
Right.
I don't know if he believes me yet, but there's some weird shit going on in this brewery I work for. That's for sure. I saw a small child running up the restaurant. No sound. I couldn't hear footsteps or laughing or anything, but I saw the kid running out of the corner of my eye. I saw a gentleman in a tweed suit and a bowler hat staring at our coolers out in the back. And then I saw a lady in a red dress who walks in all the time. So, like, I'll be behind the bar, I'll be looking down, and I'll see her walking in. I'll look up to say hello to whoever just walked in, but the door's closed. No one opened it, but I see the lady in the red dress all the time. So I have 3 that I've seen.
That is weird.
I've heard children laughing. I've heard footsteps all the time. Footsteps. It never stops with the damn footsteps. Yeah. And finally, I've just been like, guys, knock it off. I need to focus because I'm trying to count the drawer or something. I can't deal. But it's just like nonstop footsteps across this place. It's so crazy. So I definitely work for a haunted brewery. I've never seen things move on their own, but I've definitely seen things that weren't there and heard things.
Yeah, I remember as far as like paranormal type stuff, when we were like back in school, we used to go out and investigate stuff and go to places that were supposedly haunted. There was one place we went to one time, and they said it was kind of haunted type stuff. We didn't believe it. We were trying to go in, and we saw some interesting stuff happen before we went in there. And like at one point, something was like a sound. We kind of came back, and it was like there was a door that was open, but then we turned around, the door was closed. And we're just like, that door was open before. How is the door closed now? Like there was no wind or anything like that. It was kind of just like, and then we were like, nope. We're done. We're done.
Yeah, I'm out.
That was open. Now it's closed. Okay, we're backing out. Nice and easy. You know.
Sadly, this is a place that I work, so I can't nope right out of there because this is, I have to be there. So I mostly just say, guys, seriously, can't deal.
I would like to visit that and experience that. I'd like to see that.
Well, there's one place like what I used to be near where I was at where we never went over there, Todd, when you came up, but there's a place called Bobby Mackey's in Northern Kentucky, which is a bar that's supposedly haunted, and people go downstairs and there's different stuff that seems to happen. A lot of the workers will tell you about stuff, and it's kind of like, is it or isn't it? When Ghost Hunters came out there, the Ghost Hunters people got so rattled they actually left or whatever. So that's a place in Northern Kentucky that's not too far from where you're at, Todd, that's kind of got like a little bit of that mystique around it. But when you go down there, they would hear noises or things would get moved or things would freak them out on stuff. But I'm like, I don't know. I feel like what's TV and what's not or whatever. But I remember freshman year. So my freshman year in college, we had like Ouija boards that people would play. And I remember people kind of freaking out my freshman year. We actually had one of the guys actually drop out of college because he got so freaked out. He was playing the Ouija board by himself or whatever like that, and it freaked him out some type of way. But we would play stuff, and it was always like, are you watching the other person? Are they moving their hands? Or they kind of cheating or whatever like that and everything? And we'd ask it questions, and it would give us stuff, and people would actually read in the Bible or pull up a book and would say, this is so-and-so or whatever. You'd actually read stuff about a name that was actually, I don't know how real it was or like that, but I did it like, nope, I'm out.
See, that would be me. I'd be out. Because I did a review a couple of years ago. I think it was two Halloweens ago, and I went and did a beer review. It's called the beer was called Hopkins Tomb, and I actually went to Hopkins Tomb, which is actually just about half an hour away from my house. And there's all these ghost stories about it and stuff like that. And I said on the video, I'm like, you know what? I don't believe in ghosts. And I don't. I really don't believe in ghosts. But I didn't want to go close to the tomb because I don't want something to give me a reason to start believing in ghosts. Right? Right? I'm happy being ignorant and thinking ghosts aren't real. I don't want something to give me a reason to think, oh my God, ghosts are real all of a sudden. So I think that would be the end of me, I think.
So
You actually giving me an idea there, because actually I'm near Edgar Allan Poe's cemetery. I should do a beer review there one night.
Oh, for sure. Especially if you can get one that's themed maybe towards Edgar Allan Poe, and I'm sure there's something. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That's a good idea, Shane.
Yeah.
We have Waverly Hills here in Louisville, which is like the biggest back in the day TV hospitals along the line, like I don't know, 50s, 60s, whatever it was. And it's supposedly like one of the most haunted places in America. And the Ghost Adventure, Ghost Hunters, they've all been here and done shows on it.
Yeah.
Halloween specials, whatever. So we went one night, and Rod, you know John Sharon.
Mm-hmm.
So when we all hung out together, so we went over there one night, and they had like a 2-hour tour. They have like a 2-hour tour, a overnight tour, or like a 4-hour tour, whatever. So we did a 2-hour tour, and they do all, take you through the hospital, whatever. So they have like a thing that they have what they call the body shoot, which is back in the day, all the people that died, they would shoot them out the body shoot, so all the other patients couldn't see the people dying.
Right.
So they would shoot them. So it's supposed to be like one of the most haunted places that you go to. So at the beginning of the tour, they'd be like, okay, you can go down and whatever, take pictures, whatever. So John come over and at the very top of the stairs, try to take pictures. And he swore he just put new batteries in, try to take pictures, wouldn't snap at all.
Mm.
So they say like the Indians, whatever, draw all the drain your battery or whatever from it. So it wasn't like 3 minutes, or not even 3 minutes, like 30 seconds to a minute later, we walked away and it was just flashing like he was taking pictures, like no big deal. It was
really?
Yes, it was the weirdest damn thing. And it throughout the whole thing, you see shadows and kind of feel like things are brushing up against you. It was totally odd. Like whether you believe or not, it's kind of one of those things like you have to believe or don't believe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of weird though.
Yeah.
So I was a manager with Barnes & Noble. I was a children's lead manager. So I did all the kids events and stuff like that. But opening and closing the store, this was Deer Park, Illinois. Opening and closing the store, I would hear someone whisper my name right here. They would whisper my name right here. And I would calmly turn and say, not right now, I'm working. And I would go back to work and it was fine. That was going on for months where this was happening. I was like, not right now, I'm working. So one time I was there with another manager, and she all of a sudden turned around and she's like, I can't deal, stop talking to me. And I'm like, I wasn't talking to you. And she's like, I wasn't talking to you either. And I said, what are you talking about? And she said, they keep saying my name. And I said, who keeps saying your name? And we had a very awkward moment where we were like, okay, that's weird. Because she was hearing her name whispered right behind her ear, just like I had been for several months.
And it was just you two there?
I would be out the door so fast, you have no idea. Like, see you guys, I'm out of here.
Well, that's the funny thing. As soon as you would say, not right now, I'm working, they would chill out and they would back off and you wouldn't have a problem for your day, like.
But it was just you guys there. Nobody else was there. It was just.
Well, yeah, it was like 3 people. One's in the cafe, and the 2 of us are checking the book floor to make sure that the books are all organized and ready for the.
See, I feel like everybody has
just 2 of us.
Yeah.
But
there's so many people that have stories like that can't not be true. Like it has to be true.
I'd be like, if the other person here there, I'd be like, shit, I'm out.
Right? Right? I'm not crazy. This is actually happening. That's right.
The moment she said that, it kind of freaked me out because I'm like, oh wait, you're hearing them too? Because I had spoken to a couple other booksellers and everyone's like, what are you talking about? You're fucking crazy. Like, stop talking to me. Ew.
Yeah.
Out the friggin' door.
I was like, oh my God, you hear them too.
Yeah. That's what.
Like, thank
Where'd he
God
go?
somebody
Oh, he's
else is
gone.
hearing this. I thought I was just crazy.
No,
But I've experienced a lot of things all through my youth and stuff, like where I hear things or see things that are, and mostly to stop myself from being scared, because honestly, my first instinct is to be scared, of course. But mostly, if I just
Naturally.
say, knock it off, it stops, and I can just go on with my day, and I don't have to worry about it. And that's just always been kind of my
But if
go-to.
you're there
So
by
I
yourself, who
don't
you
stop.
telling to knock it off to? You're there by yourself.
Well, I know, but I found out that if I said knock it off, I didn't get scared. That's what it more was.
See,
It was more
and you're a better person than me, Mallory, because I would be like, "Fuck this, I'm out of here." That would be it. I'd be done.
But
I
I'll
would be
tell you-
absolutely done.
I'll tell you, the times that I've gone to Europe, oh my God, I got overwhelmed by so much stuff. Because the buildings are older and all the stuff. No. I had a little more trouble in Europe. Over in the US, it's a little easier. I can handle that a little better. But mostly I just say, dude, knock it off. Oh, so at the bar, I had said, guys, knock it off, because I was hearing the footsteps. I wasn't thinking about it. I was cleaning a floor. There was a spill on the floor. So I was on the floor cleaning. And one of the trash cans 3 feet behind me, it sounded like someone banged on it, like knocked on it. And it startled me enough that I stood straight up, which is not good for my back. My back did not love that movement. But I stood straight up from the floor and I turned around like, seriously, can't deal with you right now. And I didn't hear another sound for the rest of the day. It was fine. But you have to,
Nope.
say nope.
Yeah, forget that.
Instead of you saying no and
Not
running,
tonight. Not
you
tonight.
tell them no. And it's fine. You just have to say nope to them, and then you're good.
Hey, Rajay, Liz had a comment just recently. Can you slap it back up here?
This one?
Yes, that's the one. Liz, if you're watching, I'd actually be interested to hearing these stories, because I might use it on a video back in October. Send it to my email if you have time. Shane's Craft Beer Review at gmail.com. Yeah, I might use it for my Halloween video.
Yeah.
If you get time, maybe one or two stories, or all of them. I don't care.
I mean,
cool.
John Adams liked to make it rain back in the day.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Get them bloomers off.
Sadly, the brewery that I work at is way out of the city, so it'd be really hard for us to see it while you're here, Shane. But
where is it?
It's in Highland Park. It's up the train line. I mean, it's possible to get to, but it's a little out of the way. So I don't know if.
And we're doing what all weekend?
We're going to breweries in the city.
This is sure will.
Sounds like a midnight.
Because it's spread out. Shane is what Mal's trying to tell you.
Thanks, Liz.
Yeah.
So we might be able to work it out. We'll see.
Like I said, as long as I get time to record the Chuggy Award video, I'm a happy guy.
It's Sunday night for sure.
I'm so excited. I don't know if you've been following that, Rod J or Todd.
Yeah.
I have not seen that. No.
No. Well, we did I came up with a thing where I was going to start. Basically, people could nominate the best beer review videos in. I think I had 5 different categories this year, because it's the first year I've done it. So people nominated their favorite videos in different categories, and then we closed off that, and then we started voting on them. So we're going to do like an awards ceremony, kind of like the Oscars kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
When we're down in Chicago, and award these 5 awards. And then next year there might be 8 or 10 categories. Who knows?
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be a pretty epic video, I think.
That's cool.
I've been working on it for like 3 or 4 months already, like doing pre-editing and stuff like
that's
that.
Awesome. That's
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Fun.
Yeah. So I'm hoping next year we get
And there
more
were
videos
so
nominated.
many nominations. I love seeing all those different ones that were nominated. That was really cool.
There was so many, and it was a good opportunity for everybody who was nominated to get their channels noticed by people who maybe wouldn't have seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Because all the videos that were nominated were fantastic. Like I was nominated for a couple, Mallory was nominated for a couple, Beer Day with TK, Half-Ass Beer Review. There was a whole bunch that were nominated. It was really awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm hoping next year will be even bigger and better.
This is a
Hopefully.
good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. It's just something fun for like guys who do beer reviews, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
cool.
yeah, like none of us are making any money off what we're doing. I mean, it costs us money to do what we do, but we enjoy it. So, I mean, at least this is a little bit of incentive to do. Like the one category is best editing and special effects. Not everybody does editing on their videos. Like I do quite a bit on mine. Mallory does some as well. So just give a little, hey, you know what? Good job on that video. You know, you did that extra 2 hours of work doing the editing. Good job. You know.
Yeah,
it'll be fun.
It's been straining everything in my soul to not rip open that box that came, by the way.
Do not open the box. Mallory has.
I'm not
What's in
opening
the box? What's in the
I
box?
ordered a bunch.
It's like
No.
7. It's like
It's
7
7.
right now. What's
So
in the box? Tell me what's
He
in the
had a
box.
box sent to me, and he said, "Don't open it." And it's been sitting there, and
Don't open the box.
The cats have been sitting on it and playing with it and stuff, and I'm just like staring at it, going, "God, I want to know what's in that box."
You're like
Yeah,
Brad
see-
Pitt.
My
You're like
house,
Brad
I
Pitt
can't
right
open it.
now.
It's
And
like-
you're, yeah, what's in
And
the
Shane's
box?
Morgan Freeman, like, stay back.
I know.
Stay back.
Well, see, this is how much trust and love I have for
I
Mallory and Chew.
know.
I ordered all the we're going to be awarding some trophies
Mhm.
for the awards, and I sent them down to Mallory's house because it was cheaper to ship them to her than to ship them up here. And then I'm going to take them down there anyway, so it's just easier to ship them to her. And I said, please don't open the box because I don't want to ruin the surprise for anybody who wins an award.
It's killing me.
I know it's probably just pretend there's like peanuts in it. Don't even think about it as the
There's a
actual
voice
award.
going, open the box, Mal. Open the box.
I can't.
Don't open the box.
Too much
Like,
to
damn
open
it,
the
who's
box,
saying
but
that?
it's
Shut
killing
up.
me.
She's good for not opening it there.
It's sitting there.
Well,
Like, I
how do you
didn't
think?
open it. The
It's
cat
been
got
sitting there
into
for
it.
3 weeks.
How do you think I feel?
I have 3 weeks left.
How do you think I feel? I'm the only one. I'm the only one that knows who has won all these awards already, because I organized everything, right? Obviously, I have all the votes and stuff like that. And you don't think I want to tell everybody, like, hey man, you did a great job, you won. But don't tell anybody. So I'm trying to keep it a big secret until I get down and record it.
Oh, I know
There's
it's
pecans in
destroying.
it.
It's destroying my soul.
Pecans, yes.
There's pecans in it.
By the
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
Kent's beer reviews.
I see that. Cheers, Craig. Good night now, because we're about to sign off. Because
I know we got chatting.
this was not the plan. The plan was to end earlier, and we're still at the same time.
Right.
So,
It never works like that.
so basically, people now got an extra bonus of an extra 45 minutes in the video.
10 o'clock.
There you go.
We're starting, ending early.
But you guys are all great, fantastic people to have, and great people that watch, or great, fantastic people to share it with. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's like the longer we're on, the more people watch, and the more fun we have. It's a good thing.
Do we
For sure.
start
But
at
it's-
7?
yeah.
I love it.
6?
Yeah.
And after work, whatever.
Yeah. It's just like I can't go any earlier because it'll be on longer. So it's
I
like,
know, right?
like Jesus.
Yep.
I come on like I only got a little bit of material, but yet we still stretch it out. So it's
Somehow,
awesome in that
some
regard. Somehow, some way, it still works out in the end. So it's just like,
There's a will, there's a way.
yeah, it's like
That's
still
right.
talking.
That's right.
Yeah, still
Where
on.
there's
still-
a beer, there's a way.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah. Cheers.
yeah.
Probably
But-
more true.
We'll go ahead and get signed off here. And thanks for everybody that tuned in as we do every Thursday to get everybody ready for Friday. And great hangout. Again, next week, make sure you guys are checking. I will have the beer diet on with Gary. He'll be talking about the beer diet. So for those of you that want to drink beer and not gain weight, that'll be on Tuesday night, I believe.
Tuesday.
Next Monday night, I'll have Jimmy on from Cuff and Stuff Barbecue. We're going to talk about barbecue and pairing with beer and different things that he's growing up and what beers you might want to have with it. Next Wednesday, I'll be over on Lags, Libations, and Lost Saves. So we'll talk video games and drink some beers there. And the next Thursday, we're all back here again for another happy hour. So
Dang, Rod, got mo jobs.
very
More
busy week
jobs.
next week. Not to mention, I've got like some brewers that want to come on as well, talk about the beers they're actually brewing at some of the breweries. So a lot of good stuff coming forward. So that's why I haven't had a chance to put anything out with videos. It's just all this other stuff I'm setting up too. So which I like doing. So it's great. It's great. And there's a lot of beer reviews out there, but I'm trying to bring other stuff besides just beer reviews, which is good. JT said, "There's never a clock at a good party." That's true. That's true.
That's true.
That is true. That is true.
You never know
That
how
is
good
true.
the party is till the police show up, right? That's when the police show up. You know it's a good party
Right.
taking place.
Knock,
right?
knock.
That's it.
It's either Wilford or the police. One or the other.
But thanks for everybody that tuned in. Great having you on, Shane. Great having the Octonauts on, Ray.
Hey, thanks for having me on, buddy. I appreciate it.
Definitely. So make sure you follow him. Met Mal, as always, part of the show now. So giving us that female side of things, so to speak, for the most part. Todd.
and the fact she can outdrink all of us.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I
will put money on Mallory outdrinking anybody.
She's drinking lightweight stuff tonight. She's drinking lightweight stuff
I was light tonight.
So,
I just had a weekend of camping with 3 cases of craft beer and 2 nights.
I mean, it took her a minute to shotgun her first beer. So.
Well, I didn't know how to shotgun. I've never done that.
I'm saying if you want to go for redemption on it, just let us know. We'll do a redemption video here too.
There you go.
Because people are like, "Wow, she took a long time on that." I'm like, "It's her first time, So
First time, yeah.
she was careful.
I didn't know how to use a knife on a can of beer. Like that was upsetting to me.
Shu didn't help you. He just threw it to you, so he didn't.
No,
really
he threw me a knife. He threw me a sharp thing. Is all he did.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself.
In all fairness, Mallory, I've never shotgunned a beer either, so.
We're gonna fix that.
We have to bring you back here.
I knew as soon as the words left my mouth, I'm like, I shouldn't have said that.
I hear a video.
We're gonna fix that because I just learned, so I'm a terrible teacher.
Yes.
This is gonna be fun.
So she did a shotgun a few weeks ago for the first time, which is now a shorts on the channel as well, so you can see how she did the first one there. And then we gotta get Shane back on to do his first shotgun there.
For sure.
We're breaking cherries on shotguns on this channel right now.
There we go.
Perfect. Race. This is what it's going to be. The Great Shotgun Race 2023.
Yeah,
perfect.
And then we'll get up to the boot chug as well. So if you want to do the boot chug, we'll do that too there. Half liter or full liter, you can decide.
I've done the boot chug.
The boot chug.
You do the half liter or the full liter?
Yeah, well, I did a half liter once, but it was at a football game, and then I did a full liter another time. It was a very light beer. I don't remember which one it was. It was because
half liter. That's very Canadian. I'm proud of you guys talking about liters. That's Canadian. I'm very proud of you guys.
What's a half liter? What is that?
Well, the boot that I got, because I bought a Pollinator that had the boot that was a half liter size. Yeah.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely done the boot chug. So.
Right.
And the twist at the end, so you don't get the
bubble. Get with the bubble. Yeah.
I got this.
Yeah. You saw the movie. You got to twist it at the end. So
yeah.
So maybe we get to do a boot chug on here and see what you can actually do.
Oh.
So I did a boot chug before. I did it with a liter. I did it with a liter or a half liter of Pollinator that I poured into the boot and did it. That came with it. So yeah.
So Rod, you're gonna have to put a boot as a thing on your the things that you sell, so that we can buy the boot. And if we buy the boot and we're on your channel, we get to do the boot chug.
They don't have the boot glassware though, so I can't do the boot
it's really
thing.
Hard to find, right?
Yeah, but I do have the new shirts. Like Shannon got one of the new shirts and stuff a few weeks ago.
Yeah, she did. That was cute.
Yeah. So I'm trying to put more stuff out there. I got new designs that'll be coming up on the store as well. So. For people that want to check out,
some boots so we can buy it and then do the boot check on the channel.
But you do have the Rod J BeerVentures glass.
I do have the Rod J BeerVentures glass where I can down Rod J and beer every time I have.
And Emerson watched it at the Rod J BeerVentures Stein, and he won. I got to do a new trivia. I haven't done new trivia in a couple months.
Oh yeah, the trivia. That's fun.
Hey, ignorant Canadian here. You have a store?
Oh yeah, right here,
dude. Put the link up in the description there because I honestly didn't know about it.
It's in the description. I have 2 stores. So right now, across the banner on the bottom, I have the Spreadshirt store and I have the Zazzle. So the Zazzle store has glassware and then some other stuff, and then the Spreadshirt store has a lot of the shirts and stuff. So 2 different stores that are in the links in the description.
There you go.
Okay, I'll go check that out for sure. Absolutely. I didn't realize you had one.
I have a lovely pint glass with Rod J on it, so I can drown him in.
Show your pint glass.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm not using that pint glass at the moment because that one's dirty, but I'm using a different one. But either way, it's beautiful wonderful. Everyone should have one.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get one now. I didn't realize he had
So you get
merchandise.
the-
I'm,
You get the West. You get the West Coast IPA shirt on the store.
IPA.
nice, perfect.
Yeah, so different.
I'm
designs.
always looking for new T-shirts for sure.
Yeah, and I got like different shirts for women, for men, but I got like the different muscle shirts, tank tops, regular shirts, hoodies, all kinds of stuff you can see.
I know it's really hard to tell on camera, but this is a guy that does not wear a muscle shirt.
I don't know about muscle shirts.
I mean, I ask Mallory. Mallory's seen me in person several times. I'm not a muscle shirt guy.
Me either.
You weren't feeling your best though. The last time I saw you, you were about 20 pounds less than I was, so I'm a little concerned.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Anytime anybody meets me, they always say the exact same thing. I thought you'd be taller. Like, no, dude. I'm pretty short. I'm only like 5'6". So I mean, I'm a pretty short guy.
Well, apparently, from what I know thus far, from people who told me, apparently Blue meets the height retirement. I guess he's pretty tall.
Oh my God, Blue's like 6'17".
So he's like 6'100", isn't he?
He's
Like 6 foot 100 or something like that.
He's 6'17".
He comes in like Paul Bunyan.
I can't wait to see him in a couple of weeks. I was really sorry I didn't get to meet him last year.
Last time, but he's amazing. He's like the chillest human being you will ever meet.
Yeah, he seems that for sure.
Blue
I
was
can't
like,
wait to meet him. It's gonna be awesome.
hello, little man.
His videos, he's exactly the same. He's so amazing.
Yeah.
I got a little starstruck when I met him. I was like, oh my God, it's Blue Eyes.
It's Blue Eyes. Oh my God. That's what I'm going to be like when I see him. I'm going to be ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
Videos, you gotta film it.
Like, I think I might even like just jump up and like give him a hug with like my legs up and around him because he's a big guy. He can hold me. I'm not a big guy. I'm pretty small. He can hold me. He works out. And I'll just give him the old fucking leg wrap around. Like, oh, Blue. Yeah, you know.
Got the muscle shirt.
Chew already did that.
He does do the workout.
I have that on the background on my phone. Is you piggybacking on Chew with a sign said no piggy?
Oh, and we were in Detroit. Yeah, that was awesome.
There's a sign that said no piggybacking
on my phone.
Yes, there was a sign. I don't know. It was some government building or something, Mallory.
It was one of those parking lots where the gate opens and you're not supposed to piggyback. Like you're not supposed to follow somebody in because you're only supposed to go in there if you're allowed to go in there. And so the sign said no piggybacking. So Shane jumped on Chew's back, and
I was like, "Oh, Chew, come here! We got to get this picture." So I jumped on Chew's back in front of the sign that says no piggybacking. It was awesome.
Yeah, I feel like if you're putting a sign up that say no piggybacking, you're encouraging people to piggyback.
Exactly.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's exactly why we did it.
I know. It was really, we were walking to that other brewery that was in the scary part of town. That was fun.
Yeah.
It was a little sketch over there, but you know, it was a good brewery.
Yeah.
It was a good brewery, yes. They had the key lime.
Oh, that key lime was amazing. I think I still have the can sitting up here on the top of my bar somewhere. It was really good.
What city was that in?
That was
Detroit.
Detroit. Oh well, yeah. Detroit's got some shady areas.
Yeah, that was back when Mallory and Chew were doing their 30 brewery tour.
Oh, they're going around.
And they came.
Well, that's part of the tour. They met Todd and Shannon, I think, too, when they
Yeah.
came down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were going through Detroit, and I'm like, hey, you know what? That's like only 4 hours. I'll come and meet you guys.
Yeah.
You know, it was
And you
awesome.
and your wife are amazing. I loved your wife so much. Is she coming?
I think so.
Okay.
I think we're at like 98%. She's coming now. I don't know. Like I said, it changes depending on the day.
I mean,
depending on if she's mad at me or not.
Well, you guys are still only paying for one bed, so it's not a big deal. I'm checking if she's coming because I loved her. So.
She's okay. You know, she's not gonna watch. She's not gonna watch this video, so I can say she's just okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She doesn't like Rajay. She won't watch Rajay.
She doesn't even watch me, dude.
No,
she doesn't even watch me.
My wife doesn't watch me either. So
no, she has no interest.
Yeah.
My husband
interest
doesn't
at all.
have a choice because he helps with the videos.
Well, he's producer,
He watches
director.
them in lifetime. He doesn't
Somebody
watch
has
them
to wave in the
after.
background. I mean,
Yeah.
He's like producer, director, key grip, whatever you need,
Yeah.
So
Right.
yeah,
Hand guy.
yeah, hand guy.
He's the hand guy. Hello.
yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get ready. Then we got Shark in the house as well. Cheers, my friend. Yeah, we're winding it down here, my friend. He says it figures. Just okay. Yeah, we switched it up to a time at 8 o'clock, but yet we still ended up at a time.
Just okay equals
Regular.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. She really is.
She's allowed to stay out and play even after the street light. Yeah, right. Like it's different time than back in the day. You know, when the street lights
No
came
kidding.
on.
I know.
Right?
We'll have to get Shark on
Lights
here at
come on,
some
you gotta go
point
home for
too.
dinner, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, back in the 80s, well, I guess 70s as well. You guys are too young, but used to be when kids played outside, parents would like be home before the street lights on.
Yes.
And there was a thing
Yeah, for
where you
sure.
heard, and so when you were playing, you would actually hear a street light buzz, and you kind of knew
Yeah,
the
when
light
it-
was about to come on, and you're like,
Yeah.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
So to be fair, you're saying this, but I told you my street I was the only child on my street.
Well, you had old
Everyone
people in your
else's
street,
was
though.
80 above.
Yeah.
So if I was out after the streetlights, it's because Mrs. Turner's banana
Dip
bread
went out.
wasn't done baking yet.
Yeah.
Like that's why I was out late because I was helping her with her banana bread.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
I
the
wasn't
streets where you're
playing
playing
with
with kids, it was
just
kind of.
me.
What was that old? There was a movie that was done like in early 2000 with the little Bow Wow. It was a roller skate movie or whatever like that. Or there's a scene in it where the street light comes on and you just knew like everybody scattered because they needed to be home before the light actually turned bright. You know, you heard the
Time to go home.
You heard the early buzz, and you had like 15 seconds before the light came.
You're right.
Yeah.
Gotta hurry, gotta go.
That's right.
Yeah. So, but thanks for everybody that tuned in. Thanks for you guys actually coming on, having our guests here. It's been another great night as we head into the weekend, of course, and hopefully here in the States, hopefully everybody had a great July 4th. And we are now into Friday, so hopefully everybody's set for the weekend. As always, hopefully we put a smile on your face as well as you head into the weekend, because one more day of work and then you're 2 days off, hopefully, depending on what you're doing.
Unless you work at a brewery.
Or a casino. Or a casino.
You know?
You work weekends in a casino. Just
Yeah.
Or you have vacation on Monday, Tuesday, which you have a 4-day weekend.
You got Monday and Tuesday off? Are you taking after me now? Like what's going on there?
I mean, I got
there you go, bro.
I got
Rough.
expectations.
Yeah. I don't have Monday and Tuesday off this week, but following weeks I have like a upcoming week coming up. So yeah. But thanks for everybody tuned in, and we'll go ahead and sign off here. Make sure you check out Shane. Make sure you check out Mal. Make sure you check out Ray, the Octonauts earlier. Make sure you check out the people in the chat. So
Check out Todd's barbecue channel.
yeah, coming soon. Under construction.
Coming
right now.
soon. It is coming soon.
Yeah. Make sure to check out next week for the guests I'll have on. And that being said, we are out.
Cheers.